Chapter 23-21. The divine tree already appeared. Where was the ethereal immortal palace? The Yen Emperor divine tree appeared before everyone in its majestic form, swaying its branches. The exuberant life force turned into jade-green raindrops covering the vast core region. Looking at the core region, the towering trees towered into the sky, attracting everyone's attention. It started as a sapling, growing so fast that everyone could only look up at it, unable to see its peak. At the same time, this gave everyone a sense of the vastness of the ancient Yen Emperor tomb's core region. This towering tree was very majestic. However, it was just a drop in the ocean in the core region. The place where it stood had its own magical power, able to contain everything. Compared to the other outstanding talents searching for clues to the ethereal immortal palace, Xiao Chen had a much easier time. As the green raindrops fell on him, his injuries slowly healed. After the green life force entered his body, it felt like a warm flame slowly burning. It felt warm, like a spring breeze blowing across the land, bringing a vast life force. Xiao Chen clenched his fist tightly, and the surging divine energy in his body surged like the waves of a great river. Inside Nye Tian's soul pool, the sea of soul power that had dried up started to bubble. The blue dragon divine seal was like an ancient god that had been asleep for a long time. When it opened its eyes, 3 rings of light appeared in the sea of soul energy, surging with waves. Xiao Chen's divine energy surged, and his soul returned to its peak. His tightly clenched right fist contained the vast energy brought by his divine energy and soul energy. This feeling was great. Xiao Chen's lips curled up in a smile. His soul was restricted, and his strength plummeted. This was not a good feeling. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 2 figures descended from the ancient Yen Emperor tree. They were Hao Kai and Xiao Su. Big brother, the 9th prince sent us down to protect you. He said that you are interested in the ethereal immortal palace and will definitely clash with the other factions. After Xiao Sua landed, he explained to Xiao Chen why he left Wang Yan. Hao Kai added, "This 9th prince is a pretty good person. He sent Wu Meng and the others to search for the Yen Emperor fruits and sent us back." Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze from the ancient Yen Emperor tree. Then, he said calmly, he can only rely on himself for the final stage. If not for Wang Yun occupying the 9th altar, he would have become the crown prince. However, it is hard to say now. The 3rd round of the crown prince selection was closely related to the 2nd round. The ancient Yen Emperor tree grew on the dynasty's dragon vein. Wang Yan and Wang Yun, who had perfectly merged with the dragon vein, had a great advantage over the other princes. The position of crown prince could only be between the 2 of them. Nothing, still nothing. Chu Chaoyun, who was holding the ethereal immortal palace key tightly, opened his eyes and shook his head in disappointment. The current martial epoch was like rotten wood. It retained its shape but lost its charm long ago. The momentum of the cycle of the epochs was unstoppable. The Wings of Time, the strongest transcendent grade soul tool of the martial epoch, had once reversed the situation and defeated the Black Dragon King. There was no reason for it not to show up. At this moment, the various outstanding talents who had not climbed the Yen Emperor Divine Tree were all interested in the ethereal immortal palace. At first, he was still hiding it, but now that the tide had receded, he had no choice but to reveal it. Apart from the inheritance key, there were a total of 7 keys to the immortal palace. The tide receded, and it was just nice to see who held the key to the immortal palace. Xiao Chen looked around and glanced at Yuan Zhen, who was still seated on the lotus platform in the clouds, bathing in a bright Buddhist light. Yuan Zhen, who had the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's karma, frowned. It seemed like something exceeded his expectations. Xiao Chen was the one who gave Yuan Zhen his ethereal immortal palace key. There was no need to guess. 2 people stood on a distant mound. Yen Songming and Zhen Yuan stood side by side. Clearly, these 2 also had an ethereal immortal palace key. Shi, who wore the scarlet dragon cloak, had Ming Xian and Yang Qing accompanying him. The 3rd ethereal immortal palace key had to be in his hands. The profound heaven holy lands Wenren Yu and Dao Yen were together. Wenren Yu probably had an ethereal immortal palace key as well. Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun each had one. The final key had to be in the hands of the Silver Dragon King's group. When Xiao Chun looked over, a strange look flashed in his eyes. The Dragon God Crown Prince Qin Ming actually stood up. Unfortunately, Xiao Chun happened to meet the other party's gaze. A cold, murderous intent sent a chill through his body. Xiao Chun sighed in his heart. The ancient Yen Emperor tree's vigorous life force healed his injuries, allowing him to return to his peak. However, Qin Ming, who was nearly half dead and nearly crippled, underwent a nirvanic rebirth and improved. Nephew, there is no need to lower yourself to his level for now. Finding the ethereal immortal palace is more important. His Majesty instructed us to prioritize the wings of time. The Silver Dragon King feared Qin Ming and could not hold back, charging over on impulse. Earlier, Qin Ming had been crushed into a pile of mush and was in a deep sleep. He did not know how horrifying Xiao Chun, who possessed Heavenly Slayer, was. If Qin Ming thought that he could defeat Xiao Chun after undergoing a nirvanic rebirth, that would not be good. I know. Qin Ming showed a stern expression, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. However, he still slowly withdrew his gaze. Xiao Chun smiled faintly, not minding it. Previously, the chaotic scene had actually become somewhat deserted under the towering ancient tree. The other guests followed the princes and climbed up the ancient Yen Emperor tree. Even if this round did not have much to do with them, they still had to fight for the Yen Emperor fruits hidden on the tree. Not only did the Yen Emperor fruits have the miraculous effect of extending one's lifespan, but legend said that they could also increase one's luck, allowing one's luck to soar. The higher one's cultivation, the more one could sense the existence of fate. Naturally, one's desire for luck increased. Compared to the illusory ethereal immortal palace and the wings of time, which involved a lot of things, these people were more interested in the tangible Yen Emperor fruits. Where is the ethereal immortal palace? The people with ethereal immortal palace keys were like Chu Chaoyan, feeling somewhat confused. Looking at the silent Chu Chaoyan, Xiao Chun suddenly asked, "Have you ever thought that the ethereal immortal palace will not appear without the inheritance key?" "What do you mean?" Xiao Chun said after some thought. "Actually, I think this. For tens of thousands of years, there have been predictions of the ethereal immortal palace appearing. However, none of them have been accurate. If it happened once or twice, it could be due to the standards of these diviners. However, there has to be another reason for the thousands of failures." Chu Chaoyan's eyes lit up. He had never heard of such a theory before. "I believe that in the past, someone must have gathered all 7 keys and only lacked the inheritance key. Since one lacks the inheritance key, even if the ethereal immortal palace appears, one cannot enter. In that case, what is the point of the ethereal immortal palace not appearing?" Understanding dawned on Chu Chaoyan. He said, "Are you saying that the ethereal immortal palace can sense the existence of the inheritance key or a similar formation? Without the 7 keys and the inheritance key, the formation in the ethereal immortal palace would not be activated, unable to appear." "That's right. That is my guess. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why the predictions for tens of thousands of years have failed time and time again." Xiao Chun lowered his head and casually fiddled with his fingers. Then, he said softly, "However, this is just a guess. After all, the inheritance key was lost long ago. There is no way to truly gather all the keys and test them." Right after Xiao Chun spoke, Chu Chaoyan shifted his gaze to Jiang He. "Don't look at me. I really don't know where the inheritance key is." Jiang He showed a helpless expression as he quickly explained. If he knew, he would have said it long ago. Not everyone could endure Shi's torture. Boom! Jiang He lowered his head and fiddled with his fingers. Then, he suddenly raised his head. The instant Jiang He raised his head, the blue dragon image behind him turned solid. Its long hair fluttered, showing its sharpness. With a wave of his hand, he executed Firmament's rage. The rage of a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon formed a gigantic palm. 5-element divine lightning flowed in the palm, rising and falling, looking like an immortal nation. Bang! This palm strike happened to clash with Yuan Zhen, who attacked without any warning. Yuan Zhen, who sat on a lotus platform in the sky, executed all things to nothing. Using the supreme Buddhist might, he formed a golden Buddha palm that covered the sky and sun. The two palms clashed, producing a loud sound and a strong wind. The ancient Yen Emperor tree, which towered into the clouds, trembled endlessly in the strong wind caused by the shock waves. The many guests searching for Yen Emperor fruits on the tree felt like the world collapsed. The weaker guests were instantly flung off, screaming endlessly. Retreat! Xiao Chen pulled Jiang He and turned into a flash of purple electric light as he retreated. After Xiao Sua landed, he tightly grasped the scarlet blood war banner. Then, together with Wu Meng, he shielded Xiao Chen, Chu Chaoyun, and Jiang He with grave expressions. The shock waves of the two palm strikes lingered in the air for a long time. The lightning and the shattered golden Buddha palm materialized a horrifying, mysterious phenomenon. From an outsider's point of view, such a large space had become a terrifying forbidden zone. Bathed in a gentle Buddhist light, Yuan Zhen sat on the lotus platform and slowly passed through the forbidden zone formed by the shock waves. Then he looked around and fixed his gaze on Jiang He. Yuan Zhen's purpose immediately became clear. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures arrived in an instant. She led Ming Xian and Yang Qing over. Xiao Chen, it looks like you are not the only one who figured out the crux of the problem. After Chu Chaoyun said that, Jiang He felt very uneasy. He smiled bitterly endlessly. After all, the one in the sky was the unfathomable Yuan Zhen. Jiang He had already experienced the various means of the 3 charging over from the ground. Jiang He cursed endlessly in his heart. However, he was not cursing these people but his heartless father. Father, you really harmed your son. If you really knew about the inheritance key, you could have just told me. That way, I would not be in such a state where I cannot explain myself. Hand this person to me. She did not waste any words, getting straight to the point. Sure. Xiao Chen was exceptionally straightforward, startling Jiang He and Shi. However, you have to use the Scarlet Dragon sacred robe you are wearing to exchange for it. She revealed a faint smile, and the deep abyssal cross in his left eye appeared again. Then, it turned into a blazing scarlet flame. Kacha, kacha, crack, crack. This strange scarlet flame ignited at the bottom of Shi's left eye and burned endlessly. It was like it burned through the barriers of many worlds, traversing a boundless distance. Then, it burned out of Shi's eye socket and reached his eyebrows. The instant the scarlet flame burned out of Shi's eye socket, the fear from the deep abyss materialized and surged over. Combined with the smile on Shi's face, he looked extremely reclusive. When faced with this materialized fear, Xiao Sua and the others had to take a few steps back before slowly coming to a stop. Even so, they still did not dare to look at Shi's face. Xiao Chen, do you know who is your friend and who is your enemy in this place? She asked, not taking advantage of the instant his aura suppressed Xiao Chen and the others to come out. Instead, he continued to smile. Xiao Chen looked straight at Shi and replied calmly, my friends are in front of me and on my left and right. Naturally, Xiao Sua and Xiao Chen were in front. Chu Chaoyun and Jiang He were on his left and right. She blurted out without hesitation. He showed a serious expression, exuding an unquestionable charm. The old epic has already aged, and the new epic is about to begin. Epics come and go, the cycle of reincarnation never ending. Do you really understand that reincarnation is more than just these 4 words? This was the general trend. It was a trend that no one could stay out of, and no one could stay out of it. Aside from me, the people around you might not have a choice or follow the trend. They might betray you, abandon you, kill you. She enunciated every word like a clap of thunder, ringing in Xiao Chen's mind, targeting the weakest spot in his heart. Betray you, abandon you, kill you. These 3 words lingered in Xiao Chen's mind, reverberating without scattering. Xiao Chen's expression changed drastically. He had thought of a similar problem when Chu Chaoyun sought out Xiao Chen for cooperation. Shi's confident words meant that aside from Xiao Chen, no one else could be trusted. Why is he so confident? Is he a contingency plan that Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun laid back then? Does he know my identity as a blue dragon? Chapter 23-22. Betray you, abandon you, kill you. This was like a heavy blow to Xiao Chen's head, rendering him speechless for a moment, unable to understand what was going on. Xiao Chen also felt like he had just woken up from a dream, as he had thought of everything the other party said before. Back then, when the sinister winds lingered in Black Wind Ridge, Chu Chaoyun explained the situation to Xiao Chen when he met him. Xiao Chen had thought of all this. Who could remain aloof from the situation? Who could guarantee that their hearts would not change? Who could say that they did not have a choice? Hence, when Xiao Chen swung his saber, he did not believe in heaven or the situation. He just wanted to swing his saber and break all restraints. However, it was not that simple. Even until now, Chu Chaoyun had not told Xiao Chen how he entered the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Xiao Suo had the pirate alliance behind him. After inheriting the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's undefeatable inheritance, could he guarantee that he would not be forced by the situation? Big brother. Big brother. Xiao Chen only addressed Xiao Chen as Big Brother after his defeat. Hao Kai was an expert of the Golden Crow Empire. He came to help Xiao Chen because of Ao Jiao. Without Ao Jiao, Xiao Chen could not predict how Hao Kai would treat Xiao Chen. As for Jiang He, who could be sure that he did not know the location of the inheritance key? No one aside from Xiao Chen. Who is your friend? Who is your enemy? The scarlet flame in Xi's demonic eye that burned through countless barriers of worlds looked like a flickering blood tear. After forcing back Xiao Chen and the others with his aura, Xi did not choose to make a move. This made his words sound very convincing. If she had not said that earlier and directly attacked, no one might have been able to block him. The scarlet flame that came from the depths of Xi's eye seemed to burn through countless barriers of worlds. It was more terrifying than many people imagined. Xiao Chen's heart wavered. He was practically certain that the other party was Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's backup. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun had the Blue Dragon bloodline in the first place. Given that Xiao Chen also had the Blue Dragon bloodline, he and she could be considered on the Blue Dragon side. If that was true, Xi's words would be even more believable. The bright moon in the sky. Have you ever wondered whose blood dyed that bright moon red? You've also held the Blood Dragon Saint robe in your hands. Don't you find it familiar? Others might not understand, but you should understand what I'm saying. You should make your own judgment on who to believe and who not to believe. Xi's words were too impactful, making Chu Chaoyun, Jiang He, Xiao Suo, and Wu Meng feel that something was wrong with Xiao Chen. In the past, Xiao Chen wouldn't have hesitated like this at all. What would you do if I hand Jiang He to you? After a moment of silence, Xiao Chen looked up at Xi and asked. Hearing those words, Chu Chaoyun and Jiang He's expressions changed drastically, as if their hearts had been struck heavily. Jiang He felt as if his heart was shattering, and he was in extreme pain. His lips curled into a cold smile. He knew that Xiao Chen was still suspecting him of not telling the truth about the inheritance key. However, Xiao Chen really did not know where the inheritance key was. Chu Chaoyun showed a complicated expression, feeling somewhat disappointed. In the end, Xiao Chen was an ordinary person. Before the greater picture, he could not stay out of it. Xiao Chen also felt somewhat relieved. This was good as well. There were no more excuses. Everyone had no choice. However, they had their own karma, so the guilt in Xiao Chen's heart lessened significantly. However, for some reason, memories of the past filled Xiao Chen's mind. The various scenes in the Sky Dome realm and the Kunlun realm flashed. Boundless sorrow still filled the depths of Xiao Chen's heart. Time was truly merciless. Xiao Suo tightly grasped the Scarlet Blood War banner, feeling somewhat powerless. His expression turned fidgety and uneasy. Even the indomitable battle hunger of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance seemed somewhat unstable, somewhat uncontrollable. Xiao Chen wondered if Xiao Chen really handed over his friend. Is this big brother still worth following? Hao Kai's expression changed slightly, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. However, he quickly recovered his normal expression. Xiao Chen only needed to remember what Ao Jiao instructed him to do. Xi's grave expression relaxed slightly. The scarlet flame burning in the demonic flame slowly dimmed as he gave his answer. Whether he knows the location of the inheritance key or not, it is certain that he is the one with the deepest connection to the inheritance key in the entire ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Since he cannot obtain any information while he is alive, let him die. In any case, even if trash dies, there will be no loss. If we can really obtain information about the inheritance key, we will have the initiative. No matter what, we will be the winners. This was what she wanted to do after Xiao Chen handed Jiang He to him. He spoke bluntly, not hiding anything. Who could have imagined that right after she spoke, Xiao Chen would draw the tyrant saber on his back? Then, he said softly, "Sorry, I'm afraid I cannot hand him to you. Whether he is friend or foe, I cannot forgive myself for sending my friend to his death." Right after Xiao Chen spoke, Jiang He, who was preparing to leave, felt stunned. This made Chu Chaoyun's lips curl up in a smile. His sadness immediately vanished. Time was the most merciless. However, one should not throw all excuses to it. There would always be some people and some things that remain the same even after a long time. Boom. The scarlet flame in Xi's eyes, which had already dimmed, soared and brightened again. Then he asked seriously, "Are you sure? When those people react, when the bald donkey in the sky makes up his mind, do you know how miserable your death will be?" The strangeness of this place had already attracted the attention of the Silver Dragon King, Yan Tsangming, Wen Renyu, and the others. However, they had not thought about the connection between the prophecy and the inheritance key. They were still waiting to see what she was planning on doing to Xiao Chen. However, once they figured it out, Xiao Chen, who still had to protect Jiang He, would definitely become everyone's target, mercilessly besieged. No one would be able to survive after making so many enemies. You don't have to care about that. When I draw my saber, you should understand what I mean. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm, his heart no longer fluctuating. As a bladesman, when Xiao Chen drew his saber to protect someone, he had already forgotten about life and death. When a gentleman drew his saber, it was a promise of life and death. There was no need to say anything else. Everything was written on the saber. Those who could understand would not ask too much. Silence, no one spoke. However, everyone could feel it. Xi's aura grew increasingly terrifying. The heavy aura pressed down on everyone, making it hard for them to breathe. Boom. For half my life, I drifted from place to place. For half my life, I was unrivaled, moving about without fear. This body is like a sword, unyielding pride. My heart is like the sun and the moon, shining brightly for 10,000 years. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King's indomitable battle hunger traveled through time and space, descending once more. Xiao Suo used his physical body to wield the Scarlet Blood War Banner, forcefully driving the indomitable battle hunger. The war banner fluttered like waves, flapping loudly in the wind, forcefully pushing back Xi's aura. Then, Xiao Suo ferociously thrust out, using his fearless courage and the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's indomitable battle hunger to take the initiative to attack Xi. "I'll block him." A cold light flickered at the tip of the banner. The indomitable battle hunger gathered at one point. If a star were here, it would be able to pierce through it. "Let's go." A look of determination flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he made up his mind. He could not waste the opportunity that Xiao Suo created. The group executed their movement techniques and retreated. Buzz. Xiao Suo seemed to be prepared to die. The spear that he thrust out looked like it would strike Xi's chest. The other party stretched out his right hand and grabbed it. The tip of the banner immediately buzzed endlessly. Rumble. As the tip of the banner buzzed, the ground shook wildly. The entire world seemed unstable. Ming Xian and Yang Qing flashed past Xiao Suo, turning into two beams of dim light, one black and one azure, in pursuit. The auspicious clouds in the sky churned like waves. Yuan Zhen, who was sitting on the lotus platform in the air, suddenly stood up. A bright light flickered in Yuan Zhen's eyes. Clearly, he had already made up his mind, believing that Jiang He was the key to the ethereal immortal palace's appearance. Yuan Zhen leaped up gently and descended at lightning speed, carrying Buddhist might that filled the sky. The ethereal immortal palace must have something to do with Xiao Qin or the people around Xiao Qin, Qin Ming said with a grave expression when he saw Yuan Zhen and Ming Xian chasing after Xiao Qin. The ethereal immortal palace must have something to do with Xiao Qin or the people around Xiao Qin, Qin Ming said with a grave expression when he saw Yuan Zhen and Ming Xian chasing after Xiao Qian. The eyes of Sikong Shu, who had been tightly grasping the ethereal immortal palace key and searching for clues, lit up in realization. I understand. After him, the inheritance key's whereabouts must be with Jiang He. This fellow is the descendant of the previous generation Heaven Dragon. No matter what, we must capture him. Right after Sikong Shu spoke, he led the Silver Dragon King and Qin Ming in a frantic pursuit of Xiao Qian. Everyone here was an outstanding talent. As they grasped the ethereal immortal palace key, they could start a new epic. All of them had the determination of a super faction behind them. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they were the strongest outstanding talents of the entire martial epic. Perhaps they could not figure it out previously. However, given the current situation, they could guess the connection between the inheritance key and Jiang He. Yen Sangming and the profound Heaven Holy Lands Wenren raised their heads at nearly the same time, looking in the direction that Xiao Qian took. Then, without hesitation, their figures flashed at the same time, leading their people in pursuit. Xiao Su'a, who was holding the Scarlet Blood War banner, gritted his teeth. His facial features twisted wildly, but he still could not advance. Xiao Su'a did not grab the Scarlet Blood War banner with a hand but a scarlet dragon claw. Chapter 23-23. The blood dragon swimming on the sage cloak merged its claws with Xi's arm, firmly grasping the Scarlet Blood War banner. This made it hard for Xiao Su'a to advance. What blocked him was not a person but a vast dynasty. The moon reigned supreme, and the blood dragon supported him. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King's undefeatable battle hunger could force back Xi's aura. However, it could not stop a dynasty. How unfortunate. She sighed softly. I can't see the Scarlet Blood Pirate King personally. Defeating his inheritor is simply an unfair victory. Xiao Su'a gently twisted the hand holding the banner pole. He felt like he could not hold the banner properly. As Xiao Su'a slowly moved the banner pole, demonic energy flowed through his palm and entered his body, looking like a demonic dragon rampaging through his body. Blood dyeing the sky. Xiao Su'a suppressed the demonic Tao divine energy in his body and roared ferociously. A mysterious phenomenon immediately appeared. Blood dyed the sky red, and a vast sea roared. Huge waves surged, and a vast aura instantly formed. Boundless blood filled the sky, dyeing it red. Below was a vast sea with surging waves, each one taller than the one before. Xiao Su'a's Scarlet Blood War banner covered his body, creating layers of waves. Then he took a step forward with the Scarlet Blood War banner in his hand. The Scarlet Blood War banner broke through the other party's dragon claw and pierced his chest, launching a great counterattack. Roar! However, the blood dragon on Xi's black robes came to life in an instant. A scarlet dragon image circled around Xi. Then, the dragon head hovered above Xi's head and roared ferociously at the surging waves. Rumble! The waves surged back, and the blood-stained sky slowly faded. The blood dragon raged, directly forcing back the surging aura. Pu Si. The backlash from the killing move forced Xiao Su'a to vomit a mouthful of blood. He could no longer tightly grip the Scarlet Blood War banner. The other party's demonic energy war banner surged over like a spiral. First, Xiao Su'a suffered a backlash. Then he was ruthlessly knocked back by this attack. As soon as Zhang Xian landed on the ground, before he could even react, she waved the war banner in his hand. Whoosh! A miserable shriek rang out as the banner tip pierced Xiao Su'a's chest, pinning him to the ground. The demonic Tao divine energy on the war banner flowed through Xiao Su'a's chest, invading his limbs and bones like a ferocious tiger. Xiao Su'a was immediately suppressed, pinned to the ground, unable to move. To an imperial lord, the heart was no longer a vital point unless they used their divine essence to extinguish all the vitality in the body. Otherwise, if a sovereign emperor were to leave behind a drop of blood that contained life force, they would be able to be reborn. However, without a rebirth mystic art, the process would be slower. Even if their physical bodies were destroyed and their divine seals were not destroyed in time, an Empyrean lord's soul could still escape. Xi's move completely suppressed Xiao Chen's physical body and soul. Then, Xiao Qin used the Scarlet Blood War banner to pin him to the ground. Although it would not harm his foundation, the humiliation would be devastating. More importantly, Empyreans were difficult to kill. Since she could restrain Shi without spending too much effort, he would definitely know when to give up. Not killing Xiao Suo was not his benevolence. His main objective was to catch up to Xiao Qin. You are too weak. You have only scratched the surface of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's indomitable battle hunger. After saying that, she swaggered over, not bothering to look back at Xiao Suo. Xiao Suo gripped the blood-colored war banner with both hands and clenched his teeth, wanting to pull it out. His facial features contorted, and even after exerting all his strength, it was to no avail. It had to be said that this was a great irony. Xiao Qin was pinned to the ground by his own Scarlet Blood War banner, yet he could not do anything about it. No one would want to endure such humiliation. However, Xiao Suo did not mind at all. Even though his divine energy and soul energy were suppressed, he was like an ordinary person now. He only had brute force left, and he did not give up. What was worse was that the tip of the banner pierced his chest. Every movement brought intense pain that could cause him to faint at any moment. However, Xiao Suo did not give up. He did not get distracted or hesitate. He focused on slowly pulling out the Scarlet Blood War banner. Xiao Suo showed a ferocious expression, and sweat dripped down his forehead like rain. He completely displayed the brute force, tenacity, and ferocity of a pirate captain. Kasi, Shi, who had already walked some distance away, stopped and turned to look. He saw blood spurting out of Xiao Suo's chest like a fountain as he lay on the ground. Xiao Suo had used his own brute force to pull out the Scarlet Blood War banner. The instant Xiao Suo pulled out the war banner, the restriction that she left in his body collapsed like a gushing river. Xiao Suo held up the Scarlet Blood War banner, allowing it to flutter in the air. Then he stood up again. The blood-stained war banner did not diminish its elegance at all. Instead, it added lofty aspirations and hot-bloodedness. The war banner fluttered noisily. It was not the wind blowing at the banner but the banner fluttering in the wind. The blazing battle hunger in Xiao Suo's heart drove this once unrivaled war banner. As Xiao Suo held up the war banner, it was like he was not standing on the ground but on a vast ocean. His battle hunger and his pirate heart seemed to infect this land of absolute beginning. A ship slowly broke out of the ground. A group of experts who once followed this war banner turned into war souls. They rowed a ship from the distant river of time, coming under orders. A vast ocean surged before Shi's eyes. Xiao Suo stood on the bow of the ship, and many other warships materialized behind him. The souls of experts stood on the bow of those warships, facing the wind and riding the waves. She revealed some surprise on his face. He asked in a strange tone, "Did you not feel humiliated at all in that earlier scene?" She had not expected Xiao Suo to stand up again. If it were an ordinary person after being pinned to the ground by their own weapon, they would have broken down due to the great humiliation. This would leave an indelible shadow in their hearts in the future. However, she did not see any humiliation or hatred in Xiao Suo. She was not shocked at the strength of the Scarlet Blood War banner. To think that it could summon war souls of the past and materialize many strong warships. She was shocked at Xiao Suo's temperament. Such a person was the blind spot of his demonic eye of fear. If he was so resilient, he would not feel any fear in his heart. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King spent half his life wandering from place to place. He lived like a dog for half his life, but he never gave up on his pirate heart. The humiliation just now was nothing to me. Compared to the wind and rain I experienced on the sea, it is nothing. Xiao Suo showed a calm and unruffled expression, not showing any rage or dissatisfaction at all. Why bother? Even if you blocked me, at least two of the people chasing Xiao Chen are no weaker than me. Only death awaits him. Xiao Suo grabbed his collar and tossed it up. The black robes turned into a blood moon that slowly rose. Under the blood moon, she spoke unhurriedly as he looked at Xiao Suo. She stretched out his hand and beckoned. The demonic imperial sword, which was stabbed into the ground somewhere, buzzed and turned into a beam of black light that entered his palm. All this showed that she treated Xiao Suo as a true opponent and was truly enraged. All I need to know is that by blocking you, Xiaochen will have one less strong opponent. There is no need for you to shake my will. After receiving a favor, I will remember it for life. It has already merged into my soul and bloodline. Xiao Suo lowered the war banner on the warship's bow and pointed it at the other party. After some thought, he said, "Attack then." As she and Xiao Suo fought, Xiao Chen, Jiang He, Chu Chaoyun, and the others took the opportunity to retreat. However, Yuan Zhen, who was in the sky, used the auspicious clouds to pursue them. Xiao Chen could not shake off Yuan Zhen, who kept his eyes on him. The more problematic thing was that the Silver Dragon King, Sikong Shu, Dao Yan, Wen Renyu, Yan Cangming, Zhen Yuan, and the others held the ethereal immortal palace keys. All of them reacted. The crux of the ethereal immortal palace lay with Jiang He, so they gave chase as well. Yuan Zhen attacked again. Xiao Chen and the others did not want to waste time with him, so they delayed themselves and dodged. Boom! The ground within 5,000 kilometers caved in, and a huge palm imprint appeared. If this palm strike landed, it would not be good. They would either die or be injured. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and the shore is at hand. While the group dodged, Yuan Zhen landed in front of them, blocking their path. A sea of bitterness appeared. Yuan Zhen sat on a lotus platform, looking at the others from a distance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ming Xian and Yang Qing arrived in an instant. The Silver Dragon King and Sikong Shu landed together. Yan Cangming and Zhen Yuan blocked the left path. Dao Yan and Wen Renyu were even farther away, rushing over unhurriedly. Ambushes immediately surrounded the group. There was no way out in the sky or on the ground. Xiaochen looked around and sighed. He already made up his mind. He looked at Jiang He and said, "As a friend, this is as far as I can help you. I'll deal with this monk. I'll help block the Silver Dragon King and Sikong Shu," Chu Chaoyun added. "Leave Ming Xian and Yang Qing to me." Since there was no way out in the sky or on the ground, Xiaochen could only help Jiang He block the strongest few and see if Jiang He could take the opportunity to break out. "Even if you didn't say anything, I would be too embarrassed to remain here. Many thanks." Jiang He knew that for Xiaochen to be able to help him this much, he had already done his best, far surpassing that of a friend. Without any hesitation or delay, a dragon roar came from Jiang He's body as he soared towards a certain opening. The mighty dragon roar caused the surroundings to tremble slightly under this furious roar. Jiang He's body exuded a rare dragon might, giving off an ethereal and holy feeling. The mysteries of the heaven dragon. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he immediately recognized it. It looked like this Jiang He was not weak either. What was the mysteries of the heaven dragon? One had to have great boldness and breadth of mind to be able to encompass the boundless sky. However large the sky was, one's heart had to be as large as the sky. One had to be able to encompass the sky and not become one with it, walking the path of no return. One had to be one with the sky and yet be outside it. This was where the ethereal feeling came from. Attack! Seeing that Jiang He wanted to flee, a murderous intent appeared in Yuan Zhen's eyes as he immediately attacked. Xiao Chen, Chu Chaoyun, and Hao Kai had expected this long ago. Their figures flashed as they blocked their opponents. They had to create a path of survival for Jiang He amidst this desperate situation where he was being ambushed from every direction. However, just at this moment, something strange happened. All the cultivators holding the ethereal immortal palace keys felt their keys tremble for no reason. All of them felt their keys trembling for no reason, and their faces instantly changed. Chapter 23-24. The ethereal immortal palace keys trembled for no reason. Without any warning, the ethereal immortal palace keys in everyone's hands suddenly trembled for no reason. Wait a moment. Sikong Shu stopped the Silver Dragon King and Qin Ming, who were about to attack Jiang He. The key in his hand gave off a faint glow as it trembled endlessly. Qin Ming and the Silver Dragon King stared at the key, their expressions changing slightly. What's going on? Qin Ming looked at Sikong Shu in confusion. Sikong Shu could not hide his nervousness. Even after coming to the ancient Yan Emperor tomb for so long, the key had not shown any strange movements. Now, It suddenly moved like it was summoned by something? Clearly, the key could not possibly tremble for no reason. There had to be a reason. What was the reason? Naturally, the first thing that came to mind was whether the ethereal immortal palace was about to appear. The ethereal immortal palace is about to appear? The Silver Dragon King asked excitedly, excitement flashing in his eyes. It is highly possible. It looks like the ethereal immortal palace does not have much to do with Jianghe. Perhaps we had guessed wrong before. Let Bai Yunfei and Xia Hozuan guard outside, and we should not chase any more. We should not give chase, Sikong Shu said softly after some thought as he watched Jianghe leave. The ethereal immortal palace might appear in the next moment. At that time, it would be hard to avoid conflict. It would be foolish to split the main force to chase after Jianghe. Above the sea of bitterness, Yuan Zhen, who sat on a lotus platform, quietly looked at the key floating before him. It appeared? Yuan Zhen frowned slightly. He did not feel as excited as the Silver Dragon King and Qin Ming. Yuan Zhen's eyes were empty, showing neither joy nor sorrow. It looks like the ethereal immortal palace is really going to appear. Where will it be? Yan Songming tightly grasped the key with his right fist, trembling slightly. As he looked around, he revealed a terrifying aura in his eyes. The trembling key startled everyone, disrupting what they were doing. Congratulations. I'm going to spare your life, she said indifferently as he looked at the injured Xiao Sua. Then he ignored the other party and quickly met up with Ming Xian and Yang Qin. What's going on? Xiao Sua's fighting spirit had yet to fade. However, his injuries could no longer support him. If she had persisted earlier, Xiao Sua might not have been able to last much longer. However, the other party suddenly lost interest in Xiao Sua. Then, he put on the robes again and fled far away. Whatever, let's heal first. Without giving it any further thought, Xiao Sua swallowed a medicinal pill and left silently. Chu Chaoyun and Xiao Chen exchanged a look. The keys to the ethereal palace in their hands were both trembling. The profound meaning of the Heaven Dragon? It was too much of a coincidence that the Divine Palace key changed right after Jianghe unleashed his Heaven Dragon's esoteric way. The others were attracted by the movement of the key and might not have noticed this detail. However, Xiao Chen, who also grasped the mysteries of the Heaven Dragon, would not miss this. He muttered to himself, did the previous Heaven Dragon really know about the inheritance key? Be that as it may, it was too late to ask Jianghe now. Everyone's attention was drawn to the key in their hands. Just a moment ago, Jianghe had been the target of everyone. After a few glances, he watched him leave. Since the ethereal immortal palace had yet to appear, they naturally had to capture him, the descendant of the Heaven Dragon who had limitless possibilities with the inheritance key. Now that the immortal palace was about to appear, chasing after him would be putting the cart before the horse. Xiao Chen took a quick look around. Aside from a few weak sovereign emperors still chasing Jianghe, there were no other sovereign emperors. The other super experts, like Dao Yan, Yuan Zhen and the others, did not take the initiative to attack. Just as Zhang Xian was deep in thought, the ethereal palace key suddenly flew out of his hand and flew in a certain direction. In the dusky sky, it was like a meteor, shooting out rays of light. It was not just Xiao Chen. Chu Chaoyun, Yan Songming, Shi, Yuan Zhen, Wen Renyu, and Sikong Shu all lost control of their ethereal immortal palace keys. Haha, chase. However, there was not the slightest bit of panic on most people's faces. Instead, it was replaced by wild joy. The Silver Dragon King roared ferociously. Then, together with Sikong Shu and Qin Ming, they chased after the flowing light. The immortal palace is really going to appear. A fanatical look flashed in Yan Songming's eyes. He appeared excited and overjoyed. It's not time to get excited yet. Obtaining the wings of time will be perfect. Zhen Yuan, who was at the side, said calmly. Right, let's go as well. Yan Songming suppressed the excitement in his heart. Then, his expression slowly turned calm, and his eyes filled with sharpness. Suddenly, a black demonic image burst out of Zhen Yuan's eyes. The demonic image surged and surged. If Xiao Chen were here, he would definitely recognize this as the Black Dragon King's demonic nature energy that Zhen Yuan absorbed in the soaring dragon great realm. Whoosh! In the next moment, the demonic image burst out and wrapped around Yan Songming, turning into a black tornado as it charged forward. Everywhere it passed, sand and rocks flew. Ferocious roars rang out endlessly, and the sky changed color, inspiring fear. The people who held the ethereal immortal palace keys did not want to fall behind. They all brought out their strongest means, moving like lightning bolts as they gave chase. Did you see Jiang He? After she met up with Yang Qing and Ming Xian, he immediately asked about Jiang He's whereabouts. After some thought, Ming Xian replied, "After the ethereal immortal palace keys moved strangely, I feared that something big would happen, so I did not give chase and waited for Milord to come. I only sent a few people to chase after him. I don't know if we can catch up." What's wrong? Could it be that Jiang He is still useful? The Azure Lotus Holy Daughter asked softly, her eyes sparkling. After some thought, she replied, "The ethereal immortal palace keys would not move for no reason. The mystery of Jiang He has not been solved yet. My intuition tells me that this person is very useful. What should we do now? Should I chase after him?" Ming Xian asked as he looked at Xi, raising his eyebrows. Xi's expression did not change as he replied indifferently, "There's no need. If he really has karma, he will not be able to leave even if he wants to. Let's go after the keys." Xi gently flapped his cloak, and a dragon roar rang out. The blood dragon roared and soared into the air, carrying the three into the air. Jiang He, who she said could not escape karma, was not having a good time either. Although no super experts chased after Jiang He, some of the great perfection sovereign emperors were demonic Dao outstanding talents, great desolate Aeon bloodlines, and sect elders. Even a two-vein sovereign emperor like Shao Chun could not afford to offend them. Fortunately, Shao Chun grasped the Heaven Dragon's mysteries. These people would not be able to catch up to him quickly. However, if this continued, he would still die when he ran out of divine energy. Shao Chun had never intended to join in on the excitement of the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Jiang He felt very depressed that he ended up causing a great calamity for no reason. Oh no. Suddenly, Jiang He's expression changed slightly. He drew his saber and swung it around. Bang! The saber light struck a huge snake's body. A strong rebound knocked Jiang He back, and blood leaked out of a corner of his mouth. Whoosh, whoosh. Two figures landed. They were the White Marsh Beast Empires by Yunfei and the Hound Lion Empires Xiahozun. "Jiang He, I have been waiting for you for a long time." Bai Yunfei smiled faintly. He and Xiahozun had been guarding the periphery under Si Kongshu's orders. This was to prevent Jiang He from breaking out of the encirclement with Shao Chen's help, not giving him a true chance to flee. Xiahozun said indifferently, "Jiang He, come with us obediently. On account that we are both from the Bushan Palace, we will not make things too difficult for you compared to those demonic Dao sovereign emperors." The path ahead was blocked, and there were pursuers behind. Jiang He's situation immediately turned extremely bad. His thoughts raced as he felt helpless. Jiang He thought about how carefree and unfettered he was in the Great Thousand Realms. With his Heaven Dragon's mysteries, practically no one could do anything to him. However, after coming to the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, he realized that it was not that others could not do anything to him. It was just that he had not run into too many experts in the past. The ancient Yan Emperor tomb was a place where the elite sovereign emperors were continuously eliminated. Nearly all of the strongest sovereign emperors under 500 years old in the entire martial epoch gathered here. Jiang He's carefree life in the past was restricted in this ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Boom! Suddenly, two beams of black light surged out. Everywhere they passed, life force extinguished. They instantly bound up by Yunfei and Xiahozun. Whoosh! Grim Reaper Lin Feng descended from the sky and landed beside Jiang He. "Come with me." Lin Feng did not say anything more. He grabbed Jiang He, wanting to bring him away. I'll explain later." Seeing that Lin Feng did not show any murderous intent, Jiang He felt suspicious as he quickly followed him. By the time Bai Yunfei and Xiahozun dealt with the troublesome Death Dao Sovereign Emperor's mysteries, The two could no longer be seen. This place should be safe for now, Lin Feng said calmly as he looked around after landing. Along the way, Lin Feng had already explained his identity. He was Xiao Chen's friend in the Heavenly Alliance. Jiang He smiled bitterly. In the end, he could not escape being saved by Xiao Chen's good friend. Jiang He smiled bitterly. In the end, he could not escape being saved by Xiao Chen's good friend. Fortunately, Jiang He had a cheerful personality and did not mind. Just as he wanted to say something, the ethereal immortal palace is about to appear. Lin Feng looked into the distance. 7 beams of light slowly gathered there. They looked like 7 divine birds with their heads connected to their tails, spiraling around like the blazing sun in the sky. Chapter 23-25. The 7 ethereal immortal palace keys connected like divine birds, looking resplendent and dazzling. On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiao Chen, Chu Chaoyun, and the other 2 looked into the distance, entering deep thought. Xiao Chen thought to himself, the 7 ethereal immortal palace keys formed a circle, looking incredibly dazzling. However, the circle was pitch black. This formed a clear contrast with the light of the keys. That pitch black circle was frighteningly dark, giving off faint spatial fluctuations. To others, the scene before them looked like a total solar eclipse. Aside from slight shock, they could not see any other mysteries or obtain any more information. However, the nearby cultivators were either great perfection sovereign emperors or outstanding talents like Xiaoqin. They could sense the space-time fluctuations in the black hole, so they frowned heavily and showed grave expressions. The space-time Great Tao split into 2. One was the Time Tao, and the other was the Space Great Tao. The latter was still fine. The sovereign emperors present had many experts who comprehended the Space Great Tao or soul tools or secret techniques related to the Space Great Tao. For example, Xiao Chen's firmament's rage had a deep connection to the Space Great Tao. The 5-element divine lightning grew endlessly in Xiao Chen's palm, materializing a simplified small world. This was the manifestation of the Space Great Tao. Another example was someone like Dao Yen, who grasped the 10th layer Ice Tao domain and could materialize a small world. However, the former, the Time Tao, was a great Tao that inspired despair. If one grasped a little of it, one could sweep through the world. Even during the peak of the martial epic, no one grasped the Time Tao. Not to mention the current martial epic. Xiao Chen's state of cycle touched upon the Time Tao. However, it was far from the Time Tao. The faint fluctuations made it easy to connect it to the wings of time. At the same time, the results of the 3rd round of the succession race on the ancient Yen Emperor tree slowly became clear. The 9th Prince Wang Yen and the 4th Prince Wang Yun led the other princes by a large margin. If nothing unexpected happened, these 2 would ascend to the top of the Yen Emperor tree and decide the victor. However, not many people paid attention to the final outcome of this succession race. The various feudal lords and noble clan powerhouses in the palace focused their gazes on the black hole, giving off space-time fluctuations. They showed horrified expressions and panted, not daring to say anything. This was too shocking. The ethereal immortal palace actually appeared. The strongest soul tool in the world, the Wings of Time, was in there as the epic changed. The ethereal immortal palace's importance went without saying. Perhaps whoever grasped the Wings of Time would have the absolute initiative at this juncture of the change of epics. It could even be said that whoever grasped the Wings of Time would be the next master of the era. The sovereign emperor could not help feeling. Now that it involved the change of an epic, the situation was likely not something that the imperial ancestral temple could control. In the past, foe gods had never paid attention to the prophecies of the ethereal immortal palace. However, if the ethereal immortal palace really appeared, no foe god would be able to sit still. Qinzhao's Dragon Palace appeared, and dragon. At this moment, foe gods would definitely be alarmed. At that time, the imperial capital Yen City might become a battlefield for foe gods. Emperor and Dao Emperor and Qin and had and mountain into and one. And 3 people stood at the foot of the huge Buddha statue at the summit of Spirit Vulture Mountain. Abbot Su Yi stood in the middle, while sword god Su Hanshan and the spring snowbladesman Pan Huang stood on the left and right. The three of them looked down the mountain. Even Pan Huang, who had always been aloof, showed a grave expression. The ethereal immortal palace really appeared. Abbot Su Yi pressed his palms together and let out a long sigh, his tone strangely grave. Su Hanshan hugged a sword. Even from a great distance, he seemed to be able to see everything that happened in the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, not missing out on any details. Who do you think is his pawn? Pan Huang smiled and retorted, Who are you talking about? Su Hanshan frowned slightly, somewhat unable to suppress his murderous intent. He retorted, Stop putting on an act. Do you know who I'm talking about? All right, I'll stop messing around with you. You do not dare to say his name, but I have nothing to fear. Are you trying to ask who among the people with the ethereal immortal palace keys is the foe god world's holy lord's pawn? Pan Huang did not care about the sword god's murderous intent. He smiled and continued, The geniuses nurtured by the 5 superfactions are all possible. Perhaps it is Qin Ming, perhaps it is Wenren Yu, perhaps it is Chu Chaoyan. In any case, it can't be Shao Qin, right? Su Hanshan interrupted Pan Huang, saying softly. Pan Huang's expression slowly turned serious. After some thought, he said, As for who is most likely, naturally it is Qin Ming. You and I both know that. The Golden Dragon Emperor's bloodline is a dog that he personally nurtured. Not to mention anything else, they are at least loyal. Abbot Su Yi felt a mountainous pressure as he stood between the two. Only these two people dared to talk about the current era master without any inhibitions. Although the martial epic was on the verge of collapse, no matter what, the epic master was a horrifying existence that deterred an entire epic. Putting aside the Holy Lord, Shao Qin looked at the current situation. Experts that only foe gods could sense were rushing over from all directions. Their strong auras spread throughout the Yanwu dynasty. These experts stared at the imperial capital, Yan City, like tigers eyeing their prey. Among them were some horrifying old monsters. The foe gods of the righteous Dao and demonic Dao descended silently. However, Su Hanshan and Pan Huang chatted cheerfully, not caring about the arrival of these foe gods. Su Yi withdrew his gaze and sighed softly, The ethereal immortal palace has appeared, and the epic has changed. Strong enemies surround us, making life and death hard to predict. However, the two of you remain so calm. This old monk admires you. Since the two of us have already lit our divine flames, we are destined to be unable to sever the karma of the martial epic. No matter the outcome, today should be the last time we make a move. It was as if Su Hanshan was speaking his last words before his death. Words that would shock the world had been uttered by Su Hanshan so casually. There was no nostalgia or pity in Su Hanshan's eyes. Instead, there was a fanaticism that bordered on madness. That was his dedication to the Sword Dao. To Su Hanshan, life and death were not as important as the Sword Dao. Pan Huang smiled faintly and said, Your backyard is in trouble. You should be even more anxious than the two of us. Can you deal with it? When Su Yi heard that, his expression suddenly changed. Naturally, Pan Huang referred to Yuan Zhen, who appeared with the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's karma. After a pause, Su Yi said somewhat helplessly, Junior brother Su Yun already made a move. However, even if he successfully subdued Yuan Zhen, it would be pointless. The situation is already set. Be it the Black Lotus Church, the Azure Lotus Church, or the current Orthodox Buddhist sect, they were the two sides of the Kitagarbha Buddha. However, the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva had a completely different philosophy. Once the Kitagarbha Buddha gained the upper hand, the golden Kitagarbha Buddha statue on Spirit Vulture Mountain would instantly shatter. The consequences would be even more severe than the Black Lotus Church gaining the upper hand. The various feudal lords and noble clan powerhouses in the palace already felt somewhat restless, feeling very unnatural. They could all guess that a startling battle would take place. A group of peerless experts that they could not understand would definitely fight each other over the wings of time. The Yanwu dynasty, which possessed deep accumulations, was like a small boat in a storm before this group of experts, unable to decide its own fate. Perhaps the Yenwu dynasty's clan elders already knew about this and participated in it. However, this made things difficult for them. They did not know what to do. Under the gazes of a group of faux gods, they did not dare to leave even if they wanted to. If they did not leave, they feared being implicated. The aloof experts who dominated a region or ruled the world all felt how insignificant they were before the epic's change. However, in reality, they did not know. The faux gods who looked so terrifying and powerful that they could not understand could not help themselves either. They were also like a small boat in a storm that could capsize at any moment. The fear and anxiety in his heart were not any less than what they were feeling. In fact, he could empathize with them even more. One could say that the more one gained, the more one feared losing. However, more accurately, the deeper the karma, the harder it was to escape. Chapter 23-26. In the ancient Yen Emperor tomb, the 7 ethereal palace keys turned into a divine bird that was connected from head to tail, spinning nonstop. The pitch-black black hole in the circle was faintly emitting space-time fluctuations. Everyone present felt that it was the passageway to the immortal palace. However, guessing was just guessing. In front of the real passageway, the fanatical group of people all became cautious. A space-time tunnel. This was a space-time passageway. Who knew where it would lead to? There were just too many unexpected things. There was no lack of space-time cracks in the major wide world. Even if a faux god was unfortunate enough to be sucked into one, it would be difficult for them to escape. Furthermore, this group of sovereign emperors naturally did not dare to act rashly. Are you going in? Qin Ming had an impulse in his heart, and a fanatical flame flashed in his eyes. The dragon race had once used the wings of time to defeat the unparalleled Black Dragon King. Qin Ming had a special feeling toward the immortal palace and the wings of time. Sikong Shu looked around and saw Yuan Zhen, Yen Cangming, Wen Renyu, and the others frowning slightly. They were all thinking of a foolproof plan, not intending to act rashly. It's better to be cautious. Although we have the treasure that the purple gold dragon emperor entrusted to us, we shouldn't reveal it too early. Withdrawing his gaze, Sikong Shu said in a deep voice. The fervor in Qin Ming's eyes intensified. He said softly, "What are you afraid of? Riches and honor come from danger. For the sake of the wings of time, we can definitely take this risk. As long as we seize the initiative, the wings of time will definitely be ours." The Silver Dragon King advised with a grave expression, "Don't be rash. Who here can guarantee that they do not have trump cards? Let's make a plan before we act. There are quite a few people here, and I still can't see through them." Upon hearing the Silver Dragon King sigh, Qin Mu's lips twitched, clearly dissatisfied. But in the end he calmed down and didn't say anything more. While the group watched and hesitated, Jiang He, who was now far away from the core zone, was with Lin Feng. When the 7 keys were connected end to end, he suddenly felt his heartbeat quicken and his blood flow reverse. He was in a trance, and his face was frighteningly pale. How unbearable! Jiang He dropped to his knees with a thump, clutching his chest as he looked up into the distance at the dazzling circle of light where the key was connected to the divine bird. The field of vision was blurry and hazy. Nothing could be seen clearly. The inheritance key, is it really with me? Father, what did you do to me? Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell me? Jiang He! Jiang He! Beside him, Lin Feng jumped in fright and crouched to check on Jiang He's condition. Jiang He's consciousness blurred. All he felt was that he was immeasurably weak, and someone seemed to be calling his name beside his ear. His vision was filled with the bright light of the key. Compared to the physical pain, his heart hurt more. At this moment, no matter how stupid he was, he could guess that the inheritance key was really related to him. But why didn't his father tell him? Why didn't you tell me? In his hazy consciousness, in his blurry vision, a figure appeared in the boundless light. That silhouette seemed illusory and ethereal under the light. Behind him, there was a little guy squinting his eyes as he looked at the back of the tall mountain with a gaze of worship. What do you think an expert is? The little guy clenched his fists, clenched his teeth and firmly said, "Of course it's people like father, only then can they be experts." Xiao Chen's father was a heaven dragon, A heaven dragon that everyone in the Divine Dragon Empire respected. He was a heaven dragon that was even more powerful than the purple gold dragon emperor. Am I an expert? However, this empire has already rotted to its roots, becoming a dog in someone else's hands. I'm just a slightly stronger dog. The little guy revealed a confused expression on his cute face. He could not understand what his father was saying. The little guy bit his finger, unable to understand no matter how he thought about it. This made his young and tender face look even cuter. Although that figure did not turn around, Xiaochun could clearly see his appearance. He could not help smiling. Our father is leaving. Remember to do your homework properly in the future. Don't ever be lazy. The little guy felt nervous for some reason. He ran over and hugged that figure's legs stubbornly. Why does father have to leave? Little Jiang, he does not allow father to leave. Why? Because father has the heart of an expert. Little Jiang, you have to remember that being an expert is not about strength but about one's heart. If you can understand this, you will become a heaven dragon one day as well. Right after Xiaochun spoke, no matter how the little guy called out, that figure gradually moved further away until it vanished. The scene changed. A group of youths surrounded the little guy in Ancestor Dragon City, using their fists and legs to beat him up. Little bastard, you stole young Master Qin's things again. That's what you get for stealing. That's what you get for stealing. I'll beat you to death. You are indeed a lowly mixed blood dragon. I wonder, why are you staying in Ancestor Dragon City? The little guy curled up on the ground. His face was swollen, but he tightly hugged a saber in his embrace, unwilling to let go. The little guy clenched his teeth. His eyes watered, but no tears fell. He stubbornly said, I'm not a thief. I'm not a thief. This is my father's saber. My father gave it to me. Ha! Your father is a sinner. Everything he has already been confiscated. Now, it all belongs to young Master Qin Ming. Your father overestimated himself, wanting to rebel and sneak attack the purple gold dragon emperor. Sparing your life is a gift from the Qin clan. I won't allow you to say that my father is a heaven dragon. He is a heaven dragon. The little guy on the ground suddenly erupted with a ferocious expression, knocking back all the surrounding youths. Bang! However, the little guy only took 2 steps before he went flying back. A footprint appeared on his face, and blood flowed from his nose. The youth, Qin Ming, appeared and said indifferently, Little mixed blood dragon, just keep this broken saber. This young master has many treasures. If you dare to steal in the future, it will not be as simple as beating you up. Bastard. Trash mixed blood dragon. Where did you get the face to stay in Ancestor Dragon City with us divine dragon bloodlines? The youths slowly went far away. However, the unpleasant words did not disappear. The little guy hugged his saber and looked at the sky, ignoring these humiliating words. In his heart, he was thinking about why his father had left and why he hadn't said anything to him. In the blink of an eye, the little guy turned into Jiang He. Then, he hugged his saber and looked at Ancestor Dragon City behind him. Jiang He showed a resolute and stubborn gaze as he clenched his right fist and said, I must find you. I want to ask you why. Then he left Ancestor Dragon City without even looking back. Lin Feng felt somewhat helpless. After Jiang He fell, he started babbling nonsense, occasionally asking why. Why do you have so many whys? You are about to die. What should I do now? Lin Feng felt somewhat helpless. He had never heard of Jiang He's situation before. His bloodline flowed in reverse, his divine energy turned chaotic, and his divine seal reversed. To think that he was still alive. Lin Feng, who was proficient in the Death Dao, could not understand this strange situation. Just as Lin Feng was at his wit's end, his expression changed slightly. Then he saw Jiang He's chest release a faint light. After a while, the light spread to Jiang He's entire body, slowly turning immaterial. What the heck? Lin Feng bent over, wanting to check. Then he placed his hand on Jiang He's body. Without any warning, the two vanished into thin air. At the same time, the black hole in the ring of light formed by the key suddenly shattered. As Xiaochun looked into the circle, he saw a world inside. A palace that was sparkling and translucent like beautiful jade and gave off a celestial spiritual aura was faintly discernible. That palace looked ethereal amid the clouds, inspiring yearning. The ethereal immortal palace. Yen Songming, the Silver Dragon King, and the others could no longer hold themselves back. To think of a perfect plan? To be cautious, someone else would take the initiative to enter the ethereal immortal palace. Immediately, light and figures flickered. Yuan Zhen, Yen Songming, and the others executed their various means, executing exquisite movement techniques as they flew towards the tunnel. On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiaochen entered deep thought, not daring to be sure. Is it really an ethereal immortal palace? Unfortunately, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor had no choice but to erase all his memories of the ethereal immortal palace. Back then, under the pressure of the Holy Lord and the experts under him, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor had been forced to hand over the wings of time. He had no choice but to erase his memories of this. Even though it was right before him, Xiaochen could not learn too many clues. This is the ethereal immortal palace. The wings of time must be in there. Chu Chaoyun, who was beside Xiaochen, showed a determined expression as he stood up and prepared to fly in. Xiaochen asked, "Are you not going in with us? We'll talk after we enter." Chu Chaoyun's body paused slightly. After hesitating for a moment, he stayed behind in the end. "Big brother, is this person trustworthy?" Xiao Suo, who had been recuperating on the demon blood vulture, suddenly opened his eyes and asked as he watched Chu Chaoyun leave. Hao Kai also looked at Xiaochen. After all, the two did not know about the past grudges between Chu Chaoyun and Xiaochen. It was normal for Hao Kai to have such doubts. Is he trustworthy? Xiaochen did not know, but he knew how to answer this question. He replied calmly, "My saber will never attack him first." Chapter 23-27. There were many mysteries about Chu Chaoyun. How did he enter the ancient Yen Emperor tomb? What secrets did he have that he could not speak of? It was hard for Xiaochen to answer whether he believed it or not. However, Xiaochen was certain that no matter what, he would not take the initiative to attack Chu Chaoyun. "Come, let's go as well." Xiaochen shouted, and the demon blood vulture turned into a beam of scarlet light, entering the space-time tunnel. Whoosh! The instant the demon blood vulture passed through the key, the scene changed. The demon blood vulture appeared in a mirror-smooth immortal lake with mist-like spiritual energy. A magnificent palace made of white jade stood in the center of the immortal lake. The palace looked like the most perfect work of art in the world. It was pure white and flawless, so perfect that it did not seem like something of this world. This made one sigh in amazement. When one looked at it, one could not bear to look away. The palace was like an otherworldly fairy, so beautiful that it entered one's heart. With just one look, one could not let it slip away. It made one forget everything, intoxicated with it, unable to wake up from this beautiful dream. "That's not right." Xiaochen's expression changed slightly as he suddenly startled awake. His mind felt dazed. When Xiaochen's vision cleared, he saw that Xiao Suo and Wu Meng had already jumped off the demon blood vulture. As the two walked on the lake, they headed for the immortal palace. However, what was even more horrifying was that the two of them were slowly sinking deeper and deeper into the lake. Yet, they did not even realize it. Xiaochen soared into the air and turned into a beam of light before landing on the two. Then, he grabbed one with each hand and pulled, ferociously pulling the two out. Whoosh! Water splashed everywhere, startling Xiao Suo and Wu Meng to their senses. They asked with some confusion, "What happened?" Xiaochen put down the two and honestly told them what he saw. The two paled in fright. They felt a chill run down their backs, and their bodies trembled slightly. This was too terrifying. They did not feel anything at all. The two were considered experts, but they did not feel anything earlier. If not for Xiaochen, they might have already sunk to the bottom of the lake. "Big brother, look!" On the surface of the lake, Xiao Suo suddenly jumped in fright. He pointed at the bottom of the lake and took a few steps back. At the bottom of the clear lake, there were many corpses of celestial fairies floating in the air. They looked exactly like how they were when they were alive. Their faces were beautiful, and their skin was as white as snow. However, There was no sign of life at all. It was extremely strange. Immortal Burial Lake. Seeing this scene, Xiao Chen blurted out. Just as he finished speaking, he seemed a little confused. How did he know that this place was called the Celestial Burial Lake? It seemed like he had never seen such secrets or ancient records in hiding. Celestial Burial Lake? Hao Kai frowned slightly and muttered, "So, the legend is true." Xiao Suo asked curiously, "What legend?" Hao Kai looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Legend has it that before the immortal epic ended, the supreme female immortal of the immortal court, Shi Wangmu, sensed a calamity descending. He couldn't bear to see his face ruined and his body destroyed, so he led a group of fairies to throw themselves into an immortal lake at the peak of Mount Kunlun, committing suicide. At that time, all the people of the immortal court saw this shocking scene. That was how Immortal Burial Lake got its name. Shi Wangmu's death by jumping into the lake also marked the beginning of the immortal epic's destruction. Shi Wangmu had been in existence equal to an immortal king during the immortal epic. Even in the martial epic, one could find a few words about her in some hidden ancient texts. However, such a peerless and supreme Queen Mother of the West, in the face of the change of epics, was completely defeated. Similarly, he was helpless and chose to end his own life. Xiao Suo immediately trembled. Then, he said with some lingering fear, "That is to say, if not for Big Brother earlier, we would have gone down to accompany these immortal corpses? You are Shi Wangmu, and you are also at the bottom of this immortal burial lake?" Xiao Chen asked as he looked at Hao Kai. Hao Kai shook his head and replied, "I am not sure about that. I read about it in an ancient record. If not for Brother Xiao saying the words Immortal Burial Lake, I would not have remembered it." "Big Brother, how do you know about Immortal Burial Lake?" Xiao Chen showed a complicated expression. However, he could not answer Xiao Suo's question. Perhaps he had read about it in an ancient record before. However, he had forgotten about it just like Hao Kai. Then he suddenly recalled it. "Let's not talk about this. Where are the others?" Xiao Chen looked around but did not see Chu Chaoyun, Yuan Zhen, or the others. There was no aura at all. Indeed, where did these people go? Did they all sink? At the mention of this, Xiao Suo and Hao Kai revealed doubtful expressions. The demon blood vulture turned into a small scarlet bird and landed on Xiao Chen's shoulder. Then, it sent a voice projection, "Master, there seems to be a bewildering barrier here, something like an illusion. If we cannot break it, we will never be able to see the true scene." Xiao Chen entered deep thought as he looked at the indistinct immortal palace in the spiritual fog. He basically agreed with the demon blood vulture's opinion. "How do you know all this?" "I did not sense it." "Hee. My clan has a similar place. The bewildering barrier is naturally formed by the world. There are no signs of formations at all. Unless one is prepared, no matter how high one's cultivation is, one will not be able to sense the bewildering barrier. Can you bring us through the bewildering barrier?" "How is that difficult?" "It is as simple as returning to myself." The demon blood vulture chuckled and turned into a flash of scarlet light, leading the way. Xiao Chen called out to Hao Kai and Xiao Suo. After some thought, he said, "Follow it." Under the demon blood vulture's lead, the three moved over the mirror-smooth lake surface, which gave off spiritual energy. The three did not dare to lower their heads. The female immortals swimming at the bottom of the lake not only looked the same, but also had their eyes open. As long as one lowered their head, countless pairs of eyes would stare at them. This feeling was bone-chilling. No one dared to look at them for too long. "I broke through." After a while, the demon blood vulture suddenly spoke, and the three's eyes lit up. The ethereal immortal palace hidden in the fog stood before them in its complete form, reflecting the lake. Without the hazy fog, the perfect and flawless ethereal immortal palace lost some of its mystery and allure. However, it gained a bewitching air. It was as beautiful as a bewitching air. Many gazes looked at Xiao Chen and the others, showing shock in their eyes. These gazes belonged to Yan Zongming, Yuan Zhen, Chu Chaoyun, and the others. They had broken through the bewildering barrier long ago. Xiao Chen immediately understood. These people clearly understood the ethereal immortal palace more than he did. These people had made preparations long ago and had supreme treasures for breaking through the bewildering barrier. After all, the super factions had participated in the sealing of the wings of time back then. They would have left behind some information. If the Blue Dragon bloodline had not gone extinct, Xiao Chen would have obtained similar secrets. Xiao Chen looked around and fixed his gaze on Chu Chaoyun. He also knew about the bewildering barrier. Chu Chaoyun felt somewhat embarrassed. When he saw Xiao Chen's gaze, he turned his head and avoided it. Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart. If not for the demon blood vulture, he would continue to be trapped in the bewildering barrier. With just one glance, these people's gazes returned to the ethereal immortal palace. All of them frowned and sighed softly. Hao Kai observed their expressions and roughly understood what was going on. After some thought, he said, "Without the inheritance key, no one can open this ethereal immortal palace. It looks like we made a wasted trip." Looking at the dispirited expressions of Yuan Zhen, Qin Ming, and the others, Xiao Chen guessed that these people must have used some tricks. However, they could not open the ethereal immortal palace. They could only watch helplessly. "Brother Xiao, everyone has already tried. No one can open the ethereal immortal palace. Do you want to try?" Shi, who stood with Ming Xian and Yang Qing in the distance, asked with a faint smile as he looked at Xiao Chen. The others' gazes immediately landed on Xiao Chen again. A bright light flashed in their eyes. This Xiao Chen had done many startling things. He was also one of the people that the sovereign emperors present could not figure out. Perhaps he could open the ethereal immortal palace. Xiao Chen knew that he did not understand the ethereal immortal palace as much as these people. Without the inheritance key, there was no other way to open the ethereal immortal palace. Xiao Chen did not reply to Shi. He just sized up the ethereal immortal palace in a daze. At such a close distance, he was only 10 kilometers from the ethereal immortal palace. Now, he could clearly see every detail of the ethereal immortal palace. The shock and astonishment in his heart became even more exaggerated. This ethereal immortal palace was so perfect that it did not look like it came from a human. It was like a powerful treasure, filled with boundless charm. However, something strange happened just at this moment. The calm lake suddenly started trembling. A terrifying existence was slowly awakening at the bottom of the lake. That strong aura surged out of the water, inspiring despair. The female immortal corpses floating at the bottom of the lake opened and closed their mouths, giving off strange sounds. If one listened carefully, one would hear the words, "Sky Dome Realm. Sky Dome Realm. Sky Dome Realm. Sky Dome Realm." Thousands of celestial voices gathered together. The expressions of the prodigies and outstanding talents on the lake changed drastically, and they all felt anxious and uneasy. In the face of this unknown and strange situation, he wasn't mentally prepared. Boom! The lake trembled even more intensely. Finally, it gave off a loud boom. The female immortal corpses floating at the bottom of the lake leaped out. If this were the immortal epic, this scene would be very alluring, like a fairy coming out of a bath. However, this was a group of flying immortal corpses. Chapter 23-28. Flying Immortal Corpses. The immortal corpses broke out of the calm immortal lake. Plop, plop. Countless female immortal corpses broke out of the water like fish, dancing in the air. These female immortal corpses had agile figures, beautiful faces, and unmatched talent. Their skin was snow-white and gentle like jade. They had all the beauty that women in the world envied. However, they did not have any life. Immediately, immortal corpses filled the air above Immortal Burial Lake, swimming like mermaids. Sky Dome. Sky Dome. Sky Dome. Deep, hoarse voices continuously came from the depths of the lake. The scene before them shocked Xiao Chen, Yan Songming, Qin Ming, and the other outstanding talents. Their minds went blank for a moment. These were once immortal corpses that everyone looked up to, inviolable immortals. The lake water splashed and fell like rain. Everyone was at a loss. Suddenly, the eyes of these female immortal corpses turned scarlet at the same time, exuding overwhelming killing qi. Bush, bush, bush. Without giving Yan Songming and the others time to react, The immortal corpses swam in the air like mermaids and attacked them. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. The attacks of these immortal corpses were incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, 3 immortal corpses charged at Xiao Chen. Their eyes were scarlet as they pounced over like wild beasts. Supreme Dragon Fist. Xiao Chen drove the 10,000 dragons art in his body, and a king's dragon might spread out from his body. A blue dragon image appeared behind him as he raised his hand and punched. Boom! The dragon image flickered as Xiao Chen punched with the aura of a prime. The fist light exploded, and dragon might spread out. Xiao Chen directly knocked back the 3 immortal corpses. This was much simpler than he expected. Xiao Chen easily knocked back the immortal corpses with just 1 punch, which stunned him slightly. However, when he saw the immortal corpses flying over at an even more horrifying speed as if nothing had happened, his expression changed drastically. The Supreme Dragon Fist was the strongest offensive fist technique in the world. Furthermore, Xiao Chen drove it with the 10,000 Dragons Art's 3rd layer, which carried the king's blue dragon might. Even a great perfection sovereign emperor would find this punch unbearable. However, these immortal corpses were not damaged at all. Naturally, Xiao Chen was shocked and raised his guard. Bang! Bang! Xiao Chen continuously sent out the Supreme Dragon Fist. The immortal corpses that surrounded him could not get close at all. Xiao Chen also discovered that the attacks of these immortal corpses were completely disorganized. Aside from his incredible speed, he did not know any celestial arts, martial techniques, or magic treasures. He could only rely on his physical body. But that was enough. Before he died, he already had an immortal spirit body. After becoming an immortal corpse, his physical body would only be even more terrifying. Ordinary attacks would not be able to severely injure these immortal corpses, much less kill them. At present, there seemed to be no danger, but as time went on, it would be disastrous. No one would be able to leave this place alive. Not a single one of them would be able to leave. An unsolvable situation. Evidently, the other outstanding talents had also predicted this outcome. Their expressions all changed drastically. Damn it, what's going on with these immortal corpses? Qin Ming used the Emperor Dragon Fist to fight. Although there were no major problems, he gradually found it somewhat taxing. According to the information left behind by the Bushin Palace, the corpses of the immortals were indeed buried under the lake. However, they were all antiques from the previous epoch. They could not be any more dead, so there was no danger at all. If the ethereal immortal palace appeared, at most, one would not be able to enter because one did not have the inheritance key. Xiao Chen had never said that he would encounter such a desperate situation. How troublesome! Ming Xian frowned heavily as he watched the wounds on the immortal corpses slowly recover from the Buddhist sect's secret technique. The Buddhist sect's secret technique had a strong counter to corpses like zombies and desolate slaves. However, it did not seem to be as effective this time. Is it because they are all immortal spirit bodies? As Ming Xian blocked the immortal corpses' attacks, he calmly analyzed the situation to see if he could find the immortal corpses' weaknesses. Yuan Zhen, who sat on the lotus platform, held up a light barrier shining with Buddhist light. The immortal corpses continuously attacked the light barrier. Ripples and cracks appeared on the light barrier. Although the cracks were small and unnoticeable, they would break sooner or later. Yuan Zhen considered retreating. In any case, he could not open the ethereal immortal palace, so he might as well leave. The wings of time were crucial to the change of epochs. Naturally, it would be best to obtain them. However, if no one could obtain them, it would not be unacceptable. Yuan Zhen looked up at the sky, where a black hole swallowed up the sun. That was the passageway formed by the 7 keys. However, when Yuan Zhen looked at the densely packed immortal corpses in the air, he shook his head helplessly. Yan Songming, who was skilled in the Death Dao, originally felt happy. He wanted to use the Death Dao's mysteries to control these immortal corpses. If he succeeded, he would immediately be unrivaled in this place. He would no longer have to worry about a threat. However, when he tried, he discovered that the other party could swallow up his Death Dao. Even after Yan Songming's Death Dao invaded the other party's soul, he was so frightened that he no longer dared to try. On the other hand, she showed a rather relaxed expression. The blood dragon in his sage cloak circled him, dancing up and down. Its dragon head roared ferociously, and its scarlet claws moved like lightning. There was practically no need for she to make a move. Scarlet shadows surrounded him, forming an impenetrable defense. Bang! Xiao Chen attacked again, sending 3 immortal corpses flying. However, a group of them immediately appeared. Even though Xiao Chen did his best to dodge, several immortal corpses still managed to strike his alloy dragon armor with their palms or claws. Whoosh! Xiao Chen took 3 steps back. The alloy dragon armor absorbed most of the force for him, so his physical body did not suffer much damage. However, when Xiao Chen saw the few clear scratches on the alloy dragon armor, he still sucked in a breath of cold air. Even spirit tools could not leave marks on the alloy dragon armor. Demon Blood Vulture, go and try swallowing one. Xiao Chen had already sensed the horror of this group of immortal corpses. He placed his right hand on the scabbard of the tyrant saber on his back. Master, I can't. This group of women have terrifying death spirit chi on them. I can't swallow them. The demon blood vulture's body trembled, revealing the fear in its heart. To think that even the demon blood vulture, which dares to swallow anything, is afraid. What exactly are the origins of this group of immortal corpses? Whoosh! Suddenly, Xiao Chen's entire body froze. His pores opened up as a terrifying gaze stared at him. The thing that Xiao Chen feared the most happened. The terrifying existence at the bottom of the lake, which kept shouting for the Sky Dome Immortal Lord, finally targeted Xiao Chen. All this while, Xiao Chen did not want to associate this voice with the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. Xiao Chen had just arrived at this strange place when the words, Immortal Burial Lake, came out of his mouth for no reason. This made him feel that something was wrong. Then, the group of immortal flying corpses cried out in unison. This deepened Xiao Chen's suspicions. He kept his guard up, hoping that it was just a coincidence. However, it looked like Xiao Chen was overthinking. The terrifying existence at the bottom of the lake came for him. The group of immortal flying corpses also appeared because of him. Oh no! Feeling that the monster at the bottom of the lake was about to attack, Xiao Chen let go and switched to his saber, preparing to take out Heavenly Slayer. However, before Xiao Chen could let go, the horrifying existence at the bottom of the lake pulled him down. With a splash, he dove into the bottom of the lake. Big brother! Xiao Sua's expression changed dramatically. He waved the Scarlet Blood War banner in his hand and sent it flying, sending the immortal corpses flying. Without even thinking, Xiao Sua prepared to jump down after Xiao Chen. I can't. Just as Xiao Sua was about to sink to the bottom of the lake, Hao Kai fished him up. Hao Kai demanded angrily, Are you crazy? The surface of this immortal burial lake is the line of life and death. Life at the surface and death at the bottom. It does not matter if you are a sovereign emperor or a faux god. Even immortals cannot avoid it. But big brother, got pulled down. Xiao Sua appeared somewhat flustered, his voice trembling as he spoke. The sudden change immediately attracted the attention of several people. To think that Xiao Chen slipped up and got pulled down to the bottom of the lake by the immortal corpses. This was too strange. Some of Xiao Chen's enemies were present. However, they did not feel happy in their hearts. Even they could hold on. Given Xiao Chen's strength, how did he get pulled down to the bottom of the lake? Qin Ming showed a stunned expression, feeling somewhat flabbergasted. They had heard of the legend of Immortal Burial Lake before. Life at the surface and death at the bottom. Life and death were separated by a thin line. Once one crossed that line, even an immortal would die. Strange. The more they thought about it, the stranger it became. Panic and fear stirred in their hearts. When people faced the unknown, they would always feel fear. However, the attacks of the immortal corpses did not stop because of Xiao Chen's strange sinking into the lake. The danger that this group faced had not been resolved yet. They might end up like Xiao Chen at any moment. Just as everyone felt worried, confused, and horrified, a melodious sound suddenly came from the ethereal immortal palace. Suddenly, a crisp sound came from the ethereal immortal palace. This sound was like the most beautiful music in the world. In an instant, everyone's gazes were attracted to him. They saw someone push open the doors of the ethereal immortal palace, which everyone had used countless means but could not open. We finally came out. Lin Feng, who was covered in wounds, showed a relaxed expression as he carried the half-dead Jiang He on his back and appeared at the ethereal immortal palace's doors. The scene of flying immortal corpses, which looked like 10,000 demons dancing around, stunned Lin Feng. The instant Lin Feng's hand touched Jiang he was transported to a dangerous land filled with ancient era's immortal birds and great desolate Aeon ferocious beasts. Lin Feng, who could barely handle the situation in the first place, had to take care of Jiang He. One could easily imagine how miserable he was. However, this dangerous land was like a maze. He could not find the exit. When Lin Feng finally found the exit after much difficulty, he saw the immortal corpses, Yan Songming, and the other outstanding talents in sorry states surrounded. Despair involuntarily welled up in the depths of Lin Feng's heart. The doors are open. Before Lin Feng could react, the eyes of the people fighting the immortal corpses blazed with a frenzied flame. They instantly brought out their various Dao domains. Then, the group charged towards the ethereal immortal palace's entrance at an incredible speed without any regard for their lives. Chapter 23-29. At the entrance of the ethereal immortal palace, Lin Yun cursed and quickly dodged when he saw the crowd charging over. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yuan Zhen rode on his lotus platform, bathing in a Buddhist light as he led the charge in. Before entering, Yuan Zhen glanced at Lin Feng. After hesitating for half a second, Yuan Zhen directly charged in, ignoring Lin Feng. Indeed, Lin Feng and Jiang He suddenly appeared in the ethereal immortal palace and pushed open the doors while everyone was in despair. No matter how one looked at it, this was extremely strange. Naturally, it would be for the best if one could capture these two calmly. However, even if one delayed, it did not mean that others would be delayed. If one delayed, one would lose the initiative. One wrong step and lose everything. Following that, the Silver Dragon King, Wenren, and the others charged into the ethereal immortal palace. Some glanced at Lin Feng, and some ignored him. The doors were already open. Nothing was more important than charging into the ethereal immortal palace. However, some people did not want to let Lin Feng and Jiang He off. Whoosh, whoosh. Xi's group of 3 blocked Lin Feng and the unconscious Jiang He, showing malicious intent in their eyes. However, she attacked without saying a word. The scarlet dragon images circling around Xiao Chen roared ferociously at Lin Feng at lightning speed. The scarlet dragon image carried the horrifying demonic might of a dynasty as it charged over in Lin Feng's eyes. In Lin Feng's vision, this scarlet dragon image was vast and boundless, exuding an overwhelming aura. Lin Feng, who had already fought a bitter battle in the ethereal immortal palace, showed a troubled expression when he faced this attack. Even if he could receive it, he would definitely be severely injured. At that time, he would be captured. Naturally, the best choice was to give up on Jiang He and leave alone. Just as Lin Feng felt troubled, a figure shielded him and swung his sword without hesitation. Everlasting primal chaos. The scarlet dragon image clashed with the sword light and quickly sliced it in half. How strong! Lin Feng felt startled. The person in front of him actually broke the scarlet dragon image with one sword strike. The two halves of the scarlet dragon image returned to Xi's side and reformed. "Xi, don't be so ruthless," Chu Chaoyun said as he looked at Xi's group of 3. She smiled faintly and said indifferently, "Don't you want to know how he entered the ethereal immortal palace?" Chu Chaoyun said expressionlessly, "I'm more concerned about whether you can catch up to the others if you continue to delay." Xi's expression suddenly turned gloomy when he finished speaking. If it weren't for Chu Chaoyun's interference, he wouldn't have needed to waste so much time. With his strength, it wouldn't have taken much effort at all. "I let you escape last time, but you're getting bolder and bolder." Murderous intent accumulated in Xi's eyes, and his expression flickered, making him unfathomable. "Although you are strong, I have never truly feared you. No one here understands you better than I do." Chu Chaoyun remained calm and collected. He did not show the slightest bit of fear in the face of the other party's threat. Right at this moment, two figures flew over. It was Xiao Suo and Hao Kai. "Brother Chu, do you need help?" Xiao Suo asked softly as she held the Scarlet Blood War banner and landed beside Chu Chaoyun. "Let's go." Upon seeing Xiao Suo and Hao Kai arrive, she withdrew his aura and left decisively. As everyone watched the three leave, they heaved a sigh of relief. Xi's strength was too unfathomable. No one could lower their guard against him. Chu Chaoyun glanced at the many immortal corpses surrounding them. He frowned and said, "Let's go to the ethereal immortal palace first. These immortal corpses don't seem to dare to enter. We can't go in. The ancient immortal beasts and great desolate Aeon ferocious beasts are even more horrifying." When Lin Feng heard that they were about to enter the ethereal immortal palace again, he immediately recalled the horrifying experience from before. No matter how horrifying it is, it won't be as horrifying as this place. "Let's go in first," Hao Kai said with lingering fear as he looked at the immortal corpses. The group ascended the ethereal immortal palace's entrance. Indeed, the immortal corpses that chased after them did not advance any further. "I'm going in. Do you want to come with me?" Chu Chaoyun asked as he looked at Xiao Suo and Hao Kai. He definitely had to fight for the wings of time and could not remain here. "There's no need." Xiao Suo shook his head and said resolutely, "We have to wait here for Brother Xiao Chen." "Very well, you can stay here then. However, I want to take this person away." Chu Chaoyun's gaze fell on Jiang He. His expression did not change, but his words shocked everyone. He wanted to take Jiang He away. "You are indeed not a good person," Xiao Suo said with a cold gaze as his figure flashed, shielding Jiang He and Lin Feng. Chu Chaoyun had a deep gaze as he said after some thought, "He is the crux of the wings of time. I have to take him away. However, I guarantee that I will not harm his life." "Do you think that I will let you take him away?" Xiao Suo showed a cold smile as he looked at Chu Chaoyun with murderous intent in his eyes. "That is not up to you." Right after Xiao Suo spoke, Chu Chaoyun's figure turned blurry. The space where he was turned chaotic, making it impossible for anyone to catch him. "Where is he?" Hao Kai and Xiao Suo charged forward. However, they could not find Chu Chaoyun at all, greatly startling them. A beam of light flashed, and Chu Chaoyun carried the unconscious Jiang He as he dashed past the two. "Damn it!" After him. The three of them cursed and rushed forward. Chu Chaoyun, who moved with the wind, looked back at the cloud-like figure in front. A golden light flickered in Chu Chaoyun's eyes, and golden flames surged out, forming a sea of fire that blocked the three. "It's the universe origin true flame." Hao Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. He stretched out his hands and blocked Xiao Suo and Lin Feng. "Why are you stopping? That fellow is already far away." Xiao Suo raged. While he looked crude and rash as he walked on the sea, he had a forthright and righteous nature. In Xiao Suo's heart, righteousness always took precedence. He would never forget the kindness of others. Xiao Chen gave him everything he had. Without Xiao Chen, Xiao Suo would not have obtained the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance or reached his current height. That Xiao Chen was Xiao Suo's benefactor. Hence, Xiao Suo was willing to do anything for Xiao Chen without hesitation. Such a person hated betrayal the most. He could not even tolerate a sesame-sized stain. If Xiao Suo could, he would have killed Chu Chaoyun right now. He had come over to help Chu Chaoyun deal with Xi in vain. In the end, it turned out that this fellow was a liar, no different from Xi. Lin Feng's gaze turned grave as he looked at the blazing golden flame. Fear flashed in his eyes. This is the universe origin true flame that surpasses rank 9. It already comes in contact with the universe origin true flame's origin. If we charge over rashly, we will die a miserable death. Hao Kai said after some thought, "Unexpectedly, there is such a strong person hidden beside us. He is not much weaker than Xi. However, I have a way to deal with this flame. Fight fire with fire." Boom. A resplendent flame blazed around Hao Kai's body. The solar true flame blazed fiercely. Hao Kai wanted to use his solar true flame to burn away all of Chu Chaoyun's universe origin true flame. Although the other party's flame was stronger than Hao Kai's, Chu Chaoyun was already far away. If Hao Kai continued to use his soul energy to control the solar true flame, he would eventually be able to burn away the sea of fire before him. However, it would take some time. After shaking off Xiao Sua's group, Chu Chaoyun continued running without stopping. Everywhere Xiao Sua passed were the corpses of ancient immortal beasts and great desolate Ian ferocious beasts. Yuan Zhen, the Silver Dragon King, and the others, who led the way, must have brought out all their trump cards. The dirty blood had dyed the beautiful jade-like palace walls and the ground bright red. However, the strange thing was that as the blood seeped into the jade, the glow of the palace walls and floor became even brighter. Chu Chaoyun did not go far before he stopped with a slight frown. Then, a person walked out from a corner in front, smiling at Chu Chaoyun. This was the Shuowu dynasty's Shi. A strange look flashed in Chu Chaoyun's eyes. After some thought, he said, "It looks like you guessed it as well. The so-called inheritance key is Jianghe himself." Shi smiled faintly and said, "I can only say that the previous generation Heaven Dragon's means are indeed brilliant. Normally, Jianghe is Jianghe. When the Heaven Dragon brings out his mysteries, he will activate the inheritance key hidden in his body, bringing out the ethereal immortal palace." "What are you trying to do?" Chu Chaoyun asked, not saying anything more. "Naturally, I am trying to extract the inheritance key from his body. Don't you want to? You have a deep understanding of me. How can I not guess your background?" Actually, I should have appeared at the banquet and waited for you to kill him to obtain the inheritance key." She narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled playfully. "There's no need to pretend. You and I are the same kind of person. It just so happens that the two of us can work together to break the previous generation Heaven Dragon's restrictions. After we obtain the inheritance key, we can fight for it with our strength." Chu Chaoyun showed a smile on his face, showing a mocking expression in his eyes. "I never thought of killing him. It looks like you do not understand me. Move aside." Chapter 23:30. It looks like you do not understand me. Get out of my way. Chu Chaoyun did not even consider Shi's suggestion, directly rejecting it. "Are you sure?" Shi's face sank as he said coldly, "This time, I will not give you a chance to escape." Chu Chaoyun retorted indifferently, "Is that so? If the two of us fight at full power, whether you are willing or not, Jianghe will die for sure. If the previous generation Heaven Dragon dies before the restriction on him is broken, the inheritance key might be destroyed as a result. Are you sure?" Given the two's strength, if they fought at full power, they would not be able to control it. He would definitely not be able to control it in the end, and it would definitely affect the unconscious Jianghe. The result went without saying. "Are you threatening me?" Shi's expression turned extremely sullen. Although he did not want to admit it, what Chu Chaoyun said was indeed very likely. "Am I? I am just stating the truth. Or do you really think that we are the same kind of person?" Chu Chaoyun revealed a faint smile as he looked at Shi calmly. Shi's gaze was deep. He discovered that he could not see through Chu Chaoyun, not knowing how to describe him. While Shi was said to value relationships, he was not like Xiao Chen, who would unconditionally protect the people important to him. If it were Xiao Chen, he would absolutely not use Jianghe's death to force Shi. While Xiao Chen placed his own interests above all else, he rejected working with Shi, a decision that would maximize his own benefits. Xiao Chen's words were filled with contradictions. Xiao Chen wanted to protect the persistence in his heart but had no choice but to compromise with reality. This was the best portrayal of Xiao Chen. With the epic changing, such a person was the most pitiful. "Living like you is really tiring." She revealed a pitiful expression as he said indifferently, "I do not need to force you. Whether you are willing or not, time will slowly force you to make a choice. I just need to wait patiently." Right after she spoke, he turned illusory, slowly vanishing from Chu Chaoyun's sight. Chu Chaoyun's smile froze. Then he revealed unprecedented grief, the helplessness of having his disguise seen through. The scene of Xiao Chen drawing his saber after learning the truth in Black Wind Ridge appeared in his mind again. That saber strike destroyed the sinister wind that lingered in Black Wind Ridge for 10,000 years, venting all the dissatisfaction in his heart. That saber strike displayed the determination in Xiao Chen's heart, even if he faced a change in fortuitous encounters. He would also draw his saber without hesitation. No matter how difficult it was, he would press forward and face it head-on. He would never retreat. Withdrawing his thoughts, Chu Chaoyun remained impassive as he continued forward with Jiang He on his back. There were ancient immortal birds and primordial beasts everywhere in the immortal palace. Yuan Zhen and the others, who were searching for the wings of time, did not have a smooth journey. They stumbled along the way. However, these people were either outstanding talents among outstanding talents, demonic geniuses, or peak great perfection sovereign emperors. No matter how strong the ancient immortal birds and primordial beasts were, they could not compare to the immortal corpses outside. The group of people advanced madly, each using their trump cards, continuously advancing into the depths of the immortal palace. Damn it! We can't catch up to him. After Xiao Suo, Lin Feng, and Hao Kai crossed the Sea of Fire, they could not see Chu Chaoyun at all. Lin Feng closed his eyes and did his best to recall something. After a while, he opened his eyes and said, "I know where he is." Xiao Suo and Hao Kai revealed suspicious gazes as they looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said after some thought, "It should be the great hall that Jiang He and I first appeared in. Now that I think about it, that should be the core region of the ethereal immortal palace." However, there were immortal birds and ferocious beasts everywhere at that time. I did not dare to linger, so I charged out with him. Xiao Suo thought for a while before saying, "If you had not left back then, you might have obtained the wings of time already." I did not see the wings of time. At that time, I also did not expect this to be the ethereal immortal palace, Lin Feng answered honestly. At that time, he had been confused, not knowing how he got to this place. Hao Kai said after some thought, "Let's not talk about this for now. Bring us over. Follow me." Along the way, the ground was littered with the corpses of ancient immortal beasts and primordial beasts. The blood hadn't dried yet, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. The speed of the three of them was not considered fast. On one hand, Lin Feng needed time to recall. On the other hand, he would occasionally encounter immortal birds and ferocious beasts. Fortunately, Xiao Suo and Hao Kai were around. One had inherited the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's indomitable will, and the other was a great perfection six-vein sovereign emperor. With the three of them working together, there were almost no immortal birds or ferocious beasts that they could not defeat. Just like that, they killed their way over. After an hour, Lin Feng pointed to the exit in front of them and said, "If I remember correctly, it should be the hall in front. Let's go and take a look." They passed through the passageway and entered the hall. In an instant, his eyes lit up. The spacious circular hall had a towering dome, and above the dome was a moving galaxy, sun and moon. The sky was filled with dazzling stars. The floor of the hall was made of pure white immortal jade. It was seamless and emitted a dazzling light like white snow. Suddenly entering such a bright hall, Xiao Suo and the other two were not used to it. "This is the place," Lin Feng said softly as he sized up the hall. Although Lin Feng had been here once before, he had not been able to stay for long before the immortal birds and ferocious beasts surging over from all directions scared him into fleeing. Now that he was here again, he could not help looking around curiously. A vast star chart hung above the core hall. Stars flickered, and the sun and moon shone together, illuminating the entire hall, making it look dreamy. When one entered, one's emotions, physical body, and soul naturally turned ethereal, feeling somewhat unreal. An even more dazzling five-colored divine stone was placed on a stone pillar in the center of the hall. Red, orange, yellow, green, and blue flickered with light, changing endlessly. The interior of the five-colored divine sense was an azure liquid that looked like ripples from space-time fluctuations. Xiao Suo immediately said, "It turns out that the space-time fluctuations we sensed in the outside world came from this five-colored divine sense. Could it be that the wings of time are sealed in there?" Hao Kai showed a grave expression as he thought of a possibility. "That's very possible," Xiao Suo said softly, narrowing his eyes slightly. Lin Feng scanned his surroundings and discovered that there were many passageways in the hall. It wouldn't be long before the others arrived. There were immortal birds and ferocious beasts in the ethereal immortal palace, as well as maze-like winding corridors. If not for Lin Feng having been here once before, he could not have arrived before the others. However, he would not have been much faster. What should we do now? To think that Chu Chaoyun is not here. Xiao Suo glanced at the five-colored divine stone and ignored it. He felt somewhat depressed that he could not find Chu Chaoyun. Let's wait first. Since he is here for the wings of time, he will definitely come. Someone is coming. Hao Kai, who was speaking, frowned slightly. The three quickly raised their guard and retreated to the edge of the hall. A Buddhist light flooded the dreamy hall. It was Yuan Zhen, who had rushed in first, flying in while seated on a lotus platform. Upon closer inspection, Yuan Zhen's lotus platform was stained with blood. Clearly, Yuan Zhen had killed many people along the way before finally reaching this step. The wings of time. The instant Yuan Zhen looked at the five-colored divine stone, he immediately sensed the space-time ripples in it. His expression changed slightly. Yuan Zhen immediately concluded that the wings of time were sealed in the five-colored divine stone. Don't. Just as Yuan Zhen was about to make a move, the Silver Dragon King, Qin Ming, and Sikong Shu rushed in from another passageway, covered in blood. Qin Ming's gaze fell on the five-colored divine stone, and a frenzied flame immediately blazed in his eyes. The wings of time. I finally found it. After so much effort, I finally found it. Qin Ming revealed boundless joy on his face. When he glanced around and saw Yuan Zhen, heavy murderous intent appeared in his eyes. On the lotus platform, Yuan Zhen showed a disdainful smile, his eyes filled with mockery. Before the two sides could fight, Wen Renyu and Dao Yan, Yan Songming and Zhen Yuan, Shi, Ming Xian, and Yang Qing all came out from different passageways. Looking around, nearly all the holders of the ethereal immortal palace keys had charged over with their companions. This was the final place where the wings of time were hidden. Murderous intent gathered in Xiao Suo's eyes as he looked around. However, he did not see Chu Chaoyun's figure. Damn it! Where is this ungrateful fellow hiding? However, Qin Ming, Wen Renyu, and the others showed cautious gazes as they watched the others. At a crucial moment, they might get killed by the others if they were not careful. The wings of time were right before them. Everyone wanted to obtain them. However, there was only one wings of time in the end. No matter who wanted to monopolize it, they would face a situation where everyone would attack them. No one dared to act rashly. The atmosphere slowly turned strange. At some point in time, Qin Ming's group slowly closed the distance between Wen Renyu and Dao Yan. Yan Songming, Zhen Yuan, and she slowly moved closer. Everyone could foresee that a battle of life and death would soon break out. Before life and death, it was human instinct to stick together. Everyone had a tacit understanding. The two sides happened to be the righteous Tao and demonic Tao. The Buddhist sect's Yuan Zhen remained neutral, not leaning on anyone. On the other hand, Xiao Suo's group of three was ignored. They had an inseparable connection to Xiao Qin. Clearly, neither the righteous Tao nor the demonic Tao could tolerate Xiao Chen's existence, which implicated Xiao Suo's group of three. Yuan Zhen, the hidden spirit temple, has always been a righteous Tao sect. Are you trying to take advantage of the situation by not siding with us? Qin Ming asked coldly as he looked at Yuan Zhen on the lotus platform. As Qin Ming spoke, Shi and Yan Songming also looked at Yuan Zhen. Clearly, neither the righteous Tao nor the demonic Tao would allow a strong existence to watch from the sidelines. If Yuan Zhen still did not express his stance, the righteous Tao and demonic Tao might work together to finish him off, not giving him a chance to take advantage of the situation. Facing Qin Ming's overbearing attitude, Yuan Zhen said indifferently, "Buddha is not Buddha, demon is not demon. This humble monk does not want to get involved in the karma of your two factions." The moment Yuan Zhen said that, the righteous Tao and demonic Tao glared at each other. However, just as the righteous Tao and demonic Tao prepared to work together to finish off Yuan Zhen, the five-colored divine stone on the stone pillar suddenly soared into the air. When everyone looked up, they saw a person descend from the starry sky. Jiang He's eyes were tightly shut as he faced the ground. His chest gave off a complicated light as he slowly descended. There seemed to be some kind of restriction in Jiang He's body. As the light spread out, it slowly dissolved. One descended from the sky, and the other soared into the air. Jiang He slowly approached the five-colored divine stone. Everyone showed some confusion on their faces. Only she showed a cold smile. He had long expected that Chu Chaoyun would undo the restriction left by the previous generation Heaven Dragon at the crucial moment. Whether Chu Chaoyun was willing or not, he had to make a decision. It was not up to him. Chapter 23:31. In the starry sky above, Jiang He descended with his eyes closed. The restriction on his chest slowly unraveled. The five-colored divine stone on the stone pillar below seemed to sense it. It soared into the air and slowly merged with Jiang He. If nothing unexpected happened, this five-colored divine stone would soon merge with Jiang He. No one knew what would happen after the merger. Perhaps the five-colored divine stone's seal would be undone. Perhaps the five-colored divine stone would merge with Jiang He and obtain the wings of time. Perhaps Jiang He would die, and the five-element spiritual sense would explode, and the wings of time would appear. Everything was possible, but it was also possible that none of it would happen. A faint smile appeared on Shi's face as he quietly watched the two slowly approach, not moving at all. Yan Songming and Zhen Yuan, who stood beside Shi, showed grave expressions. Damn it! What is this Shi thinking? Even now, they are not doing anything. Wouldn't everything be over if Jiang He managed to get his hands on the wings of time? Yan Songming sent a voice projection to Zhen Yuan, showing the anxiety and conflict in his heart. Zhen Yuan's expression was equally unsightly. He replied, "This fellow must know something that we do not. We cannot let Jiang He merge with the five-element divine stone. Otherwise, we will be too passive." Yan Songming entered deep thought. Then, he turned his head and said, "Lord Shi, this situation is somewhat strange. Are we just going to watch the five-element divine stone merge with Jiang He?" She smiled faintly and said, "Yan Songming, do you want to make a move? I have no objections. This is indeed somewhat strange. It would be good for you to test it out." Seeing Shi smile, Yan Songming felt that this person was unfathomable in the depths of his heart. Yan Songming cursed Shi countless times in his heart. However, Yan Songming had no choice. He could not be as calm as Shi, watching the five-element divine stone merge with Jiang He. If Jiang He really gained control of the wings of time, Yan Songming, as the hope of the Flood Dragon race, would not be able to accept such a result. Damn it! Yan Songming roared as he clenched his teeth. Then he soared into the air and attacked Jiang He. On the other side, another figure leaped up at nearly the same time as Yan Songming. It was Qin Ming, the Dragon God Crown Prince Qin Ming. Like Yan Songming, Qin Ming could not accept that a Heaven Dragon's descendant grasped the wings of time. If that really happened, he would feel even worse than Yan Songming. No matter how strange the situation in front of him was, or if someone was secretly plotting something. But the two of them had no choice. Even if they knew they were trapped, they had no choice but to jump in. Shio. One was a golden divine dragon, and the other was a flood dragon human that had fallen from a mixed blood dragon. Their gazes clashed in midair. Both of them could see the deep-seated hatred and disgust in each other's eyes, but both of them had the same goal and attacked Jiang He at the same time. Touch of Death. 9 Heavens Dragon. The two each executed a killing move. A black flame burned on Yan Songming's body. The flame seemed to be alive, flowing like water. When driven by Yan Songming's Death Dao domain, it was like the Grim Reaper swinging his scythe to harvest life mercilessly at Jiang He. Qin Ming executed the Emperor Dragon Fist to its limits. He clenched his fist and merged with the Golden Emperor Dragon. Boom! The two's killer moves manifested a terrifying momentum that was swift and decisive. Almost before anyone could react, they landed on Jiang He's body at the same time, erupting a shockwave that was a mixture of black and yellow. Shockwaves emanated from Jiang He's body, but something weird happened. Jiang He was unscathed. Not only that, but the restriction on Jiang He's chest seemed to dissolve even faster. Damn it! How can it be like this? Yan Songming and Qin Ming revealed horrified expressions. Even great perfection sovereign emperors could not endure their killing moves. However, Jiang He seemed fine, only stopping Yan Songming's descent. If you want to kill Jiang He, you have to ask for our permission first. Xiao Suo and Hao Kai reacted, but they did not have time to think. They soared into the air and guarded Jiang He, one on the left and one on the right, staring at Qin Ming and Jiang He. You are seeking death. Qin Ming and Yan Songming were enraged, not hiding the murderous intent on their faces at all. The four immediately started a chaotic battle in the air. Under the illumination of the resplendent light, it was incredibly intense. When Lin Feng saw the situation, he wanted to take advantage of the chaos to carry Jiang He away. However, Zhen Yuan blocked him with his saber. Damn it! The two immediately started fighting, turning the battle in the air even more chaotic. Without any warning, the five-colored divine stone below flashed with light and headed for Yuan Zhen, who was on the lotus platform. To think that Yuan Zhen wanted to take advantage of the chaos to take away the five-colored divine stone. Damn Baldy! Stay here. Wen Renyu and Dao Yan surrounded Yuan Zhen. Xi's expression changed slightly. After some thought, he said, We absolutely cannot let Yuan Zhen bring the five-colored divine stone out of this place. Ming Xian and Yang Qing's figures flashed as they worked with Wen Renyu and Dao Yan to surround Yuan Zhen. The core region of the ethereal immortal palace immediately turned chaotic. The various factions fought each other in a chaotic mess. Amid the chaotic battle, all the attacks that landed on Jiang He's body made the restriction on his heart melt even faster. When she saw this, a smile widened on his face. He looked meaningfully at the starry sky in the sky. The Silver Dragon King and Sikong Shu, who were staring at Xi, felt that something was wrong. However, they did not know what was wrong. At the same time, at the bottom of Immortal Burial Lake, the instant Xiao Chen was pulled into the lake, he found himself unable to move. He could not circulate his divine energy or soul energy. He could only watch as his life force slowly flowed away at the bottom of the lake. Life and death hung by a thread. Life on the surface, death below. A chill invaded Xiao Chen's entire body, making him feel like death was slowly approaching. However, he remained calm in the depths of his heart, not showing any fear of death. Slowly, all the light in the lake vanished. Only darkness remained at the bottom of the lake, cold and silent. Boundless loneliness and desolation surged like the tide, stirring restlessly in Xiao Chen's heart. Xiao Chen felt somewhat confused. He did not know where this boundless loneliness that lasted for tens of thousands of years came from. After some time, when this loneliness filled Xiao Chen's heart, a beam of light suddenly appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared in front of him, and he saw a beautiful figure. She was so beautiful that she could topple cities with a single glance. She was so beautiful that she could topple cities with a single glance. She was swimming toward him quickly. How fast? However, Xiao Chen's first reaction was not that she was beautiful but that she was very fast. The beautiful figure moved like light, arriving before Xiao Chen in the blink of an eye and cupping his face. She gently kissed him. This kiss penetrated his heart. Then, the beautiful figure entered his soul pool in the blink of an eye. This was clearly his soul pool. However, Xiao Chen felt like he had become a bystander. That beautiful figure floated into his soul pool. Her red lips parted as she muttered, "Sky Dome, Sky Dome, Sky Dome." The voice of the Sky Dome reverberated continuously in his soul pool, causing Xiao Chen's soul energy to surge like waves. She showed an anxious expression, a flustered look in her eyes. She seemed to be searching for something as she continuously ran through the vast and boundless soul pool. Xiao Chen felt shocked, somewhat surprised that his soul pool was actually so vast. There were many remote places that his mind had never been to. As the beautiful figure ran, Xiao Chen saw many things that he had never seen before. This broadened his horizons. What is she searching for? Could there be a secret that even I do not know hidden in my soul pool? Xiao Chen felt curious. He had seen his previous life in the three-life mirror. He knew that he was the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's reincarnation. However, he did not know much about the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. He only knew that although the Sky Dome Immortal Lord was an immortal lord, he was much stronger than Xiao Chen's ancestor, the top immortal lord of the immortal epic. That is. Suddenly, huge waves stirred in Xiao Chen's heart. To think that there was a grave in the boundless depths of his soul pool. When the beautiful figure saw the grave, she could no longer suppress her emotions. She fell to the ground and caressed the wordless stone steel, tears flowing endlessly. Without a doubt, this beautiful figure was definitely the immortal epic's Shi Wangmu. However, why was she crying endlessly before this grave? Many doubts appeared in Xiao Chen's heart. Many questions lingered in his heart. Xiao Chen thought back to the scene he saw in the three-life mirror, the meeting between the Sky Dome Immortal Lord and the Qing Emperor before his death. This filled him with doubts and fear. Who was buried in this grave? Chapter 23:32. However, just as Xiao Chen prepared to stand up and fight again, he suddenly discovered that Shi Wangmu, who was standing on the grave mound, was looking at the sky with some despair. You must have many questions and questions in your heart. Just ask. Back then, when he created this immortal burial lake for me, he said that he would appear before me one day. He left this remnant soul of mine to wait for you to appear. It was easy to change a person's appearance. However, it was hard to duplicate a person's aura. Xiao Chen revealed a self-mocking smile. Then, he said helplessly, if everything in life is fixed and arranged, I would just be someone else's shadow. What is the point of knowing these questions and secrets? There is no point, there is really no point. Xiao Chen slammed his palm on the ground and leaped up like a fish. Then he looked at Shi Wangmu, who was on the grave mound. The scene that Xiao Chen saw in the three-life mirror had already explained everything. From the moment he swallowed that immortal pill, he was the Sky Dome Immortal Lord, the reincarnation of the Blue Dragon bloodline. In the end, he still had to face the Sky Dome Immortal Lord head-on. However, his mental state was extraordinary. Normally, he could maintain a good balance. Or rather, he had already merged with the Sky Dome Immortal Lord perfectly. Shi Wangmu's expression changed slightly. How much suffering and responsibility did this youth before her endure in his short life? The two fought endlessly. Shi Wangmu used her supreme immortal skills to fight against Xiao Chen's demonified cultivation technique and martial technique. Shi Wangmu, who was in front of the stone steel, stood up and spoke softly. He once said that he would come. However, what she saw was only a grave. What appeared before her was his reincarnation. You repulsive woman. Scram. I am not some dog's hit Sky Dome Immortal Lord. I am Xiao Chen. I will never be someone else's pawn in my life. Shock flashed on Shi Wangmu's face. Then, Xiao Chen knocked her back and sent her flying. The demonified Xiao Chen on the ground slowly regained his clarity, and the overwhelming demonic flame on his body slowly faded away. I don't want to ask. I don't want to know anything. Please leave my soul pool and send me out of Immortal Burial Lake. I Xiao Chen still have friends. I do not know if they are alive or dead. I am very worried about them. With a blood-curdling screech, the demonized Xiao Chen was severely injured. It was as if he didn't want to hurt him, afraid that he would accidentally kill him. He was a celestial and demonic being, cultivating both immortal and martial arts. Deep in his heart, there had always been a terrifying demonic intent. You have 1,000, 10,000 reasons to become a demon, but you can't become a demon because of him. If you do, I will really look down on you. You must remember, you can be Firmament, but Firmament will never be Xiao Chen. You have all the possibilities. Is just a pitiful person that no one can protect. Without these, what would he, Xiao Chen, be? He was nothing, not even a fart. Demonic thoughts filled his heart, expanding Xiao Chen's negative emotions infinitely. Shi Wangmu revealed a mocking expression as she said indifferently, he could not even protect himself, turning into a wasteland with only a lone grave left. In the end, it was all for naught. It was pitiful and lamentable. Why do you need to live in this person's shadow? Why do you feel inferior, unable to even protect your heart? Xiao Chen could not guess the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's purpose in reincarnating into the martial epic. However, he did not want to know either. I once saw him sweep through the demons. Even when the 8 desolate demonic sovereigns worked together, they could not last more than 100 moves against him. I once saw him ascend the Spirit Mountain alone, not daring to show himself despite the gods and Buddhas filling the sky. I once saw him go to the Kunlun realm and the heavenly court in a rage for a beauty, shattering the clouds. 100,000 heavenly soldiers, 3,000 immortal kings, and 8 immortal ancestors could only watch as he carried the beauty away. Shi Wangmu's words were like a blow to the head, pulling back the disheartened Xiao Chen. With all his hopes dashed, the demonic thoughts in the depths of Xiao Chen's heart broke free like a wild horse, slowly slipping out of his control. Shi Wangmu's words elicited a bitter smile on Xiao Chen's face. What is this? The demonized Xiao Chen burst out with startling strength, driving all the soul energy in his soul pool. The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable Xiao Chen felt. Then, he clutched his chest and knelt on the ground. An uncontrollable obsession raged in Xiao Chen's body like a flood. He felt like he was about to lose control of his heart, showing a ferocious and pained expression. Xiao Chen felt startled. He did not know what kind of existence the Shi Wangmu was now. Her strength was somewhat incredible. It was like some kind of force had forcefully pulled her out and solidified her in his soul pool. Xiao Chen's hatred for the Sky Dome Immortal Lord turned into boundless hatred. He even felt a boundless murderous intent toward Shi Wangmu before him. The tears in Xiao Chen's eyes had already dried up, leaving only boundless loneliness and unchanging grief. The demonic thoughts were a ferocious beast, a ferocious tiger in the heart. Once released, even Xiao Chen would fear it. Running away was a sign of the weak. There were no openings. The immortal was Xiao Chen, the demon was Xiao Chen, and the Buddha was Xiao Chen. Everything was him. Only his heart did not change. Now, Xiao Chen finally understood that he was the Sky Dome Immortal Lord, a pawn that used the Qing Emperor's karma to reincarnate into the martial epoch. In this soul pool, Xiao Chen brought out strength that far surpassed his main bodies. Unexpectedly, he forced Shi Wangmu back step by step. Shi Wangmu snorted coldly in her heart. With a flip of her hand, she sent out a god-killing seal. Her gorgeous clothes fluttered, and her long hair fluttered. Her beautiful appearance was like a rose carved from ice, bursting out with a horrifying aura. When Xiao Chen discovered this opening, he immediately laughed maniacally. He showed no mercy, launching an even more unbridled attack. If someone had planted a seed of karma in Xiao Chen's life long before the martial epoch started, he would have died. The demonized Xiao Chen had broken the shackles that Xiao Chen had placed on himself, standing upright and rushing forward. There was no need to guess what the Qing Emperor's final wish was. It was to bring back the glory and flourishing age of the Blue Dragon bloodline. The person before Xiao Chen perfectly overlapped with the Sky Dome Immortal Lord from back then, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord who did not even spare a glance at the immortal ancestor. Come out! Shi Wangmu wore large, gorgeous clothes that looked like thousands of fresh flowers spread out. She knelt before the grave and caressed the wordless stone steel. Back then, the Qing Emperor made a deal with the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord successfully reincarnated into the martial epoch. However, he also had to inherit the karma of the Blue Dragon bloodline, completing the Qing Emperor's unfulfilled final wish. At first, Xiao Chen did not hold much of an advantage. However, he slowly discovered that Shi Wangmu had many concerns. Xiao Chen did his best to calm the fluctuations in his heart, doing his best to remain calm. Shi Wangmu calmed her emotions and said after some thought, "I cannot exist for long. If you turn around and leave now, you might never be able to resolve the doubts in your heart. Are you sure you don't want to know anything?" The name of the Sky Dome Immortal Lord shook the 3 realms. Everyone knew him. He was the leader of the 3,000 immortal lords, fully deserving of being the strongest person in the immortal world. However, so what? In the end, he was just a pitiful worm. Before the epoch changed, he could not even protect his loved ones, friends, or lovers. That's right. It's me. It's me, the white-robed bladesman Xiao Chen. You want to suppress me? It's not that simple. Tell me then. What exactly is the obsession in the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's heart? I, Xiao Chen, will complete it for him. Not only could the Sky Dome Immortal Lord not resolve the problem, but it also gave the demonic thought an opportunity to push the matter to a situation that he did not want to see. This Xiao Chen was insufferably arrogant, becoming increasingly arrogant. Boom. Right after Shi Wangmu spoke, Xiao Chen, who was originally just a bystander and could not even control his spiritual sense. Plop. Xiao Chen turned berserk. His eyes turned pitch black, and the demonic flames covering his entire body surged into the sky. Right now, Xiao Chen's heart was crumbling. He felt that he had lived his life in vain. Even Shi Wangmu felt immense pressure, unable to suppress the demonic thought in his body. Seeing the obsession and persistence in Xiao Chen's eyes, Shi Wangmu's body trembled. This is too similar. Seeing the increasingly berserk expression on Xiao Chen's face, Shi Wangmu stepped forward and placed her hand on his forehead. At this moment, there was no obsession or resentment in his eyes, only calmness and ease. Bang! Xiao Chen's heart and morals, which he had been holding on to until now, were a huge joke. Xiao Chen faced the karma that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord left behind. He faced the weakness and inferiority complex that he feared being mentioned in the depths of his heart. Shi Wangmu turned around and looked at Xiao Chen. She clearly looked at Xiao Chen, but she gave off an aloof feeling, a noble and cold arrogance that one could only look up to. But just as Xiao Chen was feeling confused, wondering why there was a grave in his soul pool, Shi Wangmu turned around and looked at Xiao Chen. When the god-killing seal landed, all of Xiao Chen's attacks were easily broken. However, Shi Wangmu's words and this strange grave shook Xiao Chen's indomitable heart. Are you afraid? In the end, this is my, Xiao Chen's, soul pool. It is not a place for an old and smelly woman like you to be stunned. If you still do not scram, don't blame me for being impolite. Chapter 23:33. Tell me that. What is the obsession in the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's heart? I, Xiao Chen, will complete it for him. After saying this, Xiao Chen knew that the demonic thought in his heart had already vanished. Deep in his heart, he knew everything that had happened when he was demonized. However, the demonic thought was too deep. After demonizing, one's way of thinking would completely change. After demonizing, one would abandon their long-held heart and break the shackles. Their strength would soar by leaps and bounds. However, the increase in strength would only be temporary. The negative emotions would linger for a long time, forming new shackles. In the martial Tao, many experts demonized. Most of them could not break the shackles for a long time. Their obsession was too deep, and they took risks out of desperation, losing to power. While it looked like their strength soared for a short time, in reality, it became a subsidiary of power, falling into the abyss forever. However, it was not that no one in history had entered the Tao through the demonic path. After demonizing, they found another way to control the demonic thought, such as the Buddhist sect's Kasayapa Buddha. In the past, Xiao Chen had faced the danger of demonizing many times. However, he managed to keep his heart at the very last moment. However, when he saw the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's grave and learned that he was just a pawn of the Sky Dome Immortal Lord, his mental state fluctuated too much. He felt like he was living in someone else's shadow. With all his hopes dashed, the demonic thought found an opening. Fortunately, Shi Wangmu woke him up at the crucial moment. This experience of demonizing gave him a new understanding of his heart, removing the greatest weakness in the depths of his heart. To others, Xiao Chen's talent was outstanding. He was calm and collected, even more horrifying than a demonic genius. However, Xiao Chen always hid a secret in his heart that no one could tell others. Xiao Chen was not a person of this world. He came from the distant earth. Originally, he was just a somewhat introverted shut-in. Sometimes, he doubted all his current glory and strength. Was it just because of that miraculous, immortal pill? Without that immortal pill, would he not have been able to achieve his current accomplishments, unable to become the white-robed bladesman in the eyes of others? This was the ultimate weakness that troubled Xiao Chen's heart of the martial Tao. He did not even dare to think about it. He had already forgotten about it for a long time. However, just because he didn't think about it didn't mean that it didn't exist. The truth was the truth. Hence, when Xiao Chen saw the grave of the Sky Dome Immortal Lord and heard what Shi Wangmu said, he had such a huge reaction. they would lose all hope and feel inferior. It was like the fear and embarrassment of a person with a dishonorable past who had been exposed in public after succeeding. But now, Xiao Chen had a new understanding of his heart, and the biggest flaw in his mental state had been fixed. "Thank you, Queen Mother," Xiao Chen said sincerely as he looked at Shi Wangmu's grave. She looked like a phoenix that descended from the heavens. If not for the other party, Xiao Chen would still be deceiving himself, not daring to face the karma left by the Sky Dome realm. Shi Wangmu said calmly, "Humans are all like that. Most of the time, it is just that they cannot overcome themselves. Once you get past it, you'll realize that what you're afraid of is actually just that. It's not that scary." "I understand." Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute and bowed. His eyes were like limpid autumn water, rippling with faint ripples, looking peaceful and peaceful. He gave off a feeling of tranquility and otherworldliness. It was like he had been reborn. Shi Wangmu looked at Xiao Chen in a daze. Then, she sighed softly and said, "He did indeed have a very deep obsession. I believe that even in death, he would not have forgiven himself." "What obsession?" "He once had the chance to become the new epic master. However, because of his conceit, he failed miserably." "Who did he lose to?" Shi Wangmu shook her head and said, "I don't know. I only know that after that battle, he changed completely." He did not say a word as the epic changed. He sank into despair and helplessness. Given his character, if he lost, he would have ended it with death, not living an ignoble existence. However, not only did he survive, but he even set up a trap, carrying the karma of others to the martial epic. He definitely felt dissatisfied. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. It looked like Shi Wangmu was not clear about the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's trap. Although he did not say it, I can roughly guess that he swept through the 3 realms. Even the Immortal Epic's epic master was not a match for him. He definitely felt dissatisfied with how he lost in the end. Shi Wangmu voiced her guess based on her understanding of the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. Xiao Chen thought to himself, Shi Wangmu is a proud person. Shi Wangmu's guess should be close to the mark. Putting this matter aside for now, Xiao Chen asked, "What was the message that he wanted you to bring me?" An item appeared in the Queen Mother's hand. It was a gloomy ball of light. When Xiao Chen looked at the outline of the ball of light, he vaguely felt that it was an extremely ancient talisman script containing some supreme law. It should have once shone with light, writing the laws of the world, containing the Tao and principles that everyone had to abide by. What is this? Although this item was already dim, Xiao Chen could still feel its unfathomable power and strange law energy. This is the epic heart. More accurately, it is the immortal epic heart. Back then, the immortal epic's epic master used his supreme might to write the character immortal. Hence, the immortal epic began, giving birth to thousands of laws and principles. It was the character immortal, the heart of the immortal epic. The immortal epic started because of it. Shi Wangmu slowly explained the origins of this item, shocking Xiao Chen. To think that the once glorious and vast immortal epic started because of this item. I'm very curious. How exactly did the new epic start? What kind of person truly had the qualifications to establish a new great era? Why was it that after the great era before the great era was destroyed? Why did the immortal epic appear after the end of the previous epic and not some other epic? While Xiao Chen felt shocked in his heart, his doubts also filled his heart. He looked at Shi Wangmu in confusion. Shi Wangmu said after some thought, after the epic is destroyed, everyone can condense a new epic heart. Using one's own understanding to start a new epic, one can spread out in the end, continuously perfecting one's Tao and principles. There will always be only one epic heart. That one will be the true master of the new epic. Xiao Chen revealed an expression of understanding. So, that is the case. Everyone can condense a new epic heart. However, the epic hearts that they condense have their own merits, with some strong and some weak. There will be competition between experts, just like 100 clans contending for supremacy. The victor will rule the new epic. The laws of the world will materialize according to the Tao and principles in that victor's heart. He told me to hand this immortal epic heart to you after I meet you, Shi Wangmu stretched out her hand and gently raised the immortal epic heart. Then, the immortal epic heart slowly flew toward Xiaochen. Xiaochen carefully put away the immortal epic heart. However, he could not understand what the Sky Dome Immortal Lord meant. Could it be that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord wanted to restore the immortal epic to its glory and decline? The entire immortal epic's birth, glory, and decline are all within it. In the future, if you want to start a new epic, it should be of help to you. When Shi Wangmu saw Xiaochen's confused expression, she explained softly. Very well, I'll accept it. Can you send me off? Xiaochen carefully put away the immortal epic heart. Then he looked at Shi Wangmu. He still worried about Xiao Suo, Hao Kai, and the others. He did not know how they were or what the ethereal immortal palace was like. The commotion caused by this succession race was already uncontrollable. Xiaochen needed to leave early. If he stayed late, he might miss the crucial moment. Shi Wangmu said indifferently, I'm afraid not. But when Xiaochen heard this, his expression immediately changed drastically. Right now, his physical body was lacking life force. Right now, the life force of his physical body was slowly fading. If he still did not leave, he might die here. Shi Wangmu gently drifted down and landed beside Xiaochen. Then she walked forward. As Xiaochen watched Shi Wangmu leave, he hesitated for a moment before following. Shi Wangmu revealed a reminiscing expression on her face. She muttered to herself, I did not want my physical body to be destroyed when the epic changed. I did not want to end up like the other immortals, dying for no reason, growing old and wrinkled, living like an old woman. So, there was this immortal burial lake? I would rather die at the bottom of the lake, as long as my appearance remains and my physical body remains immortal. When Xiaochen heard that, he felt somewhat sorrowful. It was hard to imagine that a beautiful person like Shi Wangmu would have a wrinkled face and grow old. Indeed. So, I begged him to create an immortal burial lake for me. When I learned that the epic changing could not be avoided, I jumped in without hesitation. Shi Wangmu revealed a gentle smile on her face. She said, He told me to leave a strand of my soul intact. He said that he would come back again. At that time, if I can get out, it will be a fortuitous encounter. If I cannot, he will stay behind and accompany me, dying at the bottom of the lake with me. As Xiaochen looked at the smile on Shi Wangmu's face, he felt some pity in his heart. At this moment, the other party was not the aloof Shi Wangmu, who looked like a model of phoenixes. She was just a passionate young girl. Back then, when she jumped into Immortal Burial Lake, she definitely had such a smile on her face. However, because of a promise, she left with a smile from the bottom of her heart and jumped into Immortal Burial Lake without hesitation. However, in the end, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord still lied to her. He did not come. The one who came was Xiaochen. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord was left with only a lonely grave. Hence, Shi Wangmu sat before the grave, crying endlessly. She had waited for many years. However, all she got was a grave and the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's lie. As the saying went, getting out is a fortuitous encounter. That was the fortuitous encounter left for Xiaochen. If Shi Wangmu could not get out, the one who stayed behind to accompany her would be Xiaochen. From the start to the end, it was not the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. Chapter 23:34. Shi Wangmu's words sounded like she was talking to herself. However, in reality, she also answered the doubts in Xiaochen's heart. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord had left the fortuitous encounter at Immortal Burial Lake for Xiaochen. If Xiaochen could comprehend it, he could obtain this fortuitous encounter. If he could not, he would stay behind and become a living corpse to accompany Shi Wangmu. Not wanting to waste time, Xiaochen asked, Senior, do you know what the mysteries of this Immortal Burial Lake's fortuitous encounter are? If Xiaochen could find some clues, it should be easier to comprehend it. Shi Wangmu said softly, Life above the lake and death below the lake. Life and death hang on a thin line. However, to me, life can only be found below the lake. There is only death above the lake. The epic changes, life and death, life and death. Life and death, life and death? Xiaochen's eyes lit up as he suddenly understood. It turned out that Shi Wangmu already knew what the fortuitous encounter the Sky Dome Immortal Lord left here was. What will happen to you after I leave? However, Shi Wangmu felt dispirited, like she was seeking death. Xiao Chen felt very nervous as he looked at Shi Wangmu's back. Me? I have been waiting for a person for so many years. That person has arrived. Xiao Chen added, I want to ask, if I obtain the fortuitous encounter at Immortal Burial Lake, what will you do? Why are you so confident? It is still uncertain whether you can walk out of this Immortal Burial Lake. Shi Wangmu smiled faintly as she turned to look at Xiao Chen. You already told me earlier that the fortuitous encounter at Immortal Burial Lake is that so? Shi Wangmu interrupted Xiao Chen, showing a smile that did not seem like a smile, unfathomable. Xiao Chen did not know whether it was a tacit agreement or a denial. Right after Shi Wangmu spoke, her figure started to drift away. Her expression was neither joyful nor sorrowful as she said, the fortuitous encounter is right before you. Grasp it properly. Boom. As Shi Wangmu's figure vanished, Xiao Chen's consciousness came out of his soul pool and returned to reality. In reality, it was not as relaxing as it was in the soul pool. Immortal Burial Lake was like a boundless abyss. Xiao Chen's physical body continued to sink at the bottom of the dark water. His life force slowly faded. Even worse, he could not use his soul energy or divine energy. Death crept closer and closer, but he could only watch it happen slowly. There was no doubt that it was more despairing than fear. However, this time, Xiao Chen was no longer as flustered as he was at the beginning. He opened his eyes in the dark lake. Her clear eyes shone with a gaze that was even cleaner than the lake water, tranquil and peaceful. The Queen Mother of the West once said, "Live on the surface of the lake, die under the lake." The changing of eras, life and death, his words ended here. It seemed like he didn't say anything, but he had already pointed it out. Epochs changed, life and death and life and death. Only the cycle of reincarnation would never end. The opportunity in the Immortal Burial Lake was the essence of the change of epochs, the reincarnation Great Tao. The Queen Mother of the West had actually seen through it long ago. However, she did not say it out loud because she was waiting for someone. That person was not Firmament, but Xiao Chen. She would rather use a lie to deceive herself for the rest of her life, pretending that she did not see through it, pretending that she was still waiting for someone. This was because that person was her most beloved, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. Whether you love me or not, whether you lie to me or not, at the very least, in your heart, I was once a person worth trusting. As the epochs changed, how many people did not have a choice? How many people did not mean what they said? How many people cheated and lied? I am already satisfied with your trust. I would rather be misunderstood by you, jumping into Immortal Burial Lake so that my beauty would not be ruined. However, in Queen Mother's heart, from the start to the end, she was only guarding this lake for you. As Xiao Chen expected, the state of cycle circulated smoothly. As the state of cycle slowly circulated, Xiao Chen stopped sinking. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and focused on circulating the state of cycle. The scattered life force returned to his physical body 100 times, 1,000 times faster. A black and white halo appeared behind Xiao Chen, looking like life and death circulating. Mysterious phenomena immediately appeared in the lake, and all sorts of scenes appeared. A figure roamed the great 1,000 realms, searching for treasures of heaven and earth. Even 100,000-year-old immortal herbs were condensed into a drop of dew. This was the dew materialized by the boundless supreme treasures of the world. Many a little makes a mickle. From a depression, to a clear spring, to a circle of water, and finally to the lake in front of them. It turned out that before the immortal epoch ended, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord gathered all the supreme treasures of the world to form this Immortal Burial Lake. After that, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord used the different attributes of these supreme treasures to derive the cycle Great Tao. Finally, it created the terrifying Immortal Burial Lake. Life above the lake, death below the lake. This sentence looked simple, but it already involved the power of laws, close to creating a world. At this moment, after Xiao Chen circulated the state of cycle, He activated the backup plan that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord left behind. Xiao Chen's physical body was like the mouth of a deep abyss, frantically devouring the entire Immortal Burial Lake's water. If someone else were here, they would be shocked to discover that the entire Immortal Burial Lake's water level dropped at a visible rate. In merely a few breaths, Xiao Chen absorbed half of the entire Immortal Burial Lake. After about 7 minutes, Xiao Chen stood in the middle of the lake, his upper body already exposed. The lake water had already dropped to his knees. The black and white ring of light behind him had already turned into a black and white ink world. Boom! When not a single drop of lake water remained, Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes. A spiritual light surged in his clear eyes. At this moment, Xiao Chen's state of cycle finally formed a great Tao. The fortuitous encounter that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord left behind for Xiao Chen surpassed his imagination. Not to mention the cycle great Tao that Xiao Chen could freely drive from now on, this lake water formed by countless supreme treasures from the immortal epic would bring him unimaginable benefits. With a thought, Xiao Chen was shocked to discover that his cultivation had already broken through to 3-vein Sovereign Emperor. With a thought, Xiao Chen was shocked to discover that his cultivation had already broken through to 3-vein Sovereign Emperor. At some point in time, he had formed a 4th divine vein in his body, breaking through to small perfection and advancing to great perfection Sovereign Emperor. However, this divine vein seemed somewhat special, different from the other 3 divine veins. Bang! Just as Xiao Chen was about to check it out, loud sounds came from the surroundings. The immortal corpses filling the air suddenly shattered. A strong wind picked up their bones and scattered them into ashes. After Xiao Chen absorbed the Immortal Burial Lake, the originally unkillable immortal corpses turned into ashes. Xiao Chen's heart suddenly tightened, and anxiety appeared on his face. When he looked up, he saw a person standing in the air in front, looking like she would go with the wind. She was a peerless beauty, a beauty that could topple nations. She was as beautiful as an ice lotus, looking very noble. Shi Wangmu. The joy in Xiao Chen's heart scattered. He felt empty as he frantically ran toward Shi Wangmu. Shi Wangmu seemed to hear Xiao Chen's call. Then, she looked back and smiled as she stretched out her hand. This smile was like a sovereign descending on the world in the spring breeze. However, this smile was very lonely, making one's heart ache like needles pricking one's heart. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground with his feet and soared into the air. It looked like he was about to touch that jade-white finger. Shi Wangmu's entire body shattered and went with the wind. She was like a short-lived epiphyllum, a smile that could topple nations. Then she fell and went with the wind. Xiao Chen landed dispiritedly. He closed his eyes and remained silent, unable to speak for a long time. The ancient sages were all lonely. The 10,000 years of mundane affairs were all for naught. Shi Wangmu was a peerless beauty, like an ice lotus blooming at the peak of the Kunlun realm, attracting thousands of immortals. In the end, she scattered like a flower. Before the epic changed, she was helpless. In the 10,000 years of mundane affairs, how many people, how many things, and how many beautiful dreams all came to naught? Saying that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord was unrivaled in the world was just a liar. The might of the 3 realms could not compare to Shi Wangmu's smile. However, Xiao Chen somewhat envied the Sky Dome Immortal Lord for having a confidant like Shi Wangmu. Xiao Chen felt very jealous. How many women in the world could see through things like her without saying anything? To be able to be like her, indulging in love until death, even if the other party loved someone else. What was love in the world? It was like drinking. One would not leave until one was drunk. Chapter 23:35. The existence of the Immortal Burial Lake abandoned the complicated 7 states. Or rather, it advanced directly from the 7 states to the life and death Tao, connecting directly to the essence of reincarnation. That was when Jiang He's chest shone with a blinding radiance as blinding as the sun. Boom! Everyone was shocked, and panic appeared on their faces. They found it difficult to control their bodies. Even the Silver Dragon King and Sikong Shu, who had been keeping their guard up against Shi, did not expect Shi to be so horrifying. He thought that these people had left after failing to open the Immortal Palace. This was one of the ultimate grand das. Everything in the world had life and death. After falling to the bottom of the lake, Zhang Xian had no idea what was going on behind him, but from the chaotic situation before him, he had caught a whiff of a scheme. If he still did not make a move, Xiao Su'a and the others would be swallowed by Shi's demonic eye. Right now, Xiao Chen had to focus on keeping an eye on Shi and see what he was up to. A thick blood-colored flame burned in his left eye. The blood-colored flame burned through the barriers of countless worlds in the depths of his eye. His eyes burned out of his eye sockets and lingered under his brows, erupting with a terrifying devouring power. Devouring the heavens, devouring the earth, devouring everything. It was not the pure power of life, nor was it the pure power of death. Instead, it was a brand new power of the great Tao that was created by combining the characteristics of the two. From slaughter to death, it was actually a reincarnation cycle, from life to death, and from death to life. Yuan Zhen sat on the lotus platform, tightly controlling a 5-colored divine stone. Xiao Chen fought 1 against 4, Wenren Yu, Dao Yan, Ming Xian, and Yang Qing. After the saber light passed, the originally distorted space and chaotic scene were forcibly returned to normal by the saber. Just as the 5-colored divine stone was about to be devoured by the dazzling radiance in front of Jiang He's chest, from a bystander's point of view, he only needed to pay a little attention to discover all sorts of strange things. The 5-colored divine stone that Yuan Zhen held tightly struggled free and flew towards Jiang He's chest. As he stealthily looked over, he could see that those people all had confused expressions on their faces. Xiao Chen soon realized that someone was using Jiang He to set up a trap. He wanted to incite the various factions to fight to remove the restriction that the Heaven Dragon had left in Jiang He's body. Chu Chaoyin. The consequences were unimaginable. Xiao Chen had to pull out the saber. Boom. Xiao Su'a, Hao Kai, and Lin Feng guarded him, fighting Qin Ming and Yan Songming with much difficulty. The wings of time are in the 5-colored divine stone in Yuan Zhen's hand. No one could avoid it. The so-called reincarnation power was essentially the power produced by the reincarnation cycle of life and death. Even though the immortal palace had disintegrated, these people did not stop. After a moment of shock, they continued to fight. In the past, he had condensed the reincarnation intent from the intent of slaughter, despair, and death. The others who were struggling in the demonic eye whirlpool were repelled by the devouring power and sent flying. With a single glance, Zhang Xian recognized that this was the inheritance key that everyone yearned for but could not find. No! Xiao Chen, if there is a next life, I only hope that you don't become infatuated. Just be yourself and be a peerless beauty. Why has the lake dried up? Just at this moment, the misty immortal palace in the sky started to shake. A crisp sound rang out. The resplendent light in front of Jiang He's chest gathered into a key covered in talisman scripts and shot out. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and caught a pure white piece of jade. He could clearly sense the pure spiritual energy contained in it. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's visit, the wings of time that everyone expected did not appear. Only 8 words floated quietly in the air. Demonic eye swallowing the heavens. Damn it, what's going on? Just like how one would not return until they were drunk, Xiao Chen's figure flashed. Before the immortal palace completely disintegrated, he withdrew his aura and hid. Hidden in the dark, Xiao Chen frowned heavily, feeling very confused. The Silver Dragon King and Sikong Shu also noticed the dried lake water. Zhen Yuan's eyes turned pitch black. A black dragon image slowly swam in each of his eyes. Xiao Chen felt somewhat heavy. As he looked at the empty sky after Shi Wangmu left, his heart also felt empty. If Shi Wangmu had been talking about Shi Wangmu, perhaps he would have added that he would not return until he was drunk. The inheritance key easily broke the 5-colored divine stone. The newly formed divine vein was completely different from the previous 3 divine veins. It was even clearer and purer. Aside from driving his divine energy and soul energy, it was also for driving his cycle Great Tao. The Silver Dragon King and Sikong Shu, the 2 experienced great perfection sovereign emperors, did not participate in the battle. Instead, they kept staring at the mysterious and unfathomable Shi. The 2 agreed that Shi, who had not made a move yet, definitely knew some secrets. This thought immediately flashed in Xi's mind. Never mind, the restriction is about to be undone. I'll go and check it out after I obtain the wings of time. Xiao Chen stopped thinking and looked up. He saw cracks appearing in the ethereal palace that was as perfect as a beautiful piece of jade. Qin Ming and Yan Zongming attacked ruthlessly, showing no mercy. They wanted to chase away the three and kill Jiang He. Shi, Chu Chaoyun, Yuan Zhen, and Zhen Yuan were in a tense stalemate. Saber lights knocked them into the air, causing them to vomit blood. However, what Xiao Chen did not understand the most was this saber light. This slash seemed extremely ordinary, yet everywhere it passed, it swept through everything in its path, and all phenomena collapsed and were easily crushed. As long as Xiao Chen kept an eye on Shi, he would not have to worry about not gaining anything. Xiao Chen frowned heavily as his thoughts raced at lightning speed. Chu Chaoyun's figure turned blurry, turning chaotic. He gently pushed off with his feet, trying to confuse space and break free. Given the ethereal immortal palace's noble and magnificent appearance, only Shi Wangmu in the immortal epoch could possess such a powerful treasure. That was very likely the case. Otherwise, there was no other explanation for the ethereal immortal palace's coincidental appearance at Immortal Burial Lake. Pu Si. Suddenly, Xiao Chen thought of a name. Shock filled his face as he gaped. The ethereal immortal palace completely disintegrated, and a river of stars flowed continuously in the sky. Countless stars flickered in the sky. Suddenly, a ripple appeared in space, and a blurry figure seemed to emerge from the primal chaos. Could the ethereal immortal palace's disintegration have something to do with Immortal Burial Lake's drying up? Only 3 people could barely stabilize themselves in the whirlpool. Crack! This was especially so for Chu Chaoyun, Yuan Zhen, and Zhen Yuan. As they struggled, they did their best to prevent Shi's demonic eye from swallowing up the inheritance key and the 5-colored divine stone. Without any warning, she appeared above Jiang He and landed a palm strike on his back. However, just at this moment, Shi, who had been strolling leisurely with his hands behind his back, suddenly made a move. Shi Wangmu just left, and something happened to the ethereal immortal palace. Could it be that the ethereal immortal palace was Shi Wangmu's temporary residence when she was alive? Chu Chaoyun. Earlier, Xiao Chen had been wondering who was using Jiang He to lay a trap. Then, he was shocked to discover that Chu Chaoyun was not around. He clearly sensed that the potential of Immortal Burial Lake had not been exhausted yet. Naturally, the 5-colored divine stone that Yuan Zhen grasped could not escape Xiao Chen's notice. The space-time ripples coming from it would be hard not to notice. After a while, Xiao Chen perked up and checked the changes in his body. She stood in the air and looked at the deep pit left by Immortal Burial Lake. He showed some confusion in his eyes. Someone is laying a trap. On the other side, a Buddhist light shone, and Buddhist chanting rang out endlessly. Yuan Zhen pressed his palms together and chanted endlessly. The colossal figure of the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva materialized behind him. Jiang He? After grasping the cycle Great Tao, Xiao Chen gained many comprehensions, many things that he did not understand when he was still in the state of cycle. Seeing Chu Chaoyun appear, rage immediately appeared on Xiao Sua's face. He ferociously swung the Scarlet Blood War banner and charged at Chu Chaoyun. Everyone saw Xiao Chen use the inheritance key to open the 5-colored divine stone without hesitation. Immediately, some people cried out in dissatisfaction. Clearly, the ethereal immortal palace's sudden disintegration caught these people off guard. The 3 of them, along with Shi, fought in 4 directions. The others felt the world spin around them, their bodies spinning in a whirlpool. No matter what Xiao Chen thought, the ethereal immortal palace disintegrated at a visible rate. The peerless unpolished jades emitted a celestial spiritual light as they rained down in all directions. After indulging in love, they would not return until they were drunk. Even if they were drunk, they would not return. The main reason was that she was too strange, and his strength was unfathomable. The 2 did not dare to confidently defeat him. One of them stepped aside to check. If she suddenly attacked, they might not be able to stop him. But immediately, everyone thought of a possibility. What was love in the world? However, the gazes of the others were no longer on Chu Chaoyun. Instead, they were focused on the golden key. They saw Jiang He floating in the air with his eyes closed, unconscious. Light continuously poured out of Jiang He's chest as the restrictions in his body rapidly dissolved. The shock waves from the battle of the various sides, be it demonic chi divine energy or spiritual energy divine energy, silently entered Jiang He's body after a series of ripples. Then, they sped up the removal of the restrictions in Jiang He's body. Tears of blood continuously dripped from Shi's eyes. Clearly, it was very taxing for him to fight so many outstanding talents alone. The onlooker sees more clearly than the person involved. The five-colored divine stone instantly melted, and the resplendent space-time power rippled like lake water. The Silver Dragon King, Sikong Shu, Wenren Yu, the other outstanding talents, and the older generation sovereign emperors all felt their breathing turn rushed. When the various outstanding talents on the ground saw Xiao Chen walk out while brandishing his saber, they revealed horrified expressions. The palace shook continuously, showing signs of breaking apart. This startled Xiao Chen. The four sides fought in secret, not daring to relax. The scene in this area turned blurry, and space twisted. Xiao Chen's left eye was like a bottomless hole. Everything in the surroundings flew into his left eye uncontrollably. The chaotic battle continued. As the ethereal immortal palace disintegrated, it became even more chaotic. After Xiao Chen consumed the entire immortal burial lake, he easily broke through to small perfection sovereign emperor and advanced to four-vein sovereign emperor. However, the two did not do anything. Pu Si. The sound of intense fighting rang out, along with all sorts of familiar shouts. Who would have thought that all of them would enter the immortal palace without a single one missing? Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and slowly walked forward from the darkness. Then he stretched out his hand and collected the inheritance key and the five-colored divine stone. However, these were not what shocked Xiao Chen. What shocked Xiao Chen was that as the ethereal immortal palace disintegrated, the inheritance key appeared. The inheritance key. Because Xiao Chen's physical body could not endure it, he stored the potential of Immortal Burial Lake's boundless natural treasures, waiting to be developed. As the four sides wrestled, a saber light carrying the power of reincarnation swept out. One could face death and live to death. One could cycle endlessly, producing the power to tear time and space. Life to death, death to life to life. As long as the world existed, the cycle would not end. The person who arrived was Chu Chaoyun, who had been lying in wait for a long time. Chu Chaoyun saw Shi, who wore the scarlet dragon robes, standing upright with his hands clasped behind his back. It seemed like the battle before him had nothing to do with him. What surprised Shi was that although the ethereal immortal palace disintegrated, every piece of white jade seemed to be connected. Chapter 23:36. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun came here. There was nothing. When Xiao Chen used the inheritance key to open the seal on the five-colored divine stone, he did not get the wings of time that everyone expected. Instead, he got a sentence that rendered everyone speechless. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun came here? Even though Xiao Chen had always been calm, he was stunned speechless when he saw these words. He was completely stupefied. He was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? Everyone schemed, set up, and used all sorts of trump cards, fighting to the death. In the end, all they got was empty words, Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's merciless mockery. Shi, who was even more incredulous than Xiao Chen, remained unperturbed, believing that his plan was flawless. Shi's mind went blank as he muttered to himself, "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. If Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun took away the wings of time, he would definitely hide it in the demonic Dao Hall. If it were in the demonic Dao Hall, I would definitely know where exactly went wrong." Chu Chaoyun remained silent, showing a complicated expression as he looked at the 8 words in the air. It was like he saw Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun mocking the Holy Lord. A person who died 50,000 years ago toyed with the powerhouses of the various factions. Although there were no faux gods here, in reality, those who could reach this step had the support of a super faction. By standing here, they represented not only themselves but also the terrifying factions behind them. What the heck is going on? Qin Ming bit his lip, confusion filling his face. His father clearly swore that the wings of time were hidden in the ethereal immortal palace. However, why was there nothing after the inheritance key opened the seal? There's no need to think about it. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun must have taken away the wings of time. We were all fooled by him, Sikong Shu said with a sullen expression, sounding extremely upset. No one would feel good if they were fooled by a dead man. Crack, crack. Just at this moment, cracks appeared at the edges of this space, spreading out like a spiderweb. When everyone looked up, the space-time tunnel formed by the 7 ethereal immortal palace keys was shrinking continuously. Oh no! This space-time secret realm is going to shatter. Instantly, everyone started to panic. They were in the middle of a space-time gap. As a mystic realm, it had always been extremely stable. But now, strange things kept happening. First, the misty immortal palace had exploded, and the celestial burial lake had disappeared for no reason. Now, the 5-colored divine stone had also been opened. The important pillar that maintained the space-time mystic realm might no longer exist. If they couldn't get out before the secret realm broke, they might be lost in the space-time reversal forever. We shouldn't stay here for long. Let's go. The immortal palace was gone, the immortal burial lake was gone, and now the wings of time were also gone. Even the mystic area was about to be destroyed. If he stayed here any longer, he would definitely die. He had to leave even if he didn't want to. Zhen Yuan and Yen Congming stood side by side, appearing somewhat confused. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun came here? What if it came here? Yen Congming said somewhat hatefully, feeling very depressed. Zhen Yuan said indifferently, "It is still acceptable. Let's go. The outcome of the Crown Prince battle should be out soon." However, the outcome of the Crown Prince battle doesn't seem to have much meaning. Zhen Yuan paused for a moment. Then he smiled and said, "That's true, this was decided from the very start. Let's go. Our original plan will not change." So. Many figures immediately flashed, flying towards the space-time tunnel in the sky. No matter how dissatisfied they were, being fooled was being fooled. They had to leave. When Ming Xian and Yang Qing arrived beside Xi, they clearly discovered that something was wrong with Xi's condition. Xi's left eye looked like a hole, not daring to look at it directly. His complexion was pale, and he kept muttering to himself. Ming Xian frowned slightly and said, "Lord Xi, we should go. If we still don't, this place will crumble." Xi covered his left eye and slowly stood up. Then he looked at Xiao Chen, who was taking care of Jiang He. It seemed like she was wondering if the other party's expression was fake or not. "Ming Xian, do you think that Xiao Chen obtained the wings of time in advance? He mysteriously came back to life in Immortal Burial Lake. Even I could not understand that final saber strike." Rumble. As she spoke, the space-time's secret realm slowly shook, and the cracks widened. Ming Xian said after some thought, perhaps he had some other fortuitous encounter, but the wings of time should not be in his hands. Otherwise, if he had the wings of time, we would not be able to survive. He would have finished us all off. At that time, when the epic changed, he would not have a single opponent. She remained silent. In his heart, he also leaned toward Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun taking the wings of time. However, it was strange. If Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun had the wings of time, why did he not use it when he fought the Holy Lord back then? There had to be something fishy about this. "Let's go." After looking at the crumbling secret realm, she no longer hesitated. After some thought, he said, "Let's leave first. Our plan is not over yet." Before leaving, she gave Xiao Chen a deep look, revealing a complicated look in his right eye. Soon, aside from Xiao Chen, Xiao Suo, Hao Kai, and Lin Feng, who were guarding Jiang He and the others, only Chu Chaoyun remained in this secret realm. Chu Chaoyun wanted to go over from a distance, but he saw Xiao Suo's murderous expression. Chu Chaoyun shook his head and sighed softly before leaving through the space-time tunnel. "Big brother, can he still be saved?" Xiao Suo asked somewhat anxiously. The secret realm looked like it was about to collapse, but Xiao Chen did not show any intention of leaving. It was hard not to feel anxious and worried. However, Xiao Chen remained unmoved, appearing like he did not hear Xiao Sua's words. He entered deep thought. Jiang He's condition was extremely strange. All signs of life were present. However, his divine seal was dim, and his soul showed no fluctuations. He was like a living corpse. After a while, Xiao Chen's gaze landed on his right hand. The inheritance key in his palm flickered with a faint light. Could it be? The thought occurred to Xiao Chen as he looked at Jiang He. Then he looked at the inheritance key in his hand. Could it be that this inheritance key already merged with Jiang He's soul? I can only gamble. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and slapped the inheritance key back into Jiang He's chest. Boom! In the next moment, Jiang He's chest burst out with resplendent light. The beautiful ethereal immortal palace jades in the sky turned into beams of rainbow light and entered Jiang He's chest. The wandering starry river in the sky and the surrounding stars all followed. Soon, a brand new ethereal immortal palace materialized in Jiang He's chest and merged into his body. This, Xiao Sua, Lin Feng, and the others gaped at this scene incredulously. After Jiang He absorbed the entire ethereal immortal palace, his entire body gave off a crystalline, faint light. Like a peerless piece of jade, her entire body, from the inside to the outside, was undergoing a complete transformation. Understanding appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes as he understood some things. This ethereal immortal palace did not have the wings of time. The previous generation Heaven Dragon was very clear about this. He must have discovered some of Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's secrets in the Blue Dragon's old land. The Heaven Dragon had left the inheritance key in Jiang He's body to give him a great fortuitous encounter. All of this was Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's plot. After learning about Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's plot, the previous generation Heaven Dragon went with the flow and left this fortuitous encounter for Jiang He. Since the Heaven Dragon had the wings of time 50,000 years ago, why did he not use it against the Holy Lord? Xiao Chen could only personally ask the previous generation Heaven Dragon for the answer. Otherwise, he could only seek the answer in the Blue Dragon's old land. It's over. It's going to collapse. Xiao Sua said in some despair as he looked at the edges of the collapsing space. This secret realm was already in tatters. Don't panic. Xiao Chen slung Jiang He over his shoulder and said, "Come with me." He drove the cycle Great Tao, and Xiao Chen gently pushed off with his feet. Then he used the power of cycles to reconnect the shattered space. After Xiao Chen left, space immediately shattered. Wherever he passed, the space behind him would collapse. He relied on the forceful pull of the reincarnation power. Then, Xiao Chen led the four into the air, forcibly stepping out of the passageway just as it was about to close. Lin Feng and the others, who followed behind Xiao Chen, felt incredibly mystical. They suddenly discovered that Xiao Chen seemed to have undergone a drastic change compared to before he sank to the bottom of the lake. Xiao Chen now gave off an indescribable calmness. His eyes were clear and pure, and he gave off a faint otherworldly aura. Previously, this feeling was not obvious. Now it was very clear. The succession race will end soon, Xiao Chen said softly. After exiting the passageway, the group returned to the ancient Yan Emperor tomb. Xiao Chen looked at the peak of the ancient Yan Emperor tree. Chapter 23:37. At the peak of the ancient Yan Emperor tree, the 9th Prince Wang Yan was currently fighting an intense battle with the 4th Prince Wang Yun. However, the situation did not look good. The Yan Imperial sword that Wang Yun refined was the 9th altar. 9 was the limit, containing a vast amount of dragon essence. The other princes, on the other hand, had long since lost the right to participate in the battle for the position of Crown Prince. They could only watch from the ancient tree. The 8th Prince Wang Feng and the 13th Prince had unwilling expressions on their faces. They were the most popular princes after the first prince. Who would have thought that after the death of the first prince, someone would truly ascend to the top of the ancient Yan Huang tree? They were the two brothers whom he looked down on the most. This was especially so for the 4th Prince Wang Yun. He had always been treated like a fool, a complete joke. No one thought that he would be able to pass the first round of the test. But who knew that this fool would turn the tables and stand at the top of the ancient Yan Huang tree? This was the final battle with the 9th Prince Wang Yan. Based on the situation, Xiao Chen was suppressing Wang Yan all the way, holding a great advantage. Even though Wang Yan's grasp of the massacre Great Tao was far more exquisite than the other party's Buddhist Tao might, Wang Yan's massacre Great Tao was not as exquisite as the other parties. In terms of martial strength, the fourth prince could not compare to the battle-hardened and experienced Wang Yan. However, there was nothing he could do. The ninth altar contained too much dragon essence. The might of Wang Yun's Yen Imperial Sword far surpassed Wang Yan's. Wang Yan used force to break technique. He did not need to use too many exquisite killing moves or martial techniques. He could suppress Wang Yan with just the sword in his hand. Ninth brother, you still haven't given up? Wang Yun held his Yen Imperial Sword at the top of the ancient tree, stuck in the vast clouds. The body of the sword overflowed with Buddhist light, and the Buddhist light behind him shone even brighter. It was as if a sky full of Buddhas had appeared, chanting Buddhist mantras incessantly, and the might of one sword seemed to be able to flatten mountains and rivers. Wang Yan's eyes filled with murderous intent. However, his aura was completely drowned out by the other party's vast sovereign might. It seemed as if he was surrounded by a powerful army, and his entire body was filled with killing intent as he fought bravely while bathed in blood. Unfortunately, there was no end to the killing. Even when they were exhausted, they were still unable to break out of the encirclement. It looks like Wang Yan's defeat is only a matter of time. Xiao Sua looked into the distance and sighed softly as he watched the battle at the top of the ancient Yen Huang tree. Hao Kai also shook his head slightly. Although the few of them had not interacted with Wang Yan for long, they still admired his character. Seeing that the prince whom he had been escorting was about to lose to someone else, he couldn't help but feel indignant. Xiao Chen's expression was calm, and his emotions did not fluctuate. Along the way, he had done his best to protect Wang Yan. Now, in this final battle, he could only rely on himself. Regardless of the outcome, he only hoped that he would not have any regrets. He could tell that Wang Yan's martial Dao foundation far surpassed the fourth prince, Wang Yun. After all, he had been stationed at the borders all year round and was always at the forefront. Wang Yun, who lived in the capital, couldn't be compared to him. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen's aura was completely suppressed. The dragon essence in the Yen Imperial Sword could not compare to his opponent's. If he could come to his senses and use the brocade pouch that he had given him, it would be hard to say who would win or lose. However, it did not matter. The first prince had already been killed. No matter who ascended to the position of crown prince, Xiao Chen could still reluctantly accept it deep down in his heart. At this moment, Xiao Chen had other worries. The succession race in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb had been full of twists and turns. The situation had developed to this point. It was hard not to worry about why the Imperial Ancestral Temple was protecting Shi and the others. Now, Xiao Chen felt somewhat worried about Ao Jiao, Su Yi, and the others in the depths of the Imperial Palace. Big brother, should we continue watching? Xiao Sua asked as he looked at Xiao Chen. Most of the other prince's guests had already left the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. Let's leave this place first. Xiao Chen and the others thought to themselves, give up. Then, they immediately felt a vast, mighty force from the depths of the ground connecting to their physical bodies and souls. The mighty force of the ancient Yen Emperor tomb forcefully sent Xiao Chen and the others out. In the next moment, Xiao Chen opened his eyes, and the scene before him changed drastically. His entire body suddenly felt incredibly relaxed. The pressure of the ancient Yen Emperor tomb no longer existed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The instant Xiao Chen appeared in the Imperial Palace's drill ground, he immediately felt 10-odd strong, suffocating soul energy scanning his body. This startled Xiao Chen. He had once come into contact with a faux god flame and could clearly sense it. Every strand of soul energy contained a faux god flame. This meant that a significant number of faux gods had arrived in the Yenwu dynasty. The soul energy containing a faux god flame left as quickly as it came, lasting less than 1,000th of a second. Those who were slightly weaker would not be able to sense it. Xiao Chen understood. These faux gods were trying to sense if they had the wings of time or not. Xiao Chen immediately felt a chill down his spine, feeling fortunate. Fortunately, the misty immortal palace did not have the wings of time. If he had taken the wings of time and appeared in the imperial palace, the misty immortal palace would have been destroyed. If Shao Chen obtained the wings of time and appeared in the imperial palace, he would instantly suffer the attacks of at least 10-odd foe gods. At that time, even if he had the cycle Great Tao, he would not be able to escape death. However, it was hard to say. With so many foe gods gathered, the Heavenly Alliance's foe gods would be here as well. If the Heavenly Alliance's upper echelon knew that Shao Chen possessed the wings of time, they would definitely protect him to the death. But no matter what, he would be caught in the center of the dispute, and it would be hard to predict whether he would survive or not. Without batting an eyelid, Shao Chen handed Jiang He to Xiao Su'a and walked toward Ao Jiao and Su Yi. "Your Highness Goddess, I'm glad I didn't fail you," Hao Kai said respectfully when he saw Ao Jiao. "Thank you, Senior Hao Kai." Ao Jiao quickly returned the greeting and said softly. Then, her beautiful eyes turned and landed on Shao Chen. She complained, "Why did you work so hard? You don't know how worried we were about you." Indeed, the competition for the crown prince position was full of twists and turns. There were many times when he was on the brink of life and death. He didn't have the time to think about it, but the onlookers were definitely alarmed and worried. "I'm not dead, don't worry." Feeling Ao Jiao's concern, Shao Chen felt warmth in his heart. Then he stepped forward and pinched Ao Jiao's cheeks. After Shi Wangmu's matter, Shao Chen understood many things. One should not wait until the people by one's side were no longer around before regretting it. After seeing Ao Jiao, many of the emotions that Shao Chen suppressed in his heart surged out. Ao Jiao's youthful face immediately blushed. She pulled away from Shao Chen's hand and asked, "What are you doing? There are so many people watching." "Young Master Shao, this is our Golden Crow Empire's divine daughter. Don't go overboard," Hao Kai said softly as he coughed a few times. Shao Chen withdrew his hand and looked back. Indeed, several gazes were looking at him. Then, Shao Chen saw she with a white bandage wrapped around his left eye. He smiled at Shao Chen in a mocking manner. Yan Songming and Zhen Yuan, who fought to the death with Shi earlier, were together with Shi again. There were also several hostile gazes, such as Qin Ming, who gritted his teeth in anger. Naturally, Shao Chen ignored all of them. At this moment, the eliminated princes and the many guests on the drill ground all stared at the light screen. Everyone stared at the light screen, watching the peak battle between Wang Yan and Wang Yun. There was destined to be only one victor in this battle, ascending to the crown prince position. However, Shao Chen had a bad feeling in his heart, regardless of whether he had the wings of time or not. Whether he had the wings of time or not, the Yanwu dynasty gathering so many foe gods was an ominous sign. If he got careless, a battle between foe gods would start. At that time, the consequences would be dire. What worried Shao Chen more were Shi and Yan Songming. One was the Shuwu dynasty's first prince, the leader of the demonic Tao. The other was the underworld god Hall's outstanding talent, representing the factions of the 9 layers of the abyssal underworld. They were like fire and water with the righteous Tao. Now that the first prince was dead, the two of them, who had lost their protection, still dared to openly remain in the palace. This gave Shao Chen a bad feeling. After some thought, he said, "Everyone, stay closer to me. Something is not quite right." The current calm was like the calm before the storm, making Shao Chen very worried. Shao Chen got Su Yi and the others to stay closer to him. Once there were any changes, he would use the Divine Universe Steel to put everyone in. Su Yi and the others did not suspect anything. After hearing that, they quietly gathered around Shao Chen, surrounding him. Suddenly, Shao Chen thought of something. He asked, "Did you see the Yen Emperor appear?" As long as the Yen Emperor was around, Shao Chen could swing his Yen Imperial Sword. Even foe gods would fear him in this Yanwu dynasty. Su Yi frowned and said, "His Majesty, the Yen Emperor, has not appeared since the start." The moment Su Yi said that, Shao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He already had a bad feeling. Just at this moment, the surrounding people started discussing. "The fourth prince is going to win." On the light screen, Wang Yan, who was surrounded at the top of the ancient Yen Emperor tree, could no longer endure getting knocked into the air by Wang Yun's sword. Blood spurted out endlessly, a cruel sight to behold. Chapter 2338. At the peak of the ancient Yen Emperor tree, at the start of the fight, Wang Yun, who held the upper hand, finally inflicted heavy injuries on Wang Yan, who was bitterly holding on. After being sent flying by a single sword strike, the accumulated injuries all erupted at this moment. Wang Yan, who was sent flying, showed an expression of dissatisfaction. If this Wang Yun was truly stronger than him, he could still accept his loss wholeheartedly. However, Wang Yun was no match for him. In fact, he was much weaker than him. However, he relied on the vast dragon essence contained in the ninth altar to suppress him in terms of the emperor's might. He didn't have any room to display his various martial arts. The other party used force to break technique. I don't care what killing move or martial technique you have. I only need one sword, and the deities and Buddhas in the sky all materialize sovereign might. If Wang Yan could match his opponent's long essence, he was confident that he could defeat his opponent within 3 moves. However, there were no ifs in this world. In terms of unwillingness, the eliminated 8th prince and 13th prince were even more unwilling. It's a pity. I've already come this far, but I still fell short of success. Wang Yan felt very guilty. He felt that he had let down Xiao Chen and the heavenly book scholar, who had supported him through life and death along the way. I'm sorry to disappoint you. From the very beginning when he faced Wang Yuan, he knew that his chances of winning weren't high, and he had no regrets holding on until now. However, when he thought of Xiao Chen and the others, he was filled with guilt. Just as Wang Yan closed his eyes in despair, he suddenly recalled that Xiao Chen had given him a brocade pouch in Black Wind Ridge. Wang Yan, who was about to open it, was stopped by Xiao Chen, telling him not to open it unless absolutely necessary. With this thought, Wang Yan opened his eyes. Just as he was about to descend to the top of the ancient tree, Wang Yan opened his eyes. With a tap of his foot, he stabbed his sword into the crown of the tree. He knelt down on one knee and stood up once more. A hint of doubt flashed in Wang Yan's eyes. In that instant earlier, he clearly sensed that the other party had lost all fighting spirit. There was no chance of victory at all, so why did he suddenly stop? Ninth brother, there's no need to struggle anymore. You and I are brothers. I don't want to hurt you too badly, and I don't want to kill you. Wang Yun said calmly. What he said was the truth. Of the many princes, only Wang Yan did not have much resentment or murderous intent. However, if Wang Yan insisted on going his own way, then don't blame me for being ruthless. You think you've already won? Isn't it? Wang Yun's lips curled up in a smile filled with mockery. His ninth brother, Wang Yan, is only SOS. Even now, he is still so naive. I don't think so. Wang Yan's eyes suddenly narrowed, and a sharp look flashed in them. Then he opened the brocade pouch that Xiao Chen gave him. Boom! The instant the brocade pouch was opened, a dazzling radiance flowed out in all directions. Wang Yun covered his eyes with his left hand and slowly looked at Luo Kai. He squinted his eyes, and when he looked, his expression changed drastically. It was a heavy jasper with clear ripples on the inside. 9 dragon shadows floated around it. This was a dragon jade with 9 dragon shadows. When this jade appeared, not only was Wang Yun shocked, but the many spectators in the dueling ground were also astonished. In the first round of the test, being able to fill up the dragon jade with 3 dragon shadows was already very impressive. Reaching 5 dragon shadows was already considered heaven-defying. It was unheard of for someone to reach 9 dragon shadows in the past. Damn it! Wang Yun could no longer remain calm. He cursed and charged over while holding his Yen Imperial Sword. Wang Yun wanted to end this battle before Wang Yan absorbed this dragon jade. Xiao Chen, you really gave me a pleasant surprise. A smile appeared on Wang Yun's face. The importance of this brocade pouch surpassed his expectations. Wang Yan raised his Yen Imperial Sword to the sky, and 9 dragon shadows immediately gathered. The Yen Imperial Sword in Wang Yun's hand burst out with a light that rivaled the sun. His dynasty's dragon might quickly soared. Wang Yun, who originally held a suppressive advantage, forced back his aura before the resplendent Yen Imperial Sword. Soon, Wang Yan's dynasty's dragon might clashed with Wang Yun's and overtook him. Wang Yun, who was charging over, could only watch helplessly as all this happened. A look of horror flashed in his eyes. Wang Yan roared furiously and soared into the air. His sword light flickered. Sword images containing the massacre Great Tao pierced through the Buddha statues in the sky and destroyed them all. Pusi. Wang Yun vomited a mouthful of blood as the many sword images knocked him to the ground. After losing the advantage in dragon essence, Wang Yun's true level instantly revealed itself. He lost in one move. How can it be like this? Wang Yun felt confused, unable to accept this. Earlier he had been suppressing the other party. By the time their dynasty's dragon might were about the same, he was actually defeated in one move. Cracks appeared in the Yen Imperial Sword in Wang Yun's hand before shattering. Without sufficient accumulations, Wang Yun forcefully occupied the ninth altar. The huge difference after losing in one move caused him to crumble. After losing his Yen Imperial Sword, Wang Yun was forcefully sent out of the ancient Yen Emperor tomb. No one had expected such a dramatic reversal. In the end, the one to truly ascend to the peak and become crown prince was the ninth prince Wang Yan. All the prince's Yen Imperial Swords were gone. Now, only Wang Yan's remained in the entire ancient Yen Emperor tomb. Boom! The dynasty's dragon vein hidden under the ancient Yen Emperor tomb poured into the ancient Yen Emperor tree and merged with Wang Yan, who was at the top. In the next moment, the huge screen in the drill ground shattered, materializing bright light. Wang Yan held his Yen Imperial Sword as he stepped out amid the bright light, appearing before everyone. Greetings, Your Highness the Crown Prince. The various feudal lords and noble clans all stood up and performed cupped fist salutes. No matter how the succession race turned out, now that Wang Yan was the crown prince, he would be the next Yen emperor in the future. Wang Yan revealed a smile as he looked around, his heart filled with joy. If you are the crown prince, then what am I? Just at this moment, a discordant voice rang out. Wang Yan's expression changed slightly. Wang Yan looked in the direction of the voice and saw the one-eyed she smiling mockingly at Wang Yan, who had the dynasty's dragon vein. Wang Yan's face sank. I thought that you already left. You're still here even now. You are really bold. The sudden situation startled the feudal lords, the many princes, and the guests at the drill ground. Why should I leave? She countered with a faint smile. Right after she spoke, the Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor walked out of the clouds in the sky above the palace. Then he said coldly, Wang Yan, your guests cruelly killed the first prince. You will not be able to escape punishment. The elders have already decided to strip you of your crown prince position. What? These words were like a bolt from the blue, shocking the various feudal lords and stirring up a huge commotion. Wang Yan said with a sullen expression, I want to see Imperial Father. You are not qualified to strip me of my crown prince position. I'm afraid that's not up to you. She sneered and said indifferently. Hundreds of figures covered in demonic flames rushed out of the vast palace. Without exception, they were all demonic Dao Hall elite sovereign emperors. They surrounded the entire drill ground, filling the air with demonic might, spreading out in all directions. The Yenwu dynasty's palace instantly changed. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's experts, who were supposed to be here, disappeared. The demonic Dao Hall took over the entire palace. The expressions of the various feudal lords and princes changed drastically. At this moment, all the elites of the Yenwu dynasty gathered in the palace. It was like the demonic Dao Hall had surrounded them. In the palace in the clouds, the imprisoned Yen Emperor trembled with rage. To think that you are so deranged, becoming the demonic Dao Hall's dogs. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's imperial ancestor said expressionlessly, the epoch is changing. If we want to continue the Yenwu dynasty's glory, we need to make a choice. The sudden change in the situation caused everyone to feel somewhat frightened. How did the Yenwu dynasty fall in an instant, occupied by the demonic Dao Hall? How can it be like this? To think that the demonic Dao Hall's people took over the palace just like that? Senior Feng and the Heavenly Book scholar said with uneasy expressions, not understanding what happened. Xiaochen looked around and said, that is not all. The Underworld God Hall's people are mixed in as well. This should have been planned long ago. If the first prince had not died, the Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor would have had a trump card to bargain with the other party. Now, he has completely sided with the other party. What should we do? Ao Jiao asked somewhat anxiously. The demonic Dao Hall took over the entire palace. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestors experts listened to the other party. This was like the dynasty's faction and the demonic Dao Hall's faction working together to surround them. There was no way out. Give me the sword. She climbed onto the drill ground and walked towards Wang Yan, demanding the Yan Imperial sword that symbolized the dynasty's inheritance. Chapter 2339. The entire palace immediately burst into a huge commotion. Mu Zifeng and Xuanji both felt startled, flabbergasted. Wang Yan's lips curled up in a cold smile. After some thought, he said, "You two are really my good brothers. Let me tell you this. Unless I die today, I will not give you the Yan Imperial sword in my hand." During the succession race, she wielded the demonic Imperial sword and prepared to swallow up the dynasty's dragon vein. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's elders, who managed the ancient Yan Emperor tomb, already turned a blind eye to it, not doing anything. Before the Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor finished speaking, Pan Huang mercilessly attacked, sending him flying with a slap from a distance. "Xiao Qin, are you going to save the 9th prince?" Indeed, Xiao Qin thought to himself. It was more or less as he guessed. That's right. Father is still in their hands. Even if you don't want to kill us, are you going to kill Father as well? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. The smile on Xi's face faded, replaced by a murderous intent. Just as she pressed forward, the 13th Prince Wang Yi said indifferently. If not for something unexpected happening that even she could not control, Yuan Zhen and Wang Yan would have counterattacked. Several dozen figures rushed over from the dark. Without exception, they were all experts of the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Everyone looked up and saw the peak of Spirit Vulture Mountain outside the imperial capital. The golden body of the Kasayapa Buddha released a resplendent light, materializing a Buddhist nation behind him. However, the situation was far from that simple. Hence, no matter what, they could not let down their guard. They had to protect the people around them. After some thought, Mu Zifeng said, "That's right. Wang Fei is the representative of the Imperial Ancestral Temple, the Demonic Dao Hall, and the Underworld God Hall. If he did not die, he would not have pushed Qi to the front. He would not have let these foe gods do so either. However, a war between foe gods is just a matter of time. The Hidden Spirit Temple will not just sit and wait for death." Under the control of the Imperial Ancestral Temple's elders, the Yanwu dynasty submitted to the demonic Dao Hall. Did they become prisoners? Xuanji said softly, "Little girl, the Yanwu dynasty is now filled with the foe gods of the various superfactions. No matter how bold the demonic Dao Hall and the Underworld God Hall are, they would not dare to offend all of them. People like the Dragon God Crown Prince Qin Ming and the profound Heaven Holy Sun Wenren were also taken away by the foe gods of the various factions. The Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor, an 8-vein sovereign emperor, could not even last one exchange with Pan Huang." Ao Jiao asked as he looked at Xiao Qin. The world out from the Shao into the Buddha Light Mountain. Suddenly, the boundless golden light disappeared, and a dark Buddhist light, accompanied by the strange and indifferent face of the Gautama Buddha, shrouded in front of the world. Xiao Qin's heart was as clear as a mirror. He said, "Don't worry. There will be someone who will not let him die. I just need to take care of you." Pan Huang chuckled, looking down on everyone, not taking these four seriously at all. "Qin. Qin Feng say, Qin Qinkama Shan." "Spirit," Mu said. Ji said Ji, Mu, Emperor, Qin, Mu. "This is the 9th Yan Emperor? He's still alive?" It looked like a foe god battle was about to start. The Yanwu dynasty would always be at the foot of the Spirit Mountain. "No need. You teach me." The Imperial Ancestral Temple's Imperial Ancestor appeared again in the palace in the clouds. He said calmly, "Princes and feudal lords, there is no need to be nervous. After Lord Shi becomes the new Yan Emperor, Everyone will continue as before. Your titles and lands will not change. The martial epic is about to collapse, and the new epic is about to crumble. Lord, she promised us even greater glory. The imperial palace had always been bathed in the Buddha's light, and it had never changed. Just at this moment, the golden body of the Kasyapa Buddha that everyone looked up to suddenly spun on Spirit Vulture Mountain. His gaze landed on Wang Yan from thousands of kilometers away. At the same time, he began to think about how his family and the interests under his name would change if this was true. What's going on? However, right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A beam of golden Buddhist light pierced through the dark clouds and enveloped Wang Yan. Then, the golden Buddhist light quickly expanded. In a moment, it cleared away all the demonic clouds in the sky. Scram to the side. It was the hidden spirit temple's abbot Su Yi. On the left and right were the spring snow bladesman Pan Huang and sword god Su Hanshan. Swearen Ji looked coldly at Mu Zifeng. Then, he waved his long sleeves and turned into a beam of dark light that pulled in Xiao Chen and the others. Swearen Ji glanced over and said indifferently, "Brat, be more respectful when you speak. I was the one who made a move earlier to fish you out." This completely cut off Wang Yan's thoughts of fleeing with his sword. The golden body of the Kasyapa Buddha frantically switched between good and evil. The golden body of the Kasyapa Buddha began to switch between righteous and evil. Xiao Chen could not help saying, "Lord Mu?" When the ordinary people inside and outside Yen City saw such a miracle, they all knelt and prayed. When Xiao Chen saw such a miracle, they all knelt and prayed. Xiao Chen asked as he looked at Mu Zifeng. The hundreds of demonic Tao sovereign emperors in the surroundings showed cold gazes as they silently circulated their demonic essence. They drove overwhelming demonic qi, and surging black clouds instantly covered the sky above the imperial palace. Whoosh! Boo! This rather dramatic scene seemed absurd and inconceivable. It seemed to be unexpected, but also beyond reason. Just as the Yenwu dynasty was in a precarious situation, on the verge of leaning toward the demonic Dao Hall, this super faction, which had been hiding its strength and not made a move for many years, finally revealed its fangs. Xi's words had the meaning behind them. Even if everyone in the world wanted to side with the demonic Dao Hall, Wang Yan would absolutely not do so. In that case, since all of you are here, why did you not help the hidden spirit temple? Hao Kai could not help asking. Ao Jiao asked, "Then how did you enter the imperial palace? The people of the demonic hall didn't attack you?" Below the martial arts practice field, many princes were shocked, and they were slightly dazed and unable to stand steadily. TSK, there are really a lot of old farts. Who else is there? Stop hiding. The four of you are not enough for me to beat you up. Bang. Right now, she had probably already swallowed the dynasty's dragon vein. The consequences would be even worse than now. The imperial ancestral temple's imperial ancestor showed a grave expression as he flew forward. Then he said, "Senior Abbot, my royal clan is currently dealing with internal matters. Please leave. The hidden spirit temple no longer has any connection to my Yenwu dynasty." Could it be? Wang Yan, who was on the martial arts practice field, felt the chill in his heart. His expression turned extremely unsightly. This was just his nature. Wang Yan's expression turned sullen, and his hand, which held the Yen imperial sword, trembled endlessly. He looked at Xi and asked, "Is my father still alive?" "Take out the sword." A thought occurred to Xiao Chen. He looked at Mu Zifeng and asked, "Is it because I killed the first prince Wang Fei?" Xiao Chen knew that he had to leave. With a thought, he prepared to take out the divine universe steel. This did not surprise Xiao Chen. When he looked back, he frowned heavily. He still felt somewhat worried about Pan Huang. The imperial ancestral temple not only did not stop the demonic Dao Hall's sovereign emperor expert from taking over the imperial palace, but it even colluded with him. Even Xiao Chen, Hao Kai, and the others all looked at Mu Zifeng in confusion. Even though some people were dissatisfied with the demonic Dao sovereign emperors and the hidden imperial ancestral temple experts, the Yen imperial ancestor was a dynasty that had existed for close to 100,000 years. Even though the Yen imperial ancestor normally did not show himself, It did not mean that there were no faux god experts. When Xiao Chen's vision recovered, he only saw a blurry golden light in the imperial capital Yen City when he looked back. What startled Xiao Chen even more was that the person traveling with him was his old rival, Ji. This enveloped the entire imperial palace in a somber and cold atmosphere, suppressing everyone. Xi's lips curled up in mockery. "Are you sure that I will attack you?" Xi smiled faintly and said, "Naturally you will live. However, if you do not cooperate, it will be hard to say whether you will live or not. Don't even think about resisting. The Imperial Ancestral Temple already came to an agreement with my demonic Dao Hall. The Flame Dragon formation in the Imperial Palace will not be activated." Clang. Since the demonic Dao Hall was confident of making a move under the Hidden Spirit Temple's nose, they definitely had something up their sleeves. 3 old men followed behind this white-haired old man. All the faux god experts of the royal court came out in full force. However, Xiao Chen suddenly sensed a strong aura behind him. When he turned around, shock flashed on his face. Xiao Chen knew that the Kasayapa Buddha's golden body had both good and evil sides. However, Xiao Chen had never expected that the other side would appear before the world one day. However, he could still sense that strong faux god aura. Xiao Chen's thoughts raced. He found it strange, but he resisted and did not make a move in the end. Even if Xiao Chen did not become the crown prince today, he would still be the first to step forward in such a situation. A white-haired old man stood on the flame dragon, radiating a faint faux god might. Mu Zifeng smiled and said, "What's wrong? Do you find it strange to see me? Now is not the time to speak. There will be a huge battle between faux gods soon. Ji, bring them away first." Wang Yan was not stupid. He quickly figured out what was going on. It was Mu Zifeng. Wang Yan had been rather calm from the start to the end, as he wanted to obtain the Hidden Spirit Temple. No matter what, he would not just sit back and watch the demonic Dao Hall control the Yenwu dynasty. The Yen Emperor had always been under the watch of the Buddhist ancestor, never disappearing. The Hidden Spirit Temple. 3 figures approached from the peak of Spirit Vulture Mountain, appearing in the sky above the Imperial Palace's drill ground. Ji, a Heavenly Alliance senior elder, was an incredibly strong faux god expert. "You have backbone, but is it useful?" Just as Xiao Chen felt uncertain, the golden Kasayapa Buddha body turned around again, revealing its benevolent, peaceful, and dignified side. Whoosh! The battle between faux gods is already unavoidable. No matter who wins, the Yenwu dynasty is finished. Unexpectedly, the people that Xiao Chen wanted to kill in the final battle were his own people. Mu Zifeng sighed softly. Then he said in a self-mocking manner, "I am overthinking. The epic has changed. There is no longer any distinction between the righteous and demonic factions. The super factions might be eager for both sides to fight. It would be best if both sides ended up severely injured, severely damaging their essence." A terrifying aura burst out from the depths of the Imperial Palace. 9 flame dragons gathered from different directions. "Ninth brother, just give the Yen Imperial sword to Lord Shi. Don't be rash alone. Don't get us all killed." Wang Yan drew his sword, and the Yen Imperial sword gave off a bright light, radiating the dragon might of a dynasty. A Buddhist light shone, looking very dignified. However, Wang Yan did not dare to say anything. Anyone who dared to step forward would definitely die. Now, Wang Yan finally understood that the demonic Dao Hall's actions had the tacit approval of the royal court's faux gods. The princes who lost the succession race did not want Wang Yan to become the crown prince in the first place. As Wang Yan held the Yen Imperial sword, he smiled bitterly as he looked at the Sovereign Emperor experts in the Imperial Ancestral Temple. When the Sovereign Emperor experts saw the situation, they started speaking in a strange tone, wanting Shi to hand over the Yen Imperial sword. She spread his arms and gently drifted back. However, after thinking about it, there were already signs of this happening. The moment she said that, the various feudal lords' anxious hearts eased somewhat. Whoosh! Chapter 2340. After entering the residence, Xiao Chen discovered that the Heavenly Alliance doyens and the group of faux god experts were all there. The old alliance chief, Hua Tianyang, and Swearenji were among them as well. They all looked at Xiaochen. After a while, Xiaochen figured out what had changed. When Mu Zifeng heard that, he felt slightly stunned. Then he said, "There is no need." Right after Mu Zifeng spoke, the other doyens agreed. In the end, only Swearenji remained silent. "I know you have many questions in your heart. Ask away." Xiaochen could not help feeling suspicious. If he started a new epic in the future, he would not be able to avoid destruction in the end. 3 days later, the alloy battle armor arrived at the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. Mu Zifeng asked after some thought, "Fate cannot be defied?" Mu Zifeng frowned. After thinking for a while, he said, "Strictly speaking, the martial epic ended the moment the Black Dragon King broke the World Tree. However, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor suppressed the Black Dragon King back then, not giving him a chance to destroy the world, allowing the martial epic to survive until now." Mu Zifeng explained, "When an epic reaches its end, there will always be an existence like the Black Dragon King, bringing the end and destruction. Only with destruction can there be new life. Only then can the epic cycle never end." "Why?" "Swearenji, do you have any objections?" Light and shadow flickered. Xiaochen looked into the distance and discovered that aside from the palace, the imperial capital Yen City had turned into rubble. Su Yi muttered to herself as she looked at the imperial capital Yen City, still showing disbelief in her eyes. Mu Zifeng thought for a while before saying softly, "Actually, you should address me as Alliance Chief Mu now. Let's go. This place is no longer safe. Let's return to the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters first." "Why?" "See, let's go." In the earlier exchange of foe gods, thousands or even tens of thousands of years of effort turned to dust, leaving nothing behind. It could be opened for cultivation only after obtaining the approval of all the doyens and foe god experts. The instant the Kasayapa Buddha's golden body shattered, 2 figures flew out of the Yenwu dynasty's vast territory. Mu Zifeng mocked, "There is no need to care. Who would listen to him now? Does he think that he is still the epic master? Go to the void god realm and die with him? I'm here to ask for your agreement to open the 9 Heavens Origin Gathering Formation so that Xiaochen can enter it to cultivate in seclusion." After Mu Zifeng sat down, he looked at Xiaochen and smiled softly. The group boarded the alloy warship, all of them silent. My Beauty's Smile Pavilion. The change of epics and the collapse of order were just the beginning. 9 Heavens Origin Gathering Formation. Xiaochen was slightly shocked. He only calmed down after a while. "You're the chief of the Heaven Alliance now?" Mu Zifeng stood up and looked at Xiaochen, wanting to speak to him alone. Even without the Heavenly Alliance's resources, after absorbing the entire Immortal Burial Lake and the Blue Dragon's treasure trove, he did not need many resources. As the two spoke, the horrifying battle between foe gods had already begun. It was broken. Mu Zifeng waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter. You know very well what kind of person I am. To put it nicely, we are helping each other. To put it bluntly, we are using each other. However, it does not matter. You and I are of use to each other. So, this relationship is unbreakable." After thinking for a while, Xiaochen voiced his doubts. Xiaochen felt worried. At the same time, he understood that after order collapsed, the foe gods would feel fear. When foe gods panicked, no matter how cruel the scene was, no matter how strong the power was, there was no order to maintain it. There were boundless benefits for a divine vein realm sovereign emperor to cultivate on this mountain. Originally, Xiaochen planned to deal with this matter after he became the Dragon Emperor. However, he had no choice but to say it now. Xiaochen had found it strange long ago. These two were sworn enemies. Why did they suddenly appear at the same time? Previously, Swearenji's attitude toward Mu Zifeng had been overbearing, like fire and water. Mu Zifeng asked with a frown, "Xiaochen, come with me for a while." "All right. Let's put it this way. The Heavenly Alliance will invest all its resources on you to help you ascend to the Dragon Emperor position. However, there is one thing. If you succeed in starting a new epic, you need to benefit the Heavenly Alliance. I need you to make an oath with your soul." Xiaochen mocked, "This is really interesting. Without anyone knowing, I helped you become the Heavenly Alliance's alliance chief. Upon seeing Xiao Chen agree, joy appeared on Mu Zifeng's face. This was especially so when Xiao Chen mentioned Mu Zifeng's name in the oath. Xiao Chen asked, feeling confused. He had been thinking of resealing the other party's Black Dragon King after he became the Dragon Emperor. Previously, Xiao Chen did not have a high status, so he could only cultivate at the waist of the mountain. As Xiao Chen said, Mu Zifeng had always been a person who prioritized his own benefits. It was just that he would hide it in the past. Now, he did not hide his desire at all, being direct. I'll give you 15 minutes to consider. I'm in no rush. Mu Zifeng and Xuanji both felt greatly startled, clearly extremely shocked. Now that order had collapsed, there was no way to restrain foe gods. It was hard to find a truly safe place in the Great Thousand Realms. After Mu Zifeng settled everyone down, he brought Xiao Chen to Heavenly Divine Mountain alone. Mu Zifeng gave Xuanji some instructions, and a transcendent alloy warship appeared. Then he called Xiao Chen and the others over. Earlier, when the many foe gods fought, the number of people who died from the shock waves could no longer be counted in 10,000. Greetings, Alliance Chief. Do you know how the Black Dragon King was sealed back then? The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor exhausted the last of the martial epic's luck before he succeeded. Furthermore, from a certain point of view, the Black Dragon King's appearance was fate. Even without the Black Dragon King, other experts would have appeared and destroyed the martial epic. Mu Zifeng looked around and said calmly, Xiao Chen already carved the oath on his soul. If he becomes the epic master, he will definitely benefit the Heavenly Alliance. As long as everyone's juniors and clansmen remain in the Heavenly Alliance, they will safely survive the epic change. Of course, that is on the premise that Xiao Chen truly becomes the epic master. When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt slightly stunned. Indeed, he had not expected Mu Zifeng to be so direct. When Xiao Chen heard that, he understood. No wonder these foe gods could only wait for death and still listen to Mu Zifeng's orders. Furthermore, they could obey Mu Zifeng's orders. It turned out that they all had descendants. They all had unresolved concerns and bloodline relatives. What? Xiao Chen did not continue thinking. He chose to agree. Since the Heavenly Alliance was established, the ancient spirit-gathering formation had been established. It had been absorbing the spiritual energy essence of Heavenly Divine Mountain's supreme treasures for many years. The battle between foe gods was cruel. The imperial capital Yen City was instantly destroyed. This made Xiao Chen feel that it was better to have a safe place. Xiao Chen worried about Pan Huang's safety. His strength was limited, so he could only pray for Pan Huang's safety. The other figure towered into the sky, radiating a terrifying state of death. Everywhere it passed, life force extinguished, materializing the image of an underworld deity. Let's go, one of the doyens said. While Xuanji's words sounded like a question, he was actually threatening Xiao Chen. How did you end up with Xuanji? The Alliance Chief's residence at the summit of the Heavenly Divine Mountain was previously managed by Hua Tianeng. Now it was managed by Mu Zifeng. At that time, with the strength of a foe god, Mu Zifeng would be able to kill the people that Xiao Chen cared about. Precisely. Long before the Crown Prince's war, the Alliance head had already decided to choose between me and Xuanji. Thanks to you, your performance in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb far surpassed Lin Feng's, and I became the new Heavenly Alliance's alliance chief. There's no need. I promise you. I swear in Xiao Chen's name that if we start a new epic one day, I will not forget the Heavenly Alliance and Lord Mu Zifeng's kindness, and I will protect them. There seemed to be a boundless force twisting space and confusing the surroundings, preventing others from seeing what was happening. Alliance Chief, the Holy Lord just sent orders for the leaders and foe god experts of the 5 super factions to head to the foe god world. We will discuss how to deal with the demonic Dao Hall and the underworld God Hall. However, once it started, it would immediately descend into madness, chaos, and doomsday. It could only end when the new epic started. A figure covered the sky with demonic clouds. Everywhere he passed, demonic clouds covered half of the Yenwu dynasty's territory. What was the meaning of the epic's existence? Suddenly, Xiao Chen said, Lord Mu, you have changed. These two were the demonic Dao Hall's Hall Master and the underworld god Hall's Hall Master, the most horrifying existences among the demonic Dao foe gods. If Xiao Chen was not willing to let go of this grudge, there was no need for Mu Zifeng to worry too much. In any case, he would die. Xiao Chen continued, just like back then, when the immortal Dao collapsed, the cycle of reincarnation was destroyed, and the immortals fell? Coincidentally, Xiao Chen had many questions in his heart that he wanted to ask Mu Zifeng. After leaving some instructions to Ao Jiao, Mo Qin, and the others, he followed behind Mu Zifeng. Mu Zifeng said indifferently, "You should have noticed that practically all the super factions have a spokesperson. They are betting everything, hoping that their faction spokesperson will become the new epic master in the future. Naturally, my Heavenly Alliance cannot continue splitting resources. We have to make a choice between you and Lin Feng." The only thing that Xiao Chen could gain was that the Heavenly Alliance would be a great help in the fight for the Dragon Emperor position. When the Black Dragon King reappears, the martial epic, which is already at its end, will officially come to an end. At that time, all the foe gods who ignited their divine flame and were too deeply connected to the martial epic will fall. There is no why. Every epic ends like this. Then, a new epic emerges. This is fate. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows as he looked at the other party. He discovered that Mu Zifeng seemed to have changed from before. However, he could not see the situation inside clearly. "Come, I'll bring you to the peak of the Divine Mountain." After the epic ended, it would be like when the immortals fell back then. All the foe gods would not be able to avoid being buried with the martial epic. I know where the Black Dragon King's seal is. I can gather foe gods to strengthen the seal. Mu Zifeng narrowed his eyes slightly as he smiled. He has indeed changed. The epic is changing, and a great calamity is looming. No one knows what the future will be like. Even foe gods feel fear and unease. Since things have reached this point, why do I need to disguise myself? I might as well live freely. No matter who it was, they would not be able to accept it. Heavenly Divine Mountain was a divine mountain formed from the Heavenly Alliance's boundless resources. Mu Zifeng smiled happily and said, "Good. From now on you are one of us. What else do you want to know? I will definitely tell you everything I know." Everyone keeps talking about the epic changing. I would like to know when the martial epic will end. Yes. Mu Zifeng said after some thought. No wonder the Imperial Ancestral Temple's elders are so confident, daring to work with the Underworld God Hall and the Demonic Dao Hall. It turns out that they already predicted that the Buddhist sect's days are numbered, which is why they are so bold. Even the Alliance chief did not have the authority to open it. Swearenji showed a cold expression as he smiled sinisterly. What objection can I have? Xiao Chen, this old man once had an old grudge with you. Although you repay kindness, you are ruthless and vengeful. You are not a good person either. Let me ask you this, after you become the epic master, will you let go of this grudge? I'm not begging you. If you are not willing to let go, that is fine. In any case, you are someone who is about to die. I do not have to worry too much. Seeing Xiao Chen remain silent, Mu Zifeng immediately understood that Xiao Chen should have something to rely on. The golden Kasyapa Buddha body, which had existed since the birth of the martial epic, actually shattered on Spirit Vulture Mountain. Actually, Xiao Chen was somewhat hesitant about whether to agree or not. Chapter 2341. Swearenji, are you trying to rebel? Rage appeared on Mu Zifeng's face. This Swearenji was not giving him any face at all. Mu Zifeng had already formed a contract with Xiao Chen. However, at the last step, Xiao Chen put him on the spot. Swearenji ignored Mu Zifeng's rage and the other doyen's anger. Swearenji maintained a sinister expression. In any case, in Swearenji's opinion, Xiao Chen was someone who repaid kindness with kindness and grudges with grudges. Xiao Chen was ruthless and vengeful. However, Xiao Chen's character was rather good. As long as Xiao Chen made a promise, Swearenji would believe him. It looked like Mu Zifeng was about to give the order for the other foe gods and doyens to attack Swearenji together. Xiao Chen raised his hand to stop Mu Zifeng. He felt somewhat sorrowful in his heart. Swearenji's threat made him feel some pity. This was the change of epics. Even someone as strong as a faux god felt so uneasy and lowly. If it were in the past, Xuerenji would not have bothered with Xiao Chen when faux gods were aloof. However, Xuerenji now showed a cold expression, threatening a four-veined sovereign emperor junior with words that cut off all means of retreat. How could a faux god do such an embarrassing thing in the past? Xiao Chen said calmly, I can promise you that as long as you do not make a move against me, I will naturally not make a move against you. All the more, I will not touch your Heavenly Alliance descendants or other blood relatives. I was just waiting for you to say that. After hearing Xiao Chen's words, Xuerenji's expression instantly changed, revealing a faint smile. Mu Zifeng showed a sullen expression, ignoring Xuerenji's little tricks. He said softly, Doyens, let's work together to open the seal on Heavenly Divine Mountain. All right. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Doyens and faux god experts present all took out Heavenly Alliance medallions and dripped their soul blood into them. The medallions immediately gave off a bright light, giving off many ancient and mysterious talisman scripts, looking very dazzling and intoxicating. After a while, these 10-odd Heavenly Alliance Doyens merged into a door of light. They formed a door of light that emitted a hazy and mysterious purple luster. The door of light was covered in pure white snow, and a plum blossom stood proudly. This was the symbol of the Heaven Alliance. Mu Zifeng and the other Doyens stopped what they were doing and looked at the light door with complicated expressions. Open this door, and you will enter the core of the God of Heaven Mountain, which is a paradise created by the 9 heavens source gathering formation. Mu Zifeng said with a grave expression as he looked at Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen was about to step in, Mu Zifeng said again, there is one last thing that I want to remind you of. What? Once you enter, you won't be able to exit for a year. The 9 heavens origin gathering formation would only self-destruct when the Heavenly Divine Mountain's resources were truly exhausted. The space-time inside is distorted. 1 year in the outside world is equivalent to 10 years inside. Xiao Chen turned around and said, in other words, I have to stay in there for 10 years before I can come out. Mu Zifeng nodded and said, that's right. The purpose of this Heavenly Divine Mountain is to nurture the epic master. Only a superpower could create such a blessed land. Once the seal was broken, the heavenly treasures would be destroyed. Once the seal is broken, there will be no turning back. You will not come out until you exhaust the resources that the Heavenly Alliance has accumulated for more than 100,000 years. Do the other super factions have similar paradises? Xiao Chen asked. Naturally. Their inheritances might be even more ancient, so you have to give it your all. If you don't exhaust the resources, you won't be able to come out. Xiao Chen thought to himself, this is equivalent to being separated from Ao Jiao, Mo Chen, and the others for a year. Had I known, I would have made some arrangements in advance. Help me take care of Ao Jiao, Mo Chen, and the others. I hope to see them again 1 year later. Bang! Right after speaking, Xiao Chen pushed open the door and entered the core of the Heavenly Divine Mountain. Bush, bush, bush. The Doyens' medallions returned, and Xiao Chen vanished. Mu Zifeng muttered to himself, I have bet more than 100,000 years of the Heavenly Alliance's luck on you. I hope you will not disappoint me. At the same time, in the Universe Origin Sect, Bushin Palace, and the Profound Heaven Holy Land, the masters of the various superfactions did not heed the Holy Lord's orders to head to the faux god world. They were making similar preparations to the Heavenly Alliance. In their opinion, the Holy Lord was already at the end of his rope. The martial epoch would crumble soon. If they headed to the faux god world now, they would just die with the Holy Lord. Light flickered and the world spun. After a bout of dizziness, Xiao Chen's vision cleared up. Then he appeared in a mist-shrouded pool. When he looked up, he saw countless stalactites hanging above him, giving off brilliant lights and spiritual energy. Drip, drip. At the bottom of the stalactite, a handful of dewy spiritual beads fell into the pond. Xiao Chen gently pushed off with his feet and soared into the air. Then he plucked a stalactite. Crunching sounds rang out as Xiao Chen took a bite. As he expected, it was spiritual milk. The moment Xiao Chen took a bite, the spiritual milk materialized in his body like a storm, pouring into his divine energy sea. As he looked around, Xiaochen said softly, "This place is indeed a blessed land. The spiritual energy here does not contain any impurities at all. If it were someone else, they would not be able to finish absorbing it even after 100 years. However, Xiaochen was different. His 10,000 dragons art had already reached the third layer and condensed a blue dragon essence soul. The newly condensed blue dragon essence soul was like a baby waiting to be fed. It happened to require a large amount of resources. Even if it was not enough, Xiaochen still had the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. He could materialize the demonic cloud bird, so he did not need to worry about not being able to consume it. As Xiaochen walked, he felt time flow slowly. He entered deep thought, not in a rush to absorb the spiritual milk here. Xiaochen had his own thoughts. In terms of resources, the various superfactions should be about the same. Some superfactions had inheritances even older than the Heavenly Alliance. In terms of cultivation, there was no way to determine who was stronger. After he came out of closed-door cultivation, he might even be weaker than the other party. Hence, the crux of these 10 years was not to absorb all the resources here and raise his cultivation. Instead, Xiaochen needed to understand his Tao. Aside from the cycle of reincarnation, his Tao was also the Tao that he accumulated bit by bit. Compared to Shi, Chu Chaoyun, Wen Renyu, Qin Ming, Yan Songming, Yuan Zhen, and the others, Xiaochen's Tao was more complicated and his path more difficult. Xiaochen dual cultivated immortal cultivation and martial cultivation. At the same time, he had a fate with Buddhism. With the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, many people of the Buddhist sect could not compare to him. Furthermore, Xiaochen cultivated an ancient demonic cultivation technique, the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. At the same time, he possessed the blue dragon divine body. Xiaochen dual cultivated immortal cultivation and martial cultivation, divine and demonic as one. He also had a Buddhist heart. Compared to the natural treasures that littered this place, understanding his Tao was more important in these 10 years. Perhaps it had something to do with Shi Wangmu's experiences, but Xiaochen still maintained an indifferent attitude toward the vast spiritual milk that the Heavenly Alliance had accumulated for more than 100,000 years. His expression was calm, like that of a mortal walking on a mountain made of gold, calm and indifferent. In contrast, when Qin Ming, Wen Renyu, and the others entered their respective blessed lands, they immediately went wild with joy. They did not hesitate to circulate their cultivation techniques frantically, absorbing the surrounding natural treasures into their bodies at a horrifying speed. How long was 10 years? Xiaochen did not know. The instant he entered the Nine Heavens origin gathering formation, he started thinking about dual cultivating immortal cultivation and martial cultivation, divine and demonic as one, and a Buddhist heart. He wondered how to merge them, how to walk a path that belonged to him, Xiaochen. This was a path that no one had taken before or after. 1 year passed in the blessed lands. Sueren Ji, Hua Tianyang, and the other doyens came to find Mu Zifeng in a somewhat flustered manner. Alliance Chief, not to mention 10% of the resources in the blessed lands, there is not even 1,000th less. What is this Xiaochen doing? Is he sleeping inside? This guy better not waste our painstaking efforts. Regardless of whether he absorbs it or not, after 10 years in the cave, the Divine of Heaven Mountain will self-destruct. The group of doyens appeared flustered. After Mu Zifeng persuaded them to leave with kind words, he also felt apprehensive in his heart. What was Xiaochen up to? Soon, 2 years passed in the blessed enclave. The spiritual milk formed by the various natural treasures in the Nine Heavens origin gathering formation did not decrease at all. This group of doyens sought out Mu Zifeng again. 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. In the blink of an eye, 8 years had passed in the blessed paradise. However, the resources in the Nine Heavens origin gathering formation did not decrease at all. Now, not only Hua Tianyang and the other doyens but also Mu Zifeng could no longer sit still. Everyone, what should we do now? After a while, regardless of whether Xiaochen is willing or not, the heavenly mountain will collapse, but the resources inside will not decrease. Mu Zifeng said somewhat helplessly as he looked at everyone with a sullen expression. The situation before them was beyond Mu Zifeng's expectations. something he had never expected. Actually, they had already discussed such a problem several times. However, they could not come up with a good solution in the end. Should we switch out someone else? Hua Tianyang said after some thought. Since the resources in there have not decreased, let's risk it and open the seal. Then, we can switch out someone else to absorb the resources in the Nine Heavens Origin Gathering Formation. Who should we switch to? Let's switch to Jiang He. He is the Heaven Dragon's descendant. Coincidentally, he absorbed the entire ethereal immortal palace. I think that he is a person with great luck. Coincidentally, he is also in our heavenly alliance. He also wants to become the Dragon Emperor, so we might be able to make a deal. Someone whispered a name, which immediately caused a moment of silence. Switching out someone else meant abandoning Xiaoqun. Mu Zifeng closed his eyes and said, "Don't say it first. Let me think about it." Chapter 2342. Let me think about it. 8 months had passed since Xiaoqun entered Heavenly Divine Mountain's Nine Heavens Origin Gathering Formation. Based on the ratio of time in the Nine Heavens Origin Gathering Formation, Xiaoqun had been in there for 8 years. During these 8 years, the 10,000-year-old spiritual milk and the various divine sources in Heavenly Divine Mountain had not moved at all. Such a strange situation made the Heavenly Alliance's upper echelon feel somewhat anxious and uncertain. Some of the outstanding talents that the other super-factions placed their bets on had already appeared and stirred up a storm in the Great Thousand Realms, attracting attention. For example, the Dragon God Crown Prince Qin Ming suddenly came out of closed-door cultivation 2 months ago. Now, he was a horrifying nine-vein sovereign emperor. The more horrifying thing was that he had completely unlocked the potential of the Golden Dragon's bloodline. His every movement gave people the feeling that he was an ancient golden dragon that had come back to life. The many older generation nine-vein sovereign emperors in Bushin Palace trembled before him. However, Xiaoqun still showed no signs of movement. No one knew what was happening inside. "Zifeng, we can't wait anymore." Hua Tianyang, the old alliance chief, said hoarsely, his face covered in wrinkles, looking extremely old. The other doyens did not say anything. However, the expressions in their eyes as they looked at Mu Zifeng went without saying. They could not afford to wait. Or rather, the Heavenly Alliance could not afford to lose. As the epic changed, as long as they lost the bet, it would not just be 1 or 2 people who died. The thousands of clans and factions that relied on the Heavenly Alliance would either be destroyed or enslaved in the new epic. As faux god experts, they definitely did not want their descendants to be unable to maintain their current status in the new epic. They might even be enslaved by other factions. Mu Zifeng said after some thought, "I understand. Get someone to send Jiang He over." Understood. In less than 15 minutes, the faux god experts brought Jiang He to the summit of Heavenly Divine Mountain. Back then, after absorbing the ethereal immortal palace, Jiang He had fallen into a deep sleep. Then Xiaoqun saved him. Jiang He had already woken up 3 months ago. Now, he had already stabilized the fortuitous encounter in the ethereal immortal palace. His entire body gave off an ethereal air. This was especially so for his eyes, which were as bright as stars and gems. When looked carefully, they were as deep and vast as the boundless starry heavens, giving off an ethereal and clear feeling. The ethereal immortal palace's aura was perfectly compatible with the Heaven Dragon mysteries. Now, Xiaoqun already possessed a true Heavenly Dragon bloodline. It had to be said that the previous Heavenly Dragon owed Jiang He a lot. However, he had done everything a father could to show the utmost fatherly love. The Heavenly Alliance doyens, including Mu Zifeng and Swerin Ji, all carefully sized up Jiang He, nodding to themselves. Xiaoqun was very satisfied with Jiang He. Since something unexpected happened to Xiaoqun, Jiang He was a good backup. "Seniors, what do you want to discuss with me?" Jiang He quickly asked, feeling weird being sized up by a group of people. Zhao's Dao Emperor Alliance Chief Shin God, Alliance wants to ask him, "King Qin is, you want me to be to replace Qin? You want Qin? You want me substitute? You want a divine emperor, you want me you want me replacing me instead. Shao King Qin heaven on one you heaven on one on demon you sue you all." The Heavenly Alliance has already staked everything on this and cannot afford to fail. You also want to become a Dragon Emperor, right? With our support, you will definitely be able to become a Dragon Emperor after you absorb the spiritual milk and divine source in the 9 Heaven Source Gathering formation. Mu Zifeng knew that Jiang He had a deep relationship with Xiao Qin, so he made his relationship clear. Several thoughts flashed through Jiang He's mind, but he soon calmed down and mused to himself, "Chieftain Mu, I suggest we wait. Perhaps Xiao Qin is at the critical juncture of his closed-door cultivation, and if we rashly open the seal, it will instead cause him to fall short of success." But we can't wait any longer. That's right. Once the 9 Heaven Source Convergence Array is activated, it can only be maintained for a year. It's already been 8 months. Xiao Qin has been in there for 8 years. No matter what he is doing, he should have finished it by now. Little brother Jiang He, just say yes. When the Heavenly Alliance Doyen saw Jiang He hesitate, they immediately felt somewhat anxious. They couldn't be blamed for not being anxious. After all, they had given Xiao Qin a lot of time. If it wasn't at the very last moment, they wouldn't resort to such a method. Rumble. Just as Jiang He was about to speak, the entire Heavenly Divine Mountains suddenly shook intensely. The world spun around as if time and space twisted. At the summit of the mountain, Mu Zifeng and the others in the residence shook, unable to stand stably. Everyone's expressions changed slightly, showing doubt in their eyes. Crack, crack. Cracks appeared in the roof of the residence, and rubble fell continuously. The palace that stood on the peak of the mountain seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Let's go. Mu Zifeng made a prompt decision, quickly leaving with Jiang He and the other doyens. Just as the group left the residence and landed at the foot of Heavenly Divine Mountain, the Heavenly Divine Mountain shining with spiritual light behind them suddenly lost all its spiritual energy. All of a sudden, there was no more spiritual chi, and it turned into a pile of withered rocks. Then it collapsed. The 10,000-foot God Mountain disappeared in an instant. What's going on? Hua Tianyang and the other doyens were startled, their expressions changing dramatically. They all wondered if something had happened to the 9 Heavens Origin Gathering Array. It's over. It's all gone. Swearin Ji shook his head and sighed softly. The 100,000-odd years of the Heavenly Alliance's accumulations suddenly vanished before everyone's eyes. Jiang He entered deep thought as if he thought of something. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Many figures quickly flew over from a distance. The Heavenly Alliance's cultivators had rushed over after hearing the news. Heavenly Divine Mountain was the symbol of the Heavenly Alliance. Everyone's every move was watched by the light. What more when it collapsed? They could not hide it even if they wanted to. This might even trigger a chain reaction. Bang! Just at this moment, the rubble exploded, and a figure drifted out. Xiao Qin. Jiang He's sharp eyes immediately recognized the person who flew out of the Heavenly Divine Mountain's rubble. This person was none other than Xiao Qin. This is somewhat strange. Swearin Ji stared at Xiao Qin, who was slowly descending. He revealed an expression of doubt in his eyes, as he was shocked to discover that Xiao Qin's aura had disappeared. He was shocked to discover that, despite being a faux god, he could not make out Xiao Qin's cultivation. Xiao Qin, who appeared before Swearin Ji, seemed ordinary, without anything special about him. Mu Zifeng's expression changed slightly. He signaled with his eyes, and a gray-clad 9-vein Sovereign Emperor Doyen immediately soared into the air. He soared into the air and threw a punch at Xiao Qin without saying a word. When Xiao Qin punched, he activated his 9 divine veins at the same time. Vast divine energy and soul energy drove the power of the world and materialized the mysterious phenomenon of 10,000 stars falling and the sun and moon shattering. This punch seemed to shatter the boundless river of stars and the sun, moon, and stars at the same time. Good timing. Xiao Qin smiled faintly. Then he raised his hand and flicked his finger. Whoosh! A strand of saber chi shot out from Xiao Qin's fingertip. When the saber chi appeared, sun, moon, stars, universe, starry sky, endless divine essence. Before this seemingly ordinary strand of saber chi, they all lost their color and vanished. Pu Si. The saber chi pierced through the fist light of the nine-vein sovereign Emperor Doyan, sending him flying back while vomiting blood. Nine-vein sovereign Emperor. The instant Xiao Chen attacked, Swearin Ji and the other Doyans clearly saw Xiao Chen's cultivation. A bona fide nine-vein sovereign emperor. They immediately rejoiced. It turned out that Xiao Chen had absorbed all the resources in this heavenly divine mountain. Sorry for the offense earlier. After Xiao Chen landed, he performed a cupped fist salute to the Doyan who vomited blood. It's not really. The gray-clad Doyan quickly waved his hand as he spoke. When Xiao Chen attacked earlier, the gray-clad Doyan seemed to see gods, demons, immortals, and Buddhas sitting quietly behind him, submitting to a treasure saber. He had never seen or heard of such a scene before. The sky was filled with immortals, Buddhas, and countless gods and demons. Any one of them was an unprecedented powerhouse. Every one of them represented a grand epic. All of them had startling magic skills that could pluck the stars and moon. However, they all submitted to the light of a saber. Be it the ancient Buddhist nations with Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Arhats, and Vajras, the supreme immortal courts with immortals, the 9 layers of the demonic abyss with ancient demonic sovereigns, or the boundless hell, they were no exception. Xiao Chen raised his hand and flicked his finger, and the immortals, Buddhas, and ancient gods and demons all submitted. Chapter 2343. Xiao Chen raised his hand and flicked his finger. The gray-clad nine-vein sovereign Emperor Doyan instantly lost, a clean defeat. Such a scene elicited wild joy from Mu Zifeng and Swearin Ji's shock. Although this gray-clad Doyan was not particularly strong among the nine-vein sovereign emperors, he was still a bona fide nine-vein sovereign emperor. However, Xiao Chen was a bona fide nine-vein sovereign emperor who had accumulated his divine energy for many years. However, he still got defeated in one move. Xiao Chen, how did you do it? Mu Zifeng and the other Doyans asked out of curiosity. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and replied, I just figured out some problems, understood my Tao, and found the path I want to take. For the past 8 years, Xiao Chen had been thinking hard about where his path should be. Immortal cultivation and martial dual cultivation, divine and demon as one, and a Buddhist heart. All these things were hard to separate. Compared to raising his cultivation and absorbing resources, Xiao Chen paid more attention to the Tao he wanted to take. How to control it, how to merge it, how to look at his heart, and how to make his thoughts clear. Xiao Chen was very clear that if he did not understand, no matter how high his cultivation was, he would not be able to jump out of his current shackles. If he could not break through the bottleneck of the martial epic, he would always have to live in the shadows of his predecessors, unable to be himself. 8 years passed in the blink of an eye. Xiao Chen finally understood. His Tao, his path, his original heart, everything came from the saber in his heart that had never been sealed. Xiao Chen was a bladesman. No matter how long it took, no matter how many immortals, demons, gods, or Buddhas passed, this would never change. After thinking it through, Xiao Chen suddenly saw the light. Then he used the saber to suppress the immortals, demons, gods, and Buddhas in his heart. Although it was called suppression, it was actually merging and absorbing them, mastering them, and taking the path to his heart. After comprehending the Tao, the world suddenly became clear. In one breath, Xiao Chen absorbed all the resources of heavenly divine mountain into the saber in his heart. What exactly is your cultivation now? Mu Zifeng was more concerned about this. Xiao Chen had revealed too little strength, so it was better to have an idea. Xiao Chen didn't say anything. After a while, he said softly, the level of cultivation isn't important. Once the epic collapses, all the rules will be broken, including the division of cultivation levels. At that time, who will truly be able to establish an epic will depend on one's understanding of the Tao, the world, and one's own heart. What do you mean? The moment Xiao Chen said that, Mu Zifeng and the other Doyans exchanged looks, not really understanding. It's fine. With my current strength, I should be able to fight anyone below the empty god realm. Seeing that the other party did not really understand what he was talking about, Xiao Chen sighed in his heart. He could only say something practical. When Mu Zifeng and the others heard this, they all laughed. This made it much easier to understand. According to Xiao Chen's humble character, he was at the highest level below the foe god realm. Get some rest. Jiang He is here anyway, and you could ask him about what happened in the outside world while you were in seclusion. We'll be on our way. After experiencing Xiao Chen's strength, Mu Zifeng and the other Heavenly Alliance upper echelon left in satisfaction. He did not care about the collapse of the Heavenly God Mountain at all. Congratulations, Jiang He said with a smile as he strolled over. Many thanks. Xiao Chen sized up Jiang He with a few glances and sensed the other party's ethereal air, as well as the deep and distant eyes that looked like the boundless starry heavens. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. After some thought, he asked, "You became a heaven dragon?" However, although I became a heaven dragon, my cultivation did not increase by much. I cannot compare to you. Jiang He smiled faintly, not showing much joy. Is that so? That might not be the case. When the martial epic is destroyed, the various rules of the martial epic might be destroyed along with it. At that time, we might no longer be able to judge a person's strength based on their cultivation. What do you mean? You were right about that earlier. That group of doyens said it too. Jiang He showed a confused expression. He felt that Xiao Chen did not seem to be joking. Xiao Chen thought for a while before explaining, "This is just my guess. When the martial epic is destroyed, the rules of the martial epic, like the division of cultivation realms, will be destroyed as well. At that time, before the new epic appears, how much strength one can bring out will depend on one's understanding of one's Tao, not just one's cultivation." Jiang He had never heard of such a theory before. When he suddenly heard it, he felt greatly startled. Xiao Chen said softly, "Let's not talk about this for now. While I was in closed-door cultivation, did the Foe God War in the Yanwu dynasty come to an end?" Xiao Chen had been in the Nine Heavens origin gathering formation for about 8 years. 8 or 9 months should have passed in the outside world. Logically speaking, the results of the Foe God War in the Yanwu dynasty should have come to an end already. Jiang He nodded and said, "I was just about to talk to you about this. I'd like to hear the details. I'm not very sure about the process of the Foe God War. However, after that battle, the factions of the Underworld God Hall and the Demonic Tao Hall withdrew from the imperial capital Yen City. All the factions belonging to the Imperial Ancestral Temple in the palace have been cleared out. Now, Wang Yan has inherited the throne and is the new Yen Emperor." After a pause, Jiang He continued, "However, things are far from over. The Demonic Tao Hall and the Underworld God Hall have already launched a large-scale invasion of the Yanwu dynasty. Right now, the flames of war raged everywhere in the Yanwu dynasty. There was also a new Buddhist sect that appeared everywhere, bewitching the masses. They revered the ancient Kitagarbha Bodhisattva as the Buddha, gaining countless believers. It shows signs of overtaking the hidden spirit temple. Its development speed is incredible." Xiao Chen thought to himself, "It looks like the shattering of the Kasyapa Buddha's golden body has something to do with Yuan Zhen. How is the hidden spirit temple now? It's very difficult. The shattering of the golden body of the Buddha caused them to lose many believers. Now, there's a young monk called Yen Qin who goes around preaching and forming an alliance with the imperial family. We're mutually dependent. If that was the case, then the battle between foe gods that day must have been extremely intense. Pan Huang and sword god Su Hanshan should have worked together to defeat the demonic Tao Hall and the underworld god Hall. However, they could no longer support the Yanwu dynasty. The entire dynasty was in a precarious situation, becoming the most chaotic place before the epic changed. But there's something else I have to tell you. Jiang He looked around cautiously. Then, he sent a voice projection to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen felt enlightened, but his expression did not change much. That's normal. I have not done anything for 8 years. It is hard for them to not get anxious. After all, he staked everything on me. Xiao Chen appeared rather calm about Jiang He's secret, replying in a relaxed manner. That's good. I was thinking the same thing. Before this, I was still hesitating, afraid that you would overthink it. Now, it looks like I was overthinking. Jiang He sized up Xiao Chen and found that he could not figure out the other party. It was like Jiang He and the others were still in a cage, but Xiao Chen had already jumped out. How is the situation in the Divine Dragon Empire? I would like to take some time to go over. It is time to resolve some grudges. Jiang He's expression changed slightly as he asked, "Are you sure?" While Xiao Chen spoke casually, Jiang He knew that once Xiao Chen went, there would be a bloody storm. "I'm sure. Tell me." Xiao Chen knew that Jiang He had been thinking of returning to the Divine Dragon Empire. He had designs on the Dragon Emperor position and had been paying attention at all times. Qin Ming stood out among the outstanding bloodline talents of the 8 great empires and obtained the full support of the Bushin Palace. He came out of closed-door cultivation before you and is a 9-vein sovereign emperor. Now he shakes the dragon race with his might. The purple gold dragon emperor intends to bring forward the dragon emperor selection. Helplessness flashed in Jiang He's eyes as he said, "However, with Qin Ming's current cultivation, even if the other divine dragon disciples work together, they will not be able to defeat him. The competition to become the Dragon Emperor is just a ceremony for him to crown the Dragon Emperor." "Is that so?" A smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face as he said softly, "It will not be that easy. Remember to tell me when you return to the Divine Dragon Empire." "Xiao Chen, will you vie for the Dragon Emperor position as well?" Jiang He felt somewhat conflicted in his heart. After hesitating for a long time, he said, "Although you saved my life, if you vie for the Dragon Emperor position, I'll probably have to fight you to the end and not back down." Xiao Chen did not deny it, not answering directly. He smiled and said, "There's no need to feel conflicted. I never use morals to coerce others. If you do your best to vie for the Dragon Emperor position, I will definitely support you. I have to go and meet the others. Thank you for telling me so much." "What does that mean?" Jiang He remained in front of the rubble of Heavenly Divine Mountain, frowning heavily as he pondered Xiao Chen's words. "Sorry, I have to vie for the Dragon Emperor position. I can only repay the debt of saving my life in the future." Even after a long time, Jiang He still could not figure out Xiao Chen's words. So, he shook his head and chose to leave. Xiao Chen continuously traveled through the vast and boundless Heavenly Alliance's headquarters, appearing like a flash of light and shadow, leaving no traces. After a while, he appeared outside Ao Jiao's room. However, he discovered that Ao Jiao had already left. She returned to the Golden Crow Empire. Mo Chen and Su Yi, who were in the same courtyard, came out. After chatting for a long time, they informed Xiao Chen of Ao Jiao's whereabouts. "She already left? That's good. I should make a trip to the Golden Crow Empire." Chapter 2344. At that time, the 100 schools of thought and the 10,000 races would contend for supremacy. Blood and fire, chaos and despair would continue until the start of the new epoch. The two crashed into the Buddhist nation's barrier in the air like broken kites, producing loud sounds that sounded like morning bells and evening drums. Which evil beast dares to barge into the divine kingdom? The two controlled their Buddhist sect consummate techniques as they pleased. With a wave of their hands, they perfectly manifested their true meaning. Xiao Chen felt startled. He had heard from Jiang He that the new Buddhist sect led by Yuan Zhen was developing rapidly. The so-called purification was using the Buddhist sect's magic skills to brainwash and enslave the other party, turning them into one's slaves. The two's initiative vanished in mere moments, and they fell into a predicament. The saber light materialized by the power of cycles materialized in Xiao Chen's 5 fingers gathered in his palm. Then he casually swung. The many believers on the ground showed joy on their faces. Smiles appeared on their faces, appearing content and blissful. The seal could not stop Xiao Chen, as this world called for the destroyer. The various mysterious phenomena of the Buddhist sect could not advance an inch under the illumination of the saber light. Cloud-rubbing palm. No matter where one was in the vast, boundless starry heavens, as long as one looked back, one would always see the central great realm, which was like an eternal treasure of the world. Xiao Chen was very familiar with such a scene. The life Tao and the death Tao immediately cycled endlessly around Xiao Chen, sending out saber lights materialized by the power of cycles. However, there were still many people outside the Divine Kingdom who could not avoid worshipping the Divine Kingdom. These people kowtowed piously, hoping that the bodhisattvas would show themselves and let them in. In an instant, a vast Buddhist kingdom appeared, overflowing with golden light. However, when looking at it now, one could clearly sense an ominous black fog encasing the central great realm. Now, this Yenwu dynasty's ritual ground was densely packed with believers in the blink of an eye. Countless believers worshipped inside and outside the ritual ground. Incense burned, making the Buddha statue and the bodhisattvas and arhats around it look even more dignified. A rainbow path carrying a lotus platform wound its way through the air and landed at Xiao Chen's feet. Then Xiao Chen saw a gigantic Buddha image in the west of the Yenwu dynasty. Connected to the heavens and the earth, Buddhist light illuminated everything. His appearance was dignified and kind. After passing 10 layers of palace halls and 1,000,000 steps, Xiao Chen saw Yuan Zhen on the spacious Dao platform in front of the palace. Xiao Chen spread his arms and slowly descended from the starry sky like an eagle. Countless refugees, destitute and destitute. The evil Dao ran amok everywhere. Xiao Chen opened his eyes, feeling a little sad. Coincidentally, Xiao Chen felt curious and wanted to probe Yuan Zhen's current situation. He immediately stepped onto the lotus platform, and the Buddhist light rotated. The lotus platform automatically brought Xiao Chen forward on the rainbow path. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's divine sense sensed a dazzling Buddhist light, and he opened his eyes. Xiao. The two of them vomited blood and looked at Xiao Chen with fear in their eyes. That was because if the old era was not destroyed, the new era would never appear. That eternal night would never have a moment of dawn. It would forever fall into darkness. Just as the two were at a loss for what to do, the barrier of the Buddhist nation in the air suddenly opened like an ancient Buddhist gate. Furthermore, Ao Jiao did not feel at ease leaving little yellow feather alone in the Golden Crow Empire. Xiao Chen suddenly understood. This was the purification that the two Protector Vajra mentioned earlier. However, since Yuan Zhen invited him, there was no harm in meeting him. Buddhist chanting rang out beside Xiao Chen's ears as scriptures echoed, rubbing the clouds freely and projecting 10,000 Buddhas with the palm. However, Xiao Chen did not know that the other party had already established a Buddhist nation. The eyes of the two Buddhist sect protectors, who were as strong as great perfection sovereign emperors, lit up when they saw Xiao Chen. Then, they saw two Buddhist sect experts bathed in golden light, dressed in Protector Vajra attire, flying out of the dazzling golden nation. If they wanted to make things difficult for Xiao Chen, it would not be easy for them to come out. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. After entering the other party's Buddhist nation, his strength would be limited. He knew that this was just the beginning. Such a tragedy would slowly spread. Eventually, it would spread to the entire Great Thousand Realms. When the epic ended, the eternal night would officially descend. At this moment, Yuan Zhen sat cross-legged, giving a lecture to the surroundings. 3 days later, Xiao Chen returned to the central Great Realm from the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. These two Buddhist sect experts had pure Buddhist Dharma and deep accumulations. The two did not waste any time speaking nonsense. They each executed a killing move, and vast Buddhist might encased Xiao Chen. At the very least, there were hundreds of millions of them. They are pretty strong. Furthermore, they are spies sent by the royal court's lackeys. Without any warning, Xiao Chen, who moved forward like a laser beam, crashed into the void. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense turned into countless invisible motes of light, spreading out like a spiderweb. Soon, he sensed the entire Yenwu dynasty in his sea of consciousness. This was the small world of more than 100 Buddhist sect experts, gathered using Buddhist magic skills. This materialized a divine nation that rivaled a true god's, even stronger than a small world. Dang! The sovereign emperor experts of the righteous Dao and demonic Dao stood up and left respectfully. Just as the sovereign emperor experts felt horrified, they saw Xiao Chen suddenly raise his hand. However, Xiao Chen's eyes were lifeless, devoid of spiritual light. Clearly, he was already delirious. We have guess. We'll talk about it another day. You all can withdraw. Flames of war and beacons filled the place. The bustle of the past was long gone. Xiao Chen could see the dragon luck guarding the Yenwu dynasty from the constellation. It was unstable in the wind and rain, showing signs of crumbling. When Xiaochen sent out his spiritual sense, all he received was negative emotions. The Yanwu dynasty's etiquette had collapsed. Order no longer existed, and ghosts ran amok. Night slowly descended, with no hope in sight. Xiaochen did not panic. He silently circulated the cycle Great Tao. Xiaochen did not rush to the Golden Crow Empire. He directly landed in the sky above the Yanwu dynasty. This was the center of the entire martial epic, the Great Thousand Realms, where the luck of the entire martial epic gathered. Xiaochen was like a wild beast that saw delicious prey. He spread his fingers and lifted them up high. In that instant, Xiaochen's figure magnified infinitely in the eyes of the two, making them look infinitely insignificant. As the world venerate commands. Don't bother speaking nonsense with him. Capture him and get martial ancestor Yuanzhen to purify him. That will be a great help. Now, Xiaochen somewhat understood why Mu Zifeng said that the Black Dragon King would definitely appear. Even if Xiaochen knew where the Black Dragon King was sealed, he would not be able to stop the Black Dragon King from appearing. Back in the Kunlun realm, the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva had opened a similar dojo in the heavenly starry ocean. However, it was much smaller in scale. But millions of five-colored auspicious signs layered over each other burst out. A golden Kitagarbha Bodhisattva dermic incarnation was hidden in the depths of the Buddhist light. Without more than 100 years of attainments in the Buddhist Dharma, it would be very difficult to materialize such a perfect Buddhist mysterious phenomenon as one pleased. Flying Flower Finger. After all, she was the Golden Crow Empire's divine daughter. She could not remain in the Heavenly Alliance forever. Xiaochen's figure turned around and flew straight to the dojo. He arrived within a short while. Welcome, Benefactor Xiao. The world venerate invites you in. The countless astral regions in the magnificent starry heavens revolved around the central great realm. After Xiaochen entered, the gates of the Buddhist nation closed. When Xiaochen looked down, there was a vast and majestic execution ground that occupied a vast area. Yuanzhen glanced over. When he saw Xiaochen, he smiled and said, Benefactor Xiao, how have you been? Xiaochen took a few steps back and looked over, entering deep thought. Flowers flew around, and light and shadows danced. It was not hard to understand why Ao Jiao returned to the Golden Crow Empire. Given Xiaochen's current strength, he could travel the starry heavens without an alloy warship even faster. Xiaochen did not seem like a sovereign emperor expert who relied on the power of incense. The people who spoke to him startled Xiaochen. Among them were sovereign emperor experts of the righteous Tao and demonic Tao. There were even people of the demonic Tao and abyssal underworld's foreign races. Those lawless evil cultivators all appeared pious or enslaved. This situation could not be reversed by just one person. After saying goodbye to Mo Qin and Su Yi, Xiaochen headed to the Golden Crow Empire alone. The ordinary people showed flustered expressions. They were numb and ignorant, not knowing how to deal with this. Some were kept in captivity by demonic Tao cultivators, using their physical bodies as nourishment for their demonic cultivation techniques, and their souls as sacrifices to the ghost pennant. The various religious sects took advantage of the chaos to bewitch the hearts of the people. When looking around, Xiaochen saw a dense, indescribable number of believers. Countless arhats wore kasayas and had golden divine powder smeared over their bodies on both sides of the road. Under the illumination of the Buddhist light, they glistened like ancient arhats, looking incredibly dazzling. Chapter 23:45. Benefactor Xiao, how have you been? When Yuanzhen saw Xiaochen, he smiled faintly, showing a relaxed expression. There was an indescribable Buddha nature on him. It was neither good nor evil, and it was extremely strange. Xiaochen had just heard the others call him the revered one of the world. This was an incredible title. It was rumored that the first ancestor of Buddhism was born. He pointed to the heavens and drew the earth, saying that he was the only supreme being in the world. This simple form of address showed Yuanzhen's ambition. Xiaochen asked softly, should I call you Yuanzhen or the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva? Yuanzhen pressed his palms together and smiled benevolently. Benefactor Xiao, It is better to address me as Yuan Zhen. I prefer you to call me Yuan Zhen, but in your eyes, it's all the same no matter what you call me. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. He found Yuan Zhen somewhat unfathomable. Looking up, at the back of the heavenly strength hall, in the depths of the myriad of overlapping auspicious signs, the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's transcendence golden body was hidden within. Its face was benevolent, and its heart was filled with compassion. Suddenly Xiao Chen understood. So that's how it was. The Kittagarbha Bodhisattva had already merged with Yuan Zhen. However, the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva existed in Yuan Zhen's form. The two had not truly merged yet. Hence, Yuan Zhen's consciousness remained. He was right. The one standing before Xiao Chen was indeed Yuan Zhen and not the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva. Xiao Chen said softly, "If you had a choice, would you still bear the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's karma? According to his plan, when the Buddhist epoch is established, your memories of Yuan Zhen will disappear." Yuan Zhen's expression changed slightly. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen saw through his relationship with the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva. When the Buddhist epoch arrived, the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva would truly awaken. At that time, the dominant position would change. Yuan Zhen withdrew his smile. After some thought, he said, "Most of the time, there is actually no choice." Maybe. Xiao Chen didn't refute the other party. From his point of view, he could choose at any time. But he also understood that the others had no choice. "There seem to be many hidden spirit temple esteemed monks in your Buddhist nation?" Xiao Chen changed the topic and asked casually. Yuan Zhen smiled and said, "You have pretty good eyes." Indeed, after the Kasyapa Buddha's golden body was destroyed, the Kasyapa Buddha's body was destroyed. Many martial uncles abandoned the darkness for the light and joined me in creating a new Buddhism. But, even if you want to create a new Buddhist school, there's no need for you to make a move against these commoners, no? Xiao Chen pointed at the believers kneeling at the foot of the 10,000 steps. Yuan Zhen argued, "What's wrong? Didn't you see the smiles on their faces? In my Buddhist kingdom, you only need to worship devoutly every day, and you won't have to worry about food or clothing. What's so bad about that? Right now, the Yenwu dynasty is hell on earth, filled with the flames of war. I am doing good deeds to accumulate virtue. If you want to argue, I won't argue with you." Yuan Zhen's expression slowly turned serious. He said seriously, "Xiao Chen, what if I told you that the Kasyapa Buddha used this method to establish the Buddhist sect back then? Would you believe me?" The epoch changed, and chaos arose everywhere. Extraordinary times naturally required extraordinary methods. If I did not use such methods, how could I establish the Buddhist kingdom in such a short time? I know you want to say that these believers do not have any thoughts or intelligence, like the walking dead. However, this has always been the case in this world. The strong can be merciful. When the Buddhist epoch starts, the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva will return the power of faith, and there will be no need to do this. Xiao Chen felt slightly stunned. Then, he thought of the 3 black mountains behind Spirit Vulture Mountain, the boundless demonic domain filled with sin. Yuan Zhen's words should be true. However, so what? Hence, Xiao Chen did not feel any pity for the hidden spirit temple's destruction. A temple built on boundless sin should not have a reason to exist, no matter how glorious it was. You're on your own. You should understand that these words of self-consolation can only deceive yourself. Xiao Chen felt very uncomfortable staying here. After investigating Yuan Zhen and the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's situation, Xiao Chen did not want to linger, so he turned and left. "Did I say you could leave?" Yuan Zhen snorted coldly and sent a palm strike at Xiao Chen. The entire Buddhist kingdom's 90,000 arhats, 8,000 vajras, and 300 bodhisattvas all chanted scriptures at the same time. This caused countless ancient Buddhist sect scriptures to surround Yuan Zhen's palm strike. The entire divine kingdom started circulating in his palm. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He turned around and sent a palm strike in retaliation. Boom! The instant the 2 palms clashed, the vast and boundless Buddhist kingdom shook intensely. Images of countless ancient arhats and bodhisattvas appeared in the sky amid thousands of auspicious signs. The Tao of life and death cycled endlessly around Xiao Chen, producing an unending stream of reincarnation power. Shaoqun resisted the pressure of the entire Buddhist kingdom by himself. Saber! Shaoqun shouted, and an eternal, inextinguishable saber light that surpassed the epic shot out from his body. The saber light soared into the clouds and tore a crack in the Buddhist kingdom's barrier in the sky. Yuan Zhen showed shock on his face as he got knocked back. Then he watched helplessly as Shaoqun soared into the air and left the divine kingdom before the crack mended. World Venerate! Right after Shaoqun left, many Buddhist sect sovereign emperors appeared in the surroundings with grave expressions. World Venerate, why did you not bring out the golden Buddha body and directly suppress him? With Shaoqun dead, we will have one less strong enemy. Yuan Zhen said indifferently, I feel that he is not as simple as a nine-vein sovereign emperor. The Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's golden body is not complete yet. We cannot take the risk. The two were testing each other, probing each other's limits. While Shaoqun wanted to figure out Yuan Zhen and the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's strength, Yuan Zhen thought the same. However, Yuan Zhen could not figure out the other party's strength with just one palm strike. After leaving the Buddhist kingdom, Shaoqun hovered in the air and looked down at the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's golden body. Yuan Zhen remained silent and observed for a long time, not leaving. He wanted to destroy this Buddhist kingdom in one go. However, he felt that there was no need in the end. The Buddhist kingdom was established because the epoch was about to end. Order collapsed, and the natural laws no longer existed. It was like a dynasty on the verge of destruction. The emperor lost his suppression of the feudal lords. Outstanding talents fought each other, and chaos descended. This was not a problem that could be solved by killing one or two feudal lords. The current situation was even more complicated and terrifying than that. The Holy Lord, who controlled the entire epoch, had already lost control of the various factions. The righteous Tao was no longer righteous, and the demonic Tao was even more demonic. The entire world was on the verge of collapse, on the verge of collapse. Shaoqun withdrew his gaze and stood up to leave. Not long later, Shaoqun sensed two figures rapidly approaching him. Big brother. It was the little monk Yen Qin and the heavenly book scholar. Shaoqun asked in confusion, why are the two of you here? Let's leave this place first. This is the evil Buddha's territory. Even foe gods do not dare to barge in. The heavenly book scholar looked at the Buddhist kingdom fearfully. After a while, Shaoqun understood that Yen Qin and the heavenly book scholar sensed a battle in the Buddhist kingdom. They came to check and discovered that it was Shaoqun, so they rushed over. Far away from Yuan Zhen's Buddhist kingdom, the three landed. When Shaoqun saw the little monk Yen Qin, he felt rather happy. Big brother, my master passed away, Yen Qin said sullenly, showing grief on his face. Big brother, my master passed away. Venerable Su Yun? This senior had left a very good impression on Shaoqun. Shaoqun felt deep respect for him. How did he die? The heavenly book scholar explained, back when we were still in the ancient Yen Emperor tomb during the succession race, Senior Su Yun chased after the traitor, Su Ming, who was Yuan Zhen's master. In the end, that Su Ming had planned this. He lured Venerable Su Yi to the Kasyapa Buddha's golden body. Then he died together, destroying the Kasyapa Buddha's golden body, resulting in today's situation. That was how the Kasyapa Buddha's golden body was destroyed. This Su Ming schemed and was very ruthless. No wonder Shaoqun did not see him in the Buddhist kingdom. It turned out that he was already dead. Where are Abbot Su Yi and Senior Pan Huang? Shaoqun asked. Yen Qin answered, the abbot and Senior Pan Huang are at Spirit Vulture Mountain, leading the remaining martial uncles to suppress the sin in Spirit Vulture Mountain. Right now, I am in charge of the hidden spirit temple. The abbot and his martial uncle told me to assist the Yen Emperor and not lower my head to the evil Buddha. Unexpectedly, Yen Qin would have a day where he could stand on his own. Given Yen Qin's character, he probably did not like this responsibility. However, with the epoch changing, the Buddhist sects no longer had anyone to lead them aside from him. Shaoqun said softly, before I came, I saw that the entire Yenwu dynasty was covered in smoke. The situation does not seem very optimistic. We have to persevere, right? The heavenly book scholar smiled and said, If even we give up, there will be no hope for this land at all. Yen-Chen showed a determined expression as he said through clenched teeth, "Big brother, there is no need to worry. When the reinforcements from the other 3 Buddhist temples arrive, the evil Buddha will not be able to be so arrogant." Aside from the hidden spirit temple, the Buddhist sects had 3 other Buddhist temples, all of them holy lands. "It looks like the situation is not that bad," Xiaochen said. "Help me send my regards to 9th brother. I still have things to do and cannot stay to help him for now." After taking his leave of the 2, Xiaochen headed for the Golden Crow Empire. Xiaochen passed through the desolate sea and arrived at the Blue Dragon's old land, stopping at the small village that Xiaochen once led. The small village no longer existed. In its place was a flourishing city. A towering tree stood outside the city, covering the sky and sun. A youth formed hand seals under the tree, using spiritual energy to nourish the tree's roots. This youth was none other than Sang, the propping mulberry tree. "Wait here first." Sang did not feel surprised to see Xiaochen land. He gave him a casual glance before continuing to focus on nourishing the propping mulberry tree. Many years had passed since they parted. The sapling from back then. After so many years, the sapling from back then had already grown into a towering tree, protecting the city behind it like a guardian deity. Xiaochen was not in a rush. He waited quietly at the side. Chapter 2346. After Sang finished nourishing it with spiritual energy, Xiaochen waved his hand. Then he looked at Xiaochen and said, "It has been many years. However, I knew that you would definitely return. That is natural. However, when I came from the Yanwu dynasty, the desolate sea did not seem to have many waves." As the 2 walked casually, Xiaochen asked, finding it strange. Sang showed a calm expression as he replied casually, "The desolate sea is filled with deserts and desolate lands, lacking in spiritual energy. It is not like the Yanwu dynasty, which is at the center of the storm. However, it is only a matter of time. When the epic ends, chaos will sweep through the entire Great Thousand Realms." Xiaochen frowned and said, "The epic changes, and the order collapses. You don't seem to feel it at all." "What can I feel? When I was still in the propping mulberry tree's body, I saw the rise and fall of many epics. However, don't worry. With the propping mulberry tree's protection, the villagers in Azure Mountain Town should be able to avoid much trouble." Sang knew that the ordinary people gathered in Azure Mountain Town had a deep connection to the Blue Dragon bloodline back then. Perhaps they were once ordinary people under the Blue Dragon race's rule. Although Xiaochen did not say it, he still cared about this group of people in his heart. "In that case, I'll have to trouble you." Xiaochen thanked Sang. Then, he turned his head back and happened to see the towering Azure Mountain in the distance. Xiaochen's expression slowly turned grave. Now that he had returned to the Blue Dragon's old land, he definitely could not avoid this towering mountain that resembled the Blue Dragon's flight. However, the Azure Mountain remained, but the dragon head was gone. It was clear that the Azure Mountain once had a dragon head. However, someone chopped it off. Xiaochen guessed that the Divine Master must have done it after defeating Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun in the Desolate Sea. After the Holy Lord defeated Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun in the Desolate Sea, he chopped off the Azure Mountain's dragon head, using that to strangle the Blue Dragon race's luck. "Bring me to meet Grandpa 7 and the others, then." "All right." Sang led the way, bringing Xiaochen to meet all the old friends he once had. Of course, the Burning Moon wine brewed by Grandpa 7 had to be drunk to his heart's content. In the dead of night, Xiaochen left alone and looked at the blood moon in the sky, deep in thought. "What are you thinking about?" Sang asked as he walked out. Xiaochen muttered softly, "Previously, my cultivation was not high. I thought that the Desolate Sea's blood moon was just a star. In the vast starry sky, there were countless stars. There was nothing strange about it. Now that I've reached my current realm, I can sense that this blood moon is truly incomparably mysterious." A blood moon would rise in the Desolate Sea every night. This was an ancient mystery. Many foe gods could not solve it. Why could one see the blood moon only in the Desolate Sea and not elsewhere? What was even more mysterious was that the blood moon was clearly in the sky, but if one flew into the starry sky, they would not be able to find it. It was even more wondrous than the reflection in the mirror. When Xiaochen thought about Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's words in the ethereal immortal palace, he found it hard not to connect this blood moon to the wings of time. This blood moon is indeed strange. It is clearly in the sky, and moonlight covers the entire desolate sea. However, it feels somewhat illusory. Sang nodded, agreeing with Xiaochen's point of view. So, I have to figure it out. What are you doing? Sang asked, feeling confused. Xiaochen smiled mysteriously, not saying anything more. Then, the divine universe steel quietly emerged from his body. After a while, a light flashed, and Xiaochen entered the divine universe steel. Then, the divine universe steel vanished into thin air. Sang searched around in confusion but did not find anything. However, he did not worry. He shook his head and said, "This fellow is becoming increasingly mysterious. He gives me the feeling that he is even more unfathomable than those powerhouses of the ancient epic." The Blue Dragon's old land. Xiaochen leaped out of the blood moon while holding the divine universe steel. He looked around and saw the desolate slave Soul Reaper standing on the city wall in the distance. Soul Reaper's figure looked as imposing as before, but its aura was much weaker than what Xiaochen had seen previously. "Come in." The dragon spirit's voice rang out in Xiaochen's mind right after he appeared. Xiaochen turned into a beam of purple light and leaped 50 kilometers. When he passed by Soul Reaper, he turned his head back to look at it. Soul Reaper sensed Soul Reaper. It also turned its head to look at Xiaochen with a confused expression. Every time Xiaochen saw Soul Reaper, he felt a trace of sorrow. Sighing softly, Xiaochen landed on the ancient city's Dao platform. A blue dragon statue surrounded the mountains in front of the Dao platform. Having come here many times, Xiaochen was familiar with the place, so he pushed open the door of the dragon statue and entered. The dragon spirit had been waiting for a long time. Without saying a word, it brought Xiaochen to the blue dragon's inheritance hall. Xiaochen did not say anything. He headed for the inheritance hall. This time, he was confident of directly climbing to the top floor. "There's no need. With your current strength, you no longer need to go through a test. I can give you the 10,000 Dragons Arts follow-up cultivation technique that you want." However, the dragon spirit stopped Xiaochen and directly handed a jade strip to Xiaochen. "Ancestor Dragon Art?" Xiaochen gave the jade strip a strange look. To think that the dragon spirit gave him the Ancestor Dragon Art. That's right. With your current foundation, you can already cultivate it. When the 10,000 Dragons Art is cultivated to the end, all techniques will return to one. No matter what bloodline it is, it will take the path of atavism, bringing out the great desolate Aeon Ancestor Dragon's divine might. However, it is hard to say whether you can cultivate it or not, the dragon spirit said indifferently. If one could cultivate the Ancestor Dragon Art, one would be able to bring out 1% of a great desolate Aeon Ancestor Dragon's strength. Unfortunately, over the countless epochs, very few managed to cultivate it. However, Xiaochen did not really need the Ancestor Dragon Art right now. Right now, his flawless Saber Dao already surpassed the epochs, surpassing immortals, Buddhas, gods, and demons. Furthermore, with the Cycle Dao as his foundation, regular 9-vein sovereign emperors would not be a match for him. Furthermore, Xiaochen had a trump card that others did not know about. Xiaochen was not a 9-vein sovereign emperor but a 10-vein sovereign emperor. The special divine vein that Xiaochen condensed after absorbing the entire immortal burial lake actually existed independently. After Xiaochen comprehended the Dao and absorbed all the resources of Heavenly Divine Mountain, he advanced to a 10-vein sovereign emperor. However, Xiaochen had not ignited his divine flame and was not a faux god. However, he had one more divine vein than a 9-vein sovereign emperor. Perhaps, it would be more accurate to call it an immortal vein rather than a divine vein. I'll leave this to you as well. After the dragon spirit handed the Ancestor Dragon Art to Xiaochen, it handed Xiaochen an item. Royal Genealogical Record. Xiaochen received it and took a look. It was a royal genealogical record. Only by writing his true name in it could he truly possess the dragon race's royal bloodline. Before Xiaochen could digest it, the dragon spirit took out another item. A throne with 10,000 dragons carved on its back appeared out of nowhere before Shaoqun. A pure emperor dragon's divine might surged out from the throne. This slightly stunned Shaoqun. Caught off guard, this emperor dragon's divine might forced him back a few steps. This is, be it the ancestor dragon art or the royal genealogical record, Shaoqun knew about them. Hence, he was not surprised when the dragon spirit took them out. However, this throne startled Shaoqun. Even with Shaoqun's current cultivation, this ancient throne still forced him back a few steps when he was unprepared. One could imagine just how great the background of this throne was. The dragon spirit smiled and said, "This is the Emperor Dragon throne that the dragon race has acknowledged since ancient times. The throne in the Divine Dragon Empire is just a replica." "Is this for me as well?" "Naturally." The dragon spirit's enthusiasm made Shaoqun feel apprehensive in his heart. This dragon spirit is taking out all its trump cards. Shaoqun asked suspiciously, "Senior, what do you want me to do?" The dragon spirit said somewhat excitedly, "I already sensed a great change in the world. The martial epoch will come to an end. With the Emperor Dragon throne and the royal genealogical record, you will definitely be able to snatch back the position of Dragon Emperor. After that, you will lead the Divine Dragon Empire and formally start the Divine Dragon epoch, fulfilling Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun's final wish." So, that is what the dragon spirit wants. Shaoqun put away the Emperor Dragon throne but did not rush to imprint his soul blood on it. He looked at the dragon spirit and said, "Actually, I am not here today for the supreme treasures of the dragon race in the Blue Dragon treasure trove. I have a question that I would like to ask Senior." "Speak." "Did Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun obtain the wings of time back then?" The dragon spirit turned silent upon hearing that. After a while, it replied, "Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun did indeed obtain the wings of time." "In that case, why did he not use it when he fought the Holy Lord?" Chapter 2347. In that case, why did Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun not use the wings of time when he fought the Holy Lord back then? Shaoqun asked the question in his heart. Then he looked at the dragon spirit, hoping to get an answer from it. The dragon spirit remained silent, seeming to be hiding something else. Shaoqun found it strange, but he did not pursue the matter. He only waited quietly for the other party. After a long time, the dragon spirit said, "I'll tell you after you become the Dragon Emperor. How about that?" Shaoqun said softly, "It's better to tell you now. I'm afraid of changes in the future. This matter is very important. How long is Senior going to hide it from me?" The dragon spirit sighed. After a while it said, "All right. It is indeed time to tell you. Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun did indeed secretly take away the wings of time back then. He did not use the wings of time when he fought the Holy Lord. That's because the wings of time were prepared to deal with even stronger enemies. The Black Dragon King. An enemy stronger than the Holy Lord. Naturally, Shaoqun thought of the Black Dragon King. That's right. Back then, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor used the martial epic's luck to barely seal the Black Dragon King. Back then, the martial epic declined and could no longer continue sealing the Black Dragon King. Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun had a greater goal, to kill the Black Dragon King and deal with this problem in one go. This revelation startled Shaoqun. This Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun was very ambitious. This was something that even the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor could not do. To think that he wanted to take the risk and kill the Black Dragon King. After some thought, Shaoqun said, "How did he prepare? If I guess right, it should have something to do with that blood moon above the desolate sea." The dragon spirit looked at Shaoqun, and its eyes lit up. It said softly, "It looks like you suspected it long ago. It does have something to do with that blood moon. The desolate sea was the origin of the entire martial epic. Back then, after Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun obtained the wings of time, the desolate sea was the origin of the entire martial epic. Back then, after Dragon Emperor Xiaoyun obtained the wings of time, he materialized the blood moon as the formation core and laid 2 formations. 2 formations? Shaoqun knew that there was a heavenly Tao killing formation in the vast desolate sea with the blood moon as the formation core. Then where is the other array formation? I believe you know about the heavenly Tao killing formation laid in the desolate sea. The other formation is in the sky. In the sky. In the vast starry heavens, Dragon Emperor Shao Yun mobilized all the dragon race disciples in the various astral regions of the Great Thousand Realms to set up formation nodes. With the boundless universe as the background, the millions of stars as the nodes, and the wings of time as the formation core, Shao Chun formed the unprecedented Great Desolate Blood Dragon Formation. Once the formation is activated, the millions of stars will be driven by the blood moon and condense into an ancient blood dragon from the prehistoric era. The dragon spirit showed a disappointed expression as it spoke of Dragon Emperor Shao Yun's shocking actions back then. Shao Chun was greatly shocked, and his expression changed slightly. The Great Desolate Blood Dragon Formation used the starry heavens as its background and the millions of stars as its nodes. If this formation was activated, the size of the Great Desolate Aeon Blood Dragon that was formed would be simply inconceivable. Do you think I'm strong? However, in reality, the Great Desolate Blood Dragon Formation alone could not kill the Black Dragon King. He is the incarnation of the Heavenly Tao. He is destruction itself, the monster that the Heavenly Tao used to destroy the martial epic. Hence, the Heavenly Tao killing formation is needed. The two formations overlap, using the Great Desolate Aeon Blood Dragon's boundless dragon might to suppress him and then using the Heavenly Tao's killing intent to destroy him. The dragon spirit did not pause, continuing to speak. Shao Chun raised his eyebrows. Then, with a flip of his hand, Heavenly Slayer appeared in his grasp. My Heavenly Slayer saber. The Desolate Sea was the origin of the martial epic. The Heavenly Tao killing formation that Dragon Emperor Shao Yun laid was to gather the killing intent born of the Heavenly Tao since the birth of the epic. Coincidentally, Shao Chen's Heavenly Slayer saber could activate the Heavenly Tao's killing intent. The Heavenly Slayer saber did not kill but hurt itself. Once it was unsheathed, it would taste blood. Heavenly Slayer and the Heavenly Tao killing formation happened to draw on the Heavenly Tao's killing intent. The dragon spirit said softly, "You are not stupid. The Heavenly Slayer saber in your hand is used to activate the Heavenly Tao killing formation. The Great Desolate Blood Dragon Formation is activated by the Shuowu dynasty's Blood Dragon Cloak?" Shao Chun quickly recalled the Blood Dragon Cloak that she wore. The first time he saw it, he found it incredibly familiar. Indeed, you already know. The dragon spirit did not show much surprise on its face. After some thought, it said, "Back then, Dragon Emperor Shao Yun dual cultivated the righteous and demonic Tao. He left a total of 2 inheritances. Naturally, one is here, and the other is the demonic Tao Hall. The 2 inheritances each control a formation and compete with each other in the future. The victor can obtain both Heavenly Slayer and the Blood Dragon Cloak, truly merging the 2 formations and becoming Dragon Emperor Shao Yun's true inheritor." Shao Chun could not help revealing a self-mocking smile. Dragon Emperor Shao Yun really hid himself deeply. What's starting the Divine Dragon epic and inheriting his will? From the very start, she and I were his pawns. Only one person can obtain his inheritance. Both of us have been deceived. Shao Chun was certain that she had not known about this either. When she saw Dragon Emperor Shao Yun visit the ethereal immortal palace, he could not disguise his shocked expression. However, she should know more than Shao Chun. You could have continued hiding it. Why are you telling me now? Shao Chun asked as he looked at the dragon spirit. The dragon spirit sighed and said, "According to Dragon Emperor Shao Yun's will, when you become the Dragon Emperor, he will become the demonic monarch. Then, the protectors of the 2 inheritances will tell you the truth, letting you kill each other. The one who survives will be able to merge the 2 formations. However, even you are suspicious now. I believe that person should be suspicious as well. I cannot be certain that the protectors of the demonic Tao Hall's inheritances will not tell him the truth in advance. If he knows the truth and you do not, you will be at a great disadvantage. In the depths of my heart, I definitely hope that you, with a pure-blooded bloodline, can start the Divine Dragon epic and not a demonic Tao cultivator without a dragon race bloodline." The dragon spirit showed a guilty expression, but it still told Shao Chun the reason. Don't blame Dragon Emperor Shao Yun. Back then, he spent too much effort laying the 2 formations. Just as he was about to enter closed-door cultivation to recuperate, The golden dragons betrayed him and told the Holy Lord about his declining strength. The Holy Lord suddenly made a move. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's defeat was too unjust. He simply could not swallow this defeat, so he laid this seemingly inhumane contingency plan. After hearing the dragon spirit's explanation for Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun, Xiao Chen felt suspicious. He asked, "Why did I hear that Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun took the initiative to challenge the Holy Lord before being defeated?" The dragon spirit smiled and said, "Back then he secretly laid the two formations and was incredibly weak. How could he be stupid enough to attack the Holy Lord? The winner takes all." Since the Holy Lord won, he naturally would not say that Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun launched a sneak attack, something so disgraceful. Xiao Chen thought about it and agreed. This explained why Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun did not attack the Holy Lord even though he had the wings of time. However, the Holy Lord is not in a good state either. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun severely injured his main body and basically cannot leave the faux god world. In the past 50,000 years, he wanted to explore the secrets of the Blue Dragon's old lands. However, he could only materialize divine weapons to attack. However, Soul Reaper stopped him. So, that was the case. The golden divine weapons that appeared in this world in the past were actually the work of the Holy Lord. As the dragon spirit said, the Holy Lord was indeed severely injured. Now, I no longer have any secrets. I already told you everything I know. You have to start the divine dragon epic. You have to snatch that person's blood dragon cloak. You can activate the two formations that Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun laid back then only if you obtain both at the same time. The dragon spirit showed a serious expression as it looked at Xiao Chen with a grave expression. The truth was often cruel. The perfect image of Dragon Emperor Xiao